November BOUGHS. Our eminent visitors. Past, present, and future. Welcome to them each and all. They do good the deepest, widest, most needed good, though quite certainly not in the ways attempted, which have, at times, something irresistibly comic. What can be more farcical, for instance, than the sight of a worthy gentleman coming 3,000 or 4,000 miles through wet and wind to speak complacently, and at great length on matters of which he both entirely mistakes or knows nothing, before crowds of auditors equally complacent and equally at fault? Yet welcome and thanks, we say, to those visitors we have, and have had, from abroad among us, and may the procession continue. We have had Dickens and Thackeray, Froude, Herbert Spencer, Oscar Wilde, Lord Coleridge, soldiers, savants, poets, and now Matthew Arnold and Irving the actor. Some have come to make money, some for a good time, some to help us along and give us advice, and some undoubtedly to investigate, bona fide, this great problem, democratic America, looming upon the world with such cumulative power through 100 years, now with the evident intention, since the Secession War, to stay, and take a leading hand, for many a century to come, in civilization's and humanity's eternal game. But alas, that very investigation, the method of that investigation, is where the deficit most surely and helplessly comes in. Let not Lord Coleridge and Mr. Arnold, to say nothing of the illustrious actor, imagine that when they have met and surveyed the etiquettical gatherings of our wealthy, distinguished, and sure to be put forward on such occasions citizens, New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and have certain stereotyped strings of them, continually lined and paraded like the lists of dishes at hotel tables, you are sure to get the same over and over again. It is very amusing. And the bowing and introducing. The receptions at the swell clubs, the eating and drinking and praising back, and the next day riding about Central Park, or doing the public institutions, and so passing through, one after another, the full-dress coteries of the Atlantic cities, all grammatical and cultured and correct, with the toned-down manners of the gentlemen, and the kid gloves and luncheons and finger glasses. Let not our eminent visitors, we say, suppose that, by means of these experiences, they have seen America, or captured any distinctive clue or purport thereof. Not a bit of it. Of the pulse beats that lie within and vitalize this commonweal, today, of the hardpan purports and idiosyncrasies pursued faithfully and triumphantly by its bulk of men north and south, generation after generation, superficially unconscious of their own aims, yet none the less pressing onward with deathless intuition, those coteries do not furnish the faintest scintilla. In the old world, the best flavor and significance of a race may possibly need to be looked for in its upper classes, its gentries, its court, its état major. In the United States, the rule is reversed. Besides, and a point this, perhaps deepest of all, the special marks of our grouping and design are not going to be understood in a hurry. The lesson and scanning right on the ground are difficult. I was going to say they are impossible to foreigners, but I have occasionally found the clearest appreciation of all coming from far-off quarters. Surely nothing could be more apt, not only for our eminent visitors present and to come, but for home study, than the following editorial criticism of the London Times on Mr. Froude's visits and lectures here a few years ago, and the culminating dinner given at Delmonico's, with its brilliant array of guests. We read the list, says the Times, of those who assembled to do honor to Mr. Froude. There were Mr. Emerson, Mr. Beecher, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Bryant. We add the names of those who sent letters of regret that they could not attend in person: Mr. Longfellow, Mr. Whittier. They are names which are well known, almost as well known and as much honored in England as in America, and yet what must we say in the end? The American people outside this assemblage of writers is something vaster and greater than they, singly or together, can comprehend. It cannot be said of any or all of them that they can speak for their nation. We who look on at this distance are able perhaps on that account to see the more clearly that there are qualities of the American people which find no representation, no voice, among these their spokesmen. And what is true of them is true of the English class, of whom Mr. Froude may be said to be the ambassador. Mr. Froude is master of a charming style. He has the gift of grace and the gift of sympathy. Taking any single character as the subject of his study, he may succeed after a very short time in so comprehending its workings as to be able to present a living figure to the intelligence and memory of his readers. But the movements of a nation, the voiceless purpose of a people which cannot put its own thoughts into words, yet acts upon them in each successive generation, these things do not lie within his grasp. The functions of literature, such as he represents, are limited in their action. The influence he can wield is artificial and restricted. And, while he and his hearers please and are pleased with pleasant periods, his great mass of national life will flow around them unmoved in its tides by action as powerless as that of the dwellers by the shore to direct the currents of the ocean. A thought here that needs to be echoed, expanded, permanently treasured by our literary classes and educators. The gestation, the youth, the knitting preparations are now over, and it is full time for definite purpose, result. How few think of it, though it is the impetus and background of our whole nationality and popular life. In the present brief memorandum, I very likely for the first time awake, the intelligent reader, to the idea and inquiry whether there isn't such a thing as the distinctive genius of our democratic New World, universal, immanent, bringing to a head the best experience of the past, not specially literary or intellectual, not merely good. In the Sunday school and temperance society sense, some invisible spine and great sympathetic to these states, resident only in the average people. In their practical life, in their physiology, in their emotions, in their nebulous yet fiery patriotism, in the armies, both sides, through the whole secession warren identity and character, which indeed so far finds no voice among their spokesmen. To my mind, America, vast and fruitful as it appears today, is even yet, for its most important results, entirely in the tentative state. Its very formation stir and whirling trials and essays more splendid and picturesque, to my thinking, than the accomplished growths and shows of other lands, through European history, or Greece, or all the past. Surely a New World literature, worthy the name, is not to be, if it ever comes, some fiction or fancy or bit of sentimentalism or polished work merely by itself, or an abstraction. So long as such literature is no born branch and offshoot of the nationality, rooted and grown from its roots, and fibered with its fiber, it can never answer any deep call or perennial need. Perhaps the untaught republic is wiser than its teachers. The best literature is always a result of something far greater than itself, not the hero, but the portrait of the hero. Before there can be recorded history or poem, there must be the transaction. Beyond the old masterpieces, the Iliad, the interminable Hindu epics, the Greek tragedies, even the Bible itself, range the immense facts of what must have preceded them, their sine qua non the veritable poems and masterpieces, of which, grand as they are, the word statements are but shreds and cartoons. For today and the States, I think the vividest, rapidest, most stupendous processes ever known, ever performed by man or nation, on the largest scales and in countless varieties, are now and here presented. Not as our poets and preachers are always conventionally putting it, but quite different. Some colossal foundry, the flaming of the fire, the melted metal, the pounding trip hammers, the surging crowds of workmen shifting from point to point, the murky shadows, the rolling haze, the discord, the crudeness, the deafening din, the disorder, the dross and clouds of dust, the waste and extravagance of material, the shafts of darted sunshine through the vast open roof scuttles aloft. The mighty castings, many of them not yet fitted, perhaps delayed long, yet each in its due time. With definite place and use and meaning such, more like, is a symbol of America. After all of which, returning to our starting point, we reiterate, and in the whole land's name, a welcome to our eminent guests. Visits like theirs and hospitalities and handshaking and face-meeting face, and the distant brought near what divine solvents they are. Travel, reciprocity, interviewing, intercommunion of lands, what are they but democracies and the highest law's best aids? Oh, that our own country, that every land in the world could annually, continually, receive the poets, thinkers, scientists, even the official magnates of other lands as honored guests. Oh, that the United States, especially the West, could have had a good long visit and explorative jaunt from the noble and melancholy Turgenev before he died, or from Victor Hugo or Thomas Carlyle. Casteller, Tennyson, any of the 2 or 3 great Parisian essayists were, they and we to come face to face. How is it possible but that the right understanding would ensue? The Bible is poetry. I suppose one cannot at this day say anything new, from a literary point of view, about those autochthonic bequests of Asia, the Hebrew Bible, the mighty Hindu epics, and 100 lesser but typical works. Not now definitely including the Iliad, though that work was certainly of Asiatic genesis, as Homer himself was considerations which seem curiously ignored. But will there ever be a time or place ever a student, however modern, of the grand art, to whom those compositions will not afford profounder lessons than all else of their kind in the garnerage of the past? Could there be any more opportune suggestion, to the current popular writer and reader of verse, what the office of poet was in primeval time's end is yet capable of being, anew, adjusted entirely to the modern? All the poems of Orientalism, with the Old and New Testaments at the center, tend to deep and wide. I don't know but the deepest and widest, psychological development with little or nothing at all of the mere aesthetic, the principal verse requirement of our day. Very late but unerringly comes to every capable student the perception that it is not in beauty, it is not in art, it is not even in science that the profoundest laws of the case have their eternal sway and outcropping. In his discourse on Hebrew poets, de Sola Mendes said, "The fundamental feature of Judaism, of the Hebrew nationality, was religion. Its poetry was naturally religious. Its subjects, God and providence, the covenants with Israel, God and nature, and as revealed, God the creator and governor, nature in her majesty and beauty, inspired hymns and odes to nature's God." And then the checkered history of the nation furnished allusions, illustrations, and subjects for epic display the glory of the sanctuary, the offerings, the splendid ritual, the holy city, and loved Palestine with its pleasant valleys and wild tracts. Dr. Menz said that rhyming was not a characteristic of Hebrew poetry at all. Meter was not a necessary mark of poetry. Great poets discarded it, the early Jewish poets knew it not. Compared with the famed epics of Greece, and lesser ones since, the spinal supports of the Bible are simple and meager. All its history, biography, narratives, and are as beads, strung on and indicating the eternal thread of the deific purpose and power. Yet with only deepest faith for impetus, and such deific purpose for palpable or impalpable theme, it often transcends the masterpieces of Hellas and all masterpieces. The metaphors daring beyond account, the lawless soul, extravagant by our standards, the glow of love and friendship, the fervent kiss-nothing in argument or logic, but unsurpassed in proverbs, in religious ecstasy, in suggestions of common mortality and death, man's great equalizers the spirit everything, the ceremonies and forms of the churches nothing, faith limitless, its immense sensuousness immensely spiritual and incredible. All-inclusive non-worldliness and due-scented illiteracy, the antipodes of our 19th century business absorption and morbid refinement, no hair-splitting doubts, no sickly sulking and sniffling, no Hamlet, no Adonais, no Thanatopsis, no in memoriam. The culminated proof of the poetry of a country is the quality of its personnel, which in any race can never be really superior without superior poems. The finest blending of individuality with universality, in my opinion nothing out of the galaxies of the Iliad, or Shakespeare's heroes, or from the Tennysonian Idylls, so lofty, devoted, and starlike, typified in the songs of those old Asiatic lands. Men and women as great columnar trees. Nowhere else the abnegation of self towering in such quaint sublimity. Nowhere else the simplest human emotions conquering the gods of heaven and fate itself. The episode, for instance, toward the close of the Mahabharata, the journey of the wife Savitri with the god of death, Yama. One terrible to see blood-red his garb, his body huge and dark, bloodshot his eyes, which flamed like suns beneath his turban cloth, armed was he with a noose. Who carries off the soul of the dead husband, the wife tenaciously following, and by the resistless charm of perfect poetic recitation, eventually redeeming her captive mate. I remember how enthusiastically William H. Seward, in his last days, once expatiated on these themes, from his travels in Turkey, Egypt, and Asia Minor, finding the oldest biblical narratives exactly illustrated there today with apparently no break or change along 3,000 years. The veiled women, the costumes, the gravity and simplicity, all the manners just the same. The veteran Trelawney said he found the only real nobleman of the world in a good average specimen of the mid-aged or elderly Oriental. In the East, the grand figure always leading is the old man, majestic, with flowing beard, paternal, and in Europe and America. It is, as we know, the young fellow in novels, a handsome and interesting hero, more or less juvenile in operas. A tenor with blooming cheeks, black mustache, superficial animation, and perhaps good lungs, but no more depth than skim milk. But reading folks probably get their information of those Bible areas and current peoples, as depicted in print by English and French cads, the most shallow, impudent, supercilious brood on earth. I have said nothing yet of the cumulus of associations, perfectly legitimate parts of its influence, and finally, in many respects, the dominant parts, of the Bible as a poetic entity, and of every portion of it. Not the old edifice only the congeries, also of events and struggles and surroundings, of which it has been the scene and motive, even the horrors, dreads, deaths. How many ages and generations have brooded and wept and agonized over this book? What untellable joys and ecstasies, what support to martyrs at the stake from it. No really great song can ever attain full purport, till long after the death of its singer, till it has accrued and incorporated the many passions, many joys and sorrows, it has itself aroused. To what myriads has it been the shore and rock of safety, the refuge from driving tempest and wreck, translated in all languages, how it has united this diverse world. Of civilized lands today, whose of our retrospects has it not interwoven and linked and permeated? Not only does it bring us what is clasped within its covers, nay, that is the least of what it brings. Of its thousands, there is not a verse, not a word, but is thick-studded with human emotions, successions of fathers and sons, mothers and daughters of our own antecedents, inseparable from that background of us, on which, phantasmal as it is, all that we are today inevitably depends, our ancestry, our past. Strange but true that the principal factor in cohering the nations, eras, and paradoxes of the globe, by giving them a common platform of 2 or 3 great ideas, a commonalty of origin, and projecting cosmic brotherhood, the dream of all hope, all time that the long train's gestations, attempts and failures, resulting in the New World, and in modern solidarity and politics are to be identified and resolved back into a collection of old poetic lore, which, more than any one thing else, has been the axis of civilization and history through thousands of years and, except for which this America of ours, with its polity and essentials, could not now be existing. No true bard will ever contravene the Bible. If the time ever comes when iconoclasm does its extremest in one direction against the books of the Bible in its present form, the collection must still survive in another, and dominate just as much as hitherto, or more than hitherto, through its divine and primal poetic structure. To me, that is the living and definite element principle of the work, evolving everything else. Then the continuity, the oldest and newest Asiatic utterance and character, and all between, holding together, like the apparition of the sky, and coming to us the same. Even to our 19th century, here are the fountain-heads of song. Father Taylor and oratory. I have never heard but one essentially perfect orator, one who satisfied those depths of the emotional nature that in most cases go through life quite untouched, unfed, who held every hearer by spells which no conventionalist, high or low, nor any pride or composure, nor resistance of intellect could stand against for 10 minutes. And by the way, is it not strange, of this first-class genius in the rarest and most profound of humanity's arts, that it will be necessary, so nearly forgotten and rubbed out is his name by the rushing whirl of the last 25 years, to first inform current readers that he was an Orthodox minister, of no particular celebrity, who during a long life preached especially to Yankee sailors in an old 4th-class church down by the wharves in Boston, had practically been a seafaring man through his earlier years and died April 6, 1871, just as the tide turned, going out with the ebb as an old salt should. His name is now comparatively unknown, outside of Boston, and even there, though Dickens, Mr. Jameson, Dr. Bartol, and Bishop Haven have commemorated him, is mostly but a reminiscence. During my visits to the Hub, in 1859 and 60, I several times saw and heard Father Taylor. In the spring or autumn, quiet Sunday forenoons, I liked to go down early to the quaint ship cabin-looking church where the old man ministered, to enter and leisurely scan the building. The low ceiling, everything strongly timbered, polished, and rubbed apparently. The dark, rich colors, the gallery, all in half-light, and smell the aroma of old wood, to watch the auditors, sailors, mates, matlows, officers, singly or in groups, as they came in, their physiognomies, forms, dress, gait, as they walked along the aisles, their postures. Seating themselves in the rude, roomy, undoored, uncushioned pews, and the evident effect upon them of the place, occasion, and atmosphere, The pulpit, rising 10 or 12 feet high against the rear wall, was backed by a significant mural painting, in oil showing out its bold lines and strong hues through the subdued light of the building of a stormy sea, the waves high-rolling, and amid them an old-style ship all bent over, driving through the gale, and in great peril a vivid and effectual piece of limning, not meant for the criticism of artists, though I think it'd merit even from that standpoint, but for its effect upon the congregation, and what it would convey to them. Father Taylor was a moderate-sized man, indeed almost small, reminded me of old Booth, the great actor and my favorite of those and preceding days, well advanced in years, but alert, with mild blue or gray eyes and good presence and voice. Soon as he opened his mouth, I ceased to pay any attention to church or audience or pictures or lights and shades. A far more potent charm entirely swayed me. In the course of the sermon, there was no sign of any mise or reading from notes. Some of the parts would be in the highest degree majestic and picturesque. Colloquial in a severe sense, it often leaned to biblical and oriental forms. Especially were all allusions to ships and the ocean and sailors' lives, of unrivaled power and lifelikeness. Sometimes there were passages of fine language and composition, even from the purist's point of view. A few arguments, and of the best, but always brief and simple. One realized what grip there might have been in such words-of-mouth talk as that of Socrates and Epictetus. In the main, I should say, of any of these discourses, that the old Demosthenian rule and requirement of action, 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 first in its inward, and then, very moderate and restrained, its outward sense, was the quality that had leading fulfillment. I remember I felt the deepest impression from the old man's prayers, which invariably affected me to tears. Never, on similar or any other occasions, have I heard such impassioned pleading, such human harassing reproach, like Hamlet to his mother. In the closet, such probing to the very depths of that latent conscience and remorse which probably lie somewhere in the background of every life, every soul. For when Father Taylor preached or prayed, the rhetoric and art, the mere words, which usually play such a big part, seemed altogether to disappear, and the live feeling advanced upon you and seized you with a power before unknown. Everybody felt this marvelous and awful influence. One young sailor, a Rhode Islander, who came every Sunday and I got acquainted with and talked to once or twice as we went away, told me, that must be the Holy Ghost we read of in the Testament. I should be at a loss to make any comparison with other preachers or public speakers. When a child I had heard Elias Hicksend Father Taylor, though so different in personal appearance, for Elias was of tall and most shapely form, with black eyes that blazed at times like meteors, always reminded me of him. Both had the same inner, apparently inexhaustible, fund of latent volcanic passion, the same tenderness, blended with a curious remorseless firmness, as of some surgeon operating on a beloved patient. Hearing such men sends to the winds all the books, and formulas, and polished speaking, and rules of oratory. Talking of oratory, why is it that the unsophisticated practices often strike deeper than the trained ones? Why do our experiences perhaps of some local country exhorter, often in the West or South at political meetings, bring the most definite results? In my time I have heard Webster, Clay, Edward Everett, Phillips, and such say labors, yet I recall the minor but life eloquence of men like John P. Hale, Cassius Clay, and one or two of the old abolition fanatics, ahead of all those stereotyped fames. Is not I sometimes question the first, last, and most important quality of all in training for a finished speaker, generally unsought, unrecked of both by teacher and pupil, though maybe it cannot be taught anyhow. At any rate, we need to clearly understand the distinction between oratory and elocution. Under the latter art, including some of high order, there is indeed no scarcity in the United States. Preachers, lawyers, actors, lecturers, and see withal, there seem to be few real orators, almost none. I repeat, and would dwell upon it, more as suggestion than mere fact, among all the brilliant lights of bar or stage I have heard in my time. For years in New York and other cities I haunted the courts to witness notable trials, and have heard all the famous actors and actresses that have been in America the past 50 years. Though I recall marvelous effects from one or other of them, I never had anything in the way of vocal utterance to shake me through and become fixed with its accompaniments. In my memory, like those prayers and sermons, like Father Taylor's personal electricity, and the whole scene there, the prone ship in the gale, and dashing wave and foam for background in the little old sea church in Boston, those summer Sundays just before the Secession War broke out. The Spanish element in our nationality. Our friends at Santa Fe, New Mexico, have just finished their long drawn-out anniversary of the 333d year of the settlement of their city by the Spanish. The good, gray Walt Whitman was asked to write them a poem in commemoration. Instead, he wrote them a letter as follows: Philadelphia Press, August 5, 1883. Camden, New Jersey, July 20, 1883. To Messrs. Griffin, Martinez, Prince, and other gentlemen at Santa Fe. Dear Sirs, your kind invitation to visit you and deliver a poem for the 333d anniversary of founding Santa Fe has reached me so late that I have to decline, with sincere regret. But I will say a few words offhand. We Americans have yet to really learn our own antecedents and sort them, to unify them. They will be found ampler than has been supposed, and in widely different sources. Thus far, impressed by New England writers and schoolmasters, we tacitly abandon ourselves to the notion that our United States have been fashioned from the British Islands only, and essentially form a second England only, which is a very great mistake. Many leading traits for our future national personality, and some of the best ones, will certainly prove to have originated from other than British stock. As it is, the British and German, valuable as they are in the concrete, already threaten excess. Or rather, I should say, they have certainly reached that excess. Today, something outside of them, and to counterbalance them, is seriously needed. The seething materialistic and business vortices of the United States, in their present devouring relations, controlling and belittling everything else, are, in my opinion, but a vast and indispensable stage in the New World's development, and are certainly to be followed by something entirely different, at least by immense modifications. Character, literature, a society worthy the name, are yet to be established, through a nationality of noblest spiritual, heroic, and democratic attributes, not one of which at present definitely exists entirely different from the past, though unerringly founded on it, and to justify it. To that composite American identity of the future, Spanish character will supply some of the most needed parts. No stock shows a grander historic retrospect, grander in religiousness and loyalty, or for patriotism, courage, decorum, gravity, and honor. It is time to dismiss utterly the illusion compound, half raw head and bloody bones, and half mysteries of Udolpho, inherited from the English writers of the past 200 years. It is time to realize, for it is certainly true, that there will not be found any more cruelty, tyranny, superstition, and in the resume of past Spanish history than in the corresponding resume of Anglo-Norman history. Nay, I think there will not be found so much. Then another point, relating to American ethnology, past and to come, I will here touch upon at a venture. As to our aboriginal or Indian population, the Aztec in the south, and many a tribe in the north and west, I know it seems to be agreed that they must gradually dwindle as time rolls on, and in a few generations more leave only a reminiscence, a blank. But I am not at all clear about that. As America, from its many far-back sources and current supplies, develops, adapts, entwines, faithfully identifies its own we to see it cheerfully accepting and using all the contributions of foreign lands from the whole outside globe, and then rejecting the only ones distinctively, its own, the autochthonic ones. As to the Spanish stock of our Southwest, it is certain to me that we do not begin to appreciate the splendor and sterling value of its race element. Who knows but that element, like the course of some subterranean river, dipping invisibly for 100 or 2 years, is now to emerge in broadest flow and permanent action. If I might assume to do so, I would like to send you the most cordial, heartfelt congratulations of your American fellow countrymen here. You have more friends in the northern and Atlantic regions than you suppose, and they are deeply interested in the development of the great southwestern interior, and in what your festival would arouse to public attention. Very respectfully, N.C. Walt Whitman. What lurks behind Shakespeare's historical plays? We all know how much mythos there is in the Shakespeare question as it stands today. Beneath a few foundations of proved facts are certainly engulfed far more dim and elusive ones, of deepest importance, tantalizing and half-suspected, suggesting explanations that one dare not put in plain statement. But coming at once to the point, the English historical plays are to me not only the most eminent as dramatic performances, my maturest judgment confirming the impressions of my early years, that the distinctiveness and glory of the poet reside not in his vaunted dramas of the passions, but those founded on the contests of English dynasties and the French wars, but form, as we get it all, the chief in a complexity of puzzles. Conceived out of the fullest heat and pulse of European feudalism personifying, in unparalleled ways, the medieval aristocracy, its towering spirit of ruthless and gigantic caste, with its own peculiar air and arrogance, no mere imitation, only one of the wolfish earls, so plenteous in the plays themselves, or some born descendant and knower, might seem to be the true author of those amazing works in some respects greater than anything else in recorded literature. The start and germ-stock of the pieces on which the present speculation is founded are undoubtedly, with, at the outset, no small amount of bungling work, in Henry Roman VI. It is plain to me that as profound and forecasting a brain and pen as ever appeared in literature, after floundering somewhat in the first part of that trilogy or perhaps drafting it more or less experimentally or by accident afterward developed and defined his plan in the second and third parts, and from time to time, thenceforward, systematically enlarged it to majestic and mature proportions in Richard Roman II, Richard Roman III, King John, Henry Roman IV, Henry V. And even in Macbeth, Coriolanus, and Lear. For it is impossible to grasp the whole cluster of those plays, however wide the intervals and different circumstances of their composition, without thinking of them as, in a free sense, the result of an essentially controlling plan. What was that plan? Or rather, what was veiled behind it? For to me there was certainly something so veiled. Even the episodes of Cade, Joan of Arc, and the like, which sometimes seem to me like interpolations aloud, may be meant to foil the possible sleuth and throw any too cute pursuer off the scent. In the whole matter I should specially dwell on, and make much of, that inexplicable element of every highest poetic nature which causes it to cover up and involve its real purpose and meanings in folded removes and far recesses. Of this trait hiding the nest where common seekers may never find it, the Shakespearean works afford the most numerous and marked illustrations known to me. I would even call that trait the leading one through the whole of those works. All the foregoing to premise a brief statement of how and where I get my new light on Shakespeare. Speaking of the special English plays, my friend William O'Connor says, "They seem simply and rudely historical in their motive, as aiming to give in the rough a tableau of warring dynasties and carry to me a lurking sense of being in aid of some ulterior design, probably well enough understood in that age, which perhaps time and criticism will reveal. Their atmosphere is one of barbarous and tumultuous gloom. They do not make us love the times they limn. And it is impossible to believe that the greatest of the Elizabethan men could have sought to indoctrinate the age with the love of feudalism, which his own drama in its entirety, if the view taken of it herein be true, certainly and subtly saps and mines." Reading the just specified play in the light of Mr. O'Connor's suggestion, I defy anyone to escape such new and deep utterance meanings, like magic ink, warm by the fire, and previously invisible. Will it not indeed be strange if the author of Othello and Hamlet is destined to live in America, in a generation or two, less as the cunning draftsman of the passions, and more as putting on record the first full expose and, by far the most vivid one, immeasurably ahead of doctrinaires and economists of the political theory and results, or the reason why and necessity for them which America has come on earth to abnegate and replace? The summary of my suggestion would be, therefore, that while the more the rich and tangled jungle of the Shakespearean area is traversed and studied, and the more baffled and mixed, as so far appears, becomes the exploring student, who at last surmises everything and remains certain of nothing, it is possible a future age of criticism, diving deeper, mapping the land and lines freer, completer than hitherto, may discover in the plays named the scientific Baconian. Inauguration of modern democracy furnishing realistic and first-class artistic portraitures of the medieval world, the feudal personalities, institutes, in their morbid accumulations, deposits upon politics and sociology, may penetrate to that hardpan, far down and back of the Austin of today, on which, and on which only the progressism of the last 2 centuries has built this democracy, which now holds secure lodgment over the whole civilized world. Whether such was the unconscious, or, as I think likely, the more or less conscious purpose of him who fashioned those marvelous architectonics, is a secondary question. A thought on Shakespeare. The most distinctive poems, the most permanently rooted, and with heartiest reason for being the copious cycle of Arthurian legends, or the almost equally copious Charlemagne cycle, or the poems of the Cid, or Scandinavian Eddas, or Nibelungen, or Chaucer, or Spenser, or bona fide Ossian, or Inferno probably had their rise in the great historic perturbations, which they came in to sum up and confirm, indirectly embodying results to date. Then, however precious to culture, the grandest of those poems, it may be said, preserve and typify results offensive to the modern spirit and long passed away. To state it briefly, and taking the strongest examples, in Homer lives the ruthless military prowess of Greece and of its special god-descended dynastic houses, in Shakespeare the dragon rancors and stormy feudal splendor of medieval caste. Poetry, largely considered, is an evolution, sending out improved endeavor-expanded types in one sense, the past, even the best of it necessarily giving place and dying out. For our existing world, the bases on which all the grand old poems were built have become vacuums, and even those of many comparatively modern ones are broken and half gone. For us today, not their own intrinsic value, vast as that is, backs and maintains those poems but a mountain-high growth of associations, the layers of successive ages. Everywhere their own lands included, is there not something terrible in the tenacity with which the one book out of millions holds its grip? The Homeric and Virgilian works, the interminable ballad romances of the Middle Ages, the utterances of Dante, Spenser, and others are upheld by their cumulous entrenchment in scholarship, and as precious, always welcome, unspeakably valuable reminiscences. Even the one who at present reigns unquestioned of Shakespeare for all he stands for so much in modern literature, he stands entirely for the mighty aesthetic scepters of the past, not for the spiritual and democratic, the scepters of the future. The inward and outward characteristics of Shakespeare are his vast and rich variety of persons and themes, with his wondrous delineation of each and all not only limitless funds of verbal and pictorial resource, but great excess, superfetation mannerism, like a fine, aristocratic perfume, holding a touch of musk, euphuse, his mark, with boundless sumptuousness and adornment, real velvet and gems. Not shoddy nor paste but a good deal of bombast and fustian, certainly some terrific mouthing in Shakespeare. Superb and inimitable as all is, it is mostly an objective and physiological kind of power and beauty the soul finds in Shakespeare a style supremely grand of the sort, but in my opinion stopping short of the grandest sort, at any rate for fulfilling and satisfying modern and scientific and democratic American purposes. Think not of growths as forests primeval, or Yellowstone geysers or Colorado ravines, but of costly marble palaces and palace rooms, and the noblest fixings and furniture, and noble owners and occupants to correspond. Think of carefully built gardens from the beautiful but sophisticated gardening art at its best, with walks and bowers and artificial lakes, and appropriate statue groups, and the finest cultivated roses and lilies and japonicas in plenty, and you have the tally of Shakespeare. The low characters, mechanics, even the loyal henchmen all in themselves nothing serve as capital foils to the aristocracy. The comedies, exquisite as they certainly are, bringing in admirably portrayed common characters, have the unmistakable hue of plays, portraits, made for the divertisement only of the elite of the castle and from its point of view. The comedies are altogether non-acceptable to America and democracy. But to the deepest soul, it seems a shame to pick and choose from the riches Shakespeare has left us to criticize his infinitely royal, multiform quality to gauge, with optic glasses, the dazzle of his sun-like beams. The best poetic utterance, after all, can merely hint or remind, often very indirectly, or at distant removes. Aught of real perfection, or the solution of any deep problem, or any completed statement of the moral, the true, the beautiful, eludes the greatest, deftest poet flies away like an always uncaught bird. Robert Burns is poet and person. What the future will decide about Robert Burns and his works, what place will be assigned them on that great roster of geniuses and genius, which can only be finished by the slow but sure balancing of the centuries, with their ample average eye, of course, cannot tell. But as we know him from his recorded utterances, and after nearly 1 century, and its diligence of collections, songs, letters, anecdotes, presenting the figure of the canny Scotchman in a fullness and detail wonderfully complete, and the lines mainly by his own hand, he forms today, in some respects, the most interesting personality among singers. Then there are many things in Burns's poems and character that specially endear him to America. He was essentially a Republican, would have been at home in the western United States, and probably become eminent there. He was an average sample of the good-natured, warm-blooded, proud-spirited, amative, alimentive, convivial, young and early middle-aged man of the decent-born middle classes everywhere and anyhow. Without the race of which he is a distinct specimen. And perhaps his poems, America and Her Powerful Democracy, could not exist today, could not project with unparalleled historic sway into the future. Perhaps the peculiar coloring of the era of Burns needs always first to be considered. It included the times of the 76-83 Revolution in America, of the French Revolution, and an unparalleled chaos development in Europe and elsewhere. In every department, shining and strange names, like stars, some rising, some in meridian, some declining, Voltaire, Franklin, Washington, Kant, Goethe, Fulton, Napoleon, mark the era. And while so much, and of grandest moment, fit for the trumpet of the world's fame, was being transacted, that little tragicomedy of R.B.'s life and death was going on in a country by place in Scotland. Burns's correspondence, generally collected and published since his death, gives wonderful glints into both the amiable and weak, and worse than weak, parts of his portraiture, habits, good and bad luck, ambition and associations. His letters to Mrs. Dunlop, Mrs. MacLehose, Clarinda, Mr. Thompson, Dr. Moore, Robert Muir, Mr. Cunningham, Miss Margaret Chalmers, Peter Hill, Richard Brown, Mrs. Riddle, Robert Ainslie, and Robert Graham afford valuable lights and shades to the outline, and with numerous others help to a touch here, and fill in there, of poet and poems. There are suspicions, it is true, of the genteel letter writer, with scraps and words from the Manual of French Quotations, and in the love letters some hollow mouthings. Yet we wouldn't on any account lack the letters. A full and true portrait is always what is wanted, veracity at every hazard. Besides, do we not all see by this time that the story of Burns, even for its own sake, requires the record of the whole and several, with nothing left out? Completely and every point minutely told out its fullest, explains and justifies itself, as perhaps almost any life does. He is very close to the earth. He picked up his best words and tunes directly from the Scotch home singers, but tells Thompson they would not please his tease, learned lugs, adding, "I call them simple, you would pronounce them silly." Yes, indeed, the idiom was undoubtedly his happiest hit. Yet Dr. Moore, in 1789, writes to Burns, "If I were to offer an opinion, it would be that in your future productions you should abandon the Scotch stanza and dialect, and adopt the measure and language of modern English poetry." As the 128th birth anniversary of the poet draws on, January 1887, with its increasing club suppers, vehement celebrations, letters, speeches, and so on, mostly, as William O'Connor says, from people who would not have noticed R.B. at all during his actual life, nor kept his company, or read his verses, on any account, it may be opportune to print some leisurely jotted notes I find in my budget. I take my observation of the Scottish bard by considering him as an individual amid the crowded clusters, galaxies, of the old world, and fairly inquiring, and suggesting what out of these myriads he too may be to the Western Republic. In the first place, no poet on record so fully bequeaths his own personal magnetism, nor illustrates more pointedly how one's verses, by time and reading, can so curiously fuse with the versifier's own life and death, and give final light and shade to all. I would say a large part of the fascination of Burns's homely, simple dialect melodies is due, for all current and future readers, to the poet's personal errors. The general bleakness of his lot, his ingrained pensiveness, his brief dash into dazzling, tantalizing, evanescent sunshine finally culminating in those last years of his life, his being tabooed and in debt, sick and sore, yawed as by contending gales, deeply dissatisfied with everything. Most of all with himself high-spirited too, no man ever really higher-spirited than Robert Burns. I think it a perfectly legitimate part too. At any rate, it has come to be an impalpable aroma through which only both the songs and their singer must henceforth be read and absorbed. Through that view medium of misfortune of a noble spirit in low environments, and of a squalid and premature death we view the undoubted facts, giving, as we read them now, a sad kind of pungency, that Burns's were, before all else, the lyrics of illicit loves and carousing intoxication. Perhaps even it is this strange, impalpable post-mortem comment and influence referred to that gives them their contrast, attraction, making the zest of their authors after fame. If he had lived steady, fat, moral, comfortable, well-to-do years on his own grade, let alone, what of course was out of the question, the ease and velvet and rosewood and copious royalties of Tennyson or Victor Hugo or Longfellow, and died well-ripened and respectable, where could have come in that burst of passionate sobbing and remorse which welled forth instantly and generally in Scotland, and soon followed everywhere among English-speaking races, on the announcement of his death, and which, with no sign of stopping, only regulated and veined with fitting appreciation, flows deeply, widely yet. Dear Rob, manly, witty, fond, friendly, full of weak spots as well as strong one's essential type of so many thousands perhaps the average, as just said, of the decent-born young men and the early mid-aged, not only of the British Isles, but America, too, north and south, just the same. I think, indeed, one best part of Burns is the unquestionable proof he presents of the perennial existence among the laboring classes, especially farmers, of the finest latent poetic elements in their blood. How clear it is to me that the common soil has always been, and is now, thickly strewn with just such gems. He is well called the ploughman. Holding the plough, said his brother Gilbert, was the favorite situation with Robert for poetic compositions, and some of his best verses were produced while he was at that exercise. I must return to my humble station, and woo my rustic muse in my wonted way, at the plough-tail. 1787, to the Earl of Buchan. He has no high ideal of the poet, or the poet's office, indeed quite a low and contracted notion of both. Fortune, if thou'll but gie me still hail breeks, a scone and whiskey gill, and wroth o rhyme to rave at will, tack the rest. See also his rimmed letters to Robert Graham invoking patronage. One stronghold, Lord Glencairn, being dead, now these appeals to Fintra, my other stay. Within one letter a copious shower of vituperation generally. In his collected poems there is no particular unity, nothing that can be called a leading theory, no unmistakable spine or skeleton. Perhaps, indeed, their very desultoriness is the charm of his songs. I take up one or another, he says in a letter to Thomson, just as the bee of the moment buzzes in my bonnet lug. Consonantly with the customs of the time, yet markedly inconsistent in spirit with Burns's own case, and not a little painful as it remains on record, as depicting some features of the bard himself. The relation called patronage existed between the nobility and gentry on one side and literary people on the other, and gives one of the strongest sidelights to the general coloring of poems and poets. It crops out a good deal in Burns's letters, and even necessitated a certain flunkeyism on occasions, through life. It probably, with its requirements, while it helped in money and countenance, did as much as any one cause in making that life a chafed and unhappy one, ended by a premature and miserable death. Yes, there is something about Burns peculiarly acceptable to the concrete human points of view. He poetizes workaday agricultural labor and life, whose spirit and sympathies as well as practicalities are much the same everywhere, and treats fresh, often coarse, natural occurrences, loves, persons, not like many new and some old poets in a genteel style of gilt and china, or at second or third removes, but in their own born atmosphere, laughter, sweat, unction. Perhaps no one ever sang lads and lasses, that universal race, mainly the same, too, all ages, all lands down on their own plane, as he has. He exhibits no philosophy worth mentioning. His morality is hardly more than parrot talk, not bad or deficient, but cheap, shop-worn, the platitudes of old aunts and uncles to the youngsters, be good boys and keep your noses clean. Only when he gets at Pussy Nancy's, celebrating the barley brie, or among tramps or democratic bouts and drinking generally. Freedom and whiskey gang thegither. We have, in his own unmistakable color and warmth, those interiors of rakehelly life and tavern, fun the cantabile of jolly beggars in highest jinx lights and groupings of rank glee and brawny amorousness, outvying the best painted pictures of the Dutch school, or any school. By America and her democracy, such a poet, I cannot too often repeat, must be kept in loving remembrance. But it is best that discriminations be made. His admirers, as at those anniversary suppers, over the hot Scotch, will not accept for their favorite anything less than the highest rank, alongside of Homer, Shakespeare, etc. Such, in candor, are not the true friends of the Ayrshire bard, who really needs a different place quite by himself. The Iliad and the Odyssey express courage, craft, full-grown heroism in situations of danger. The sense of command and leadership, emulation, the last and fullest evolution of self-poise as in kings, and godlike even while animal appetites. The Shakespearean compositions, on vertebres and framework of the primary passions, portray essentially the same as Homer's. The spirit and letter of the feudal world, the Norman lord, ambitious and arrogant, taller and nobler than common men with much underplay and gusts of heat and cold, volcanoes and stormy seas. Burns, and some will say to his credit, attempts none of these themes. He poetizes the humor, riotous blood sulks, amorous torments, fondness for the tavern and for cheap objective nature, with disgust at the grim and narrow ecclesiasticism of his time and land, of a young farmer on a bleak and hired farm in Scotland, through the years and under the circumstances of the British politics of that time, and of his short personal career as author, from 1783 to 1796. He is intuitive and affectionate, and just emerged or emerging from the shackles of the kirk, from poverty, ignorance, and from his own rank appetites, out of which latter, however, he never extricated himself. It is to be said that amid not a little smoke and gas in his poems, there is in almost every piece a spark of fire, and now and then the real afflatus. He has been applauded as democratic, and with some warrant, while Shakespeare, and with the greatest warrant, has been called monarchical or aristocratic, which he certainly is. But the splendid personalizations of Shakespeare, formulated on the largest, freest, most heroic, most artistic mold, are to me far dearer as lessons, and more precious even as models for democracy than the humdrum samples Burns presents. The motives of some of his effusions are certainly discreditable, personally one or two of them markedly so. He has, moreover, little or no spirituality. This last is his mortal flaw and defect, tried by highest standards, the ideal he never reached, and yet I think he leads the way to it. He gives melodies, and now and then the simplest and sweetest ones, but harmonies, complications, oratorios in words, never. I do not speak this in any deprecatory sense. Blessed be the memory of the warm-hearted Scotchman for what he has left us, just as it is. He likewise did not know himself, in more ways than one. Though so really fret and independent, he prided himself in his songs on being a reactionist and a Jacobiton persistent sentimental adherency to the cause of the Stuarts, the weakest, thinnest, most faithless, brainless dynasty that ever held a throne. Thus, while Burns is not at all great for New World study, in the sense that Isaiah and Aeschylus and the Book of Job are unquestionably great, is not to be mentioned with Shakespeare hardly, even with current Tennyson or our Emerson. He has a nestling niche of his own. All fragrant, fond, and quaint and homely, a lodge built near, but outside the mighty temple of the gods of song and art, those universal strivers, through their works of harmony and melody and power, to ever show or intimate man's crowning last. Victorious fusion in himself of real and ideal. Precious, too fit and precious beyond all singers, high or low will Burns ever be to the native Scotch, especially to the working classes of North Britain, so intensely one of them, and so racy of the soil, sites, and local customs. He often apostrophizes Scotland, and is, or would be, enthusiastically patriotic. His country has lately commemorated him in a statue. His aim is declaredly to be a rustic bard. His poems were all written in youth or young manhood. He was little more than a young man when he died. His collected works in Giving Everything are nearly one-half first drafts. His brightest hit is his use of the Scotch patois, so full of terms flavored like wild fruits or berries. Then I should make an allowance to Burns which cannot be made for any other poet. Curiously, even the frequent crudeness, haste, deficiencies, flatness, and puerilities by no means absent prove upon the whole not out of keeping in any comprehensive collection of his works, heroically printed, following copy, every piece, every line according to originals. Other poets might tremble for such boldness, such rawness. In this odd kind Cheel, such points hardly mar the rest. Not only are they in consonance with the underlying spirit of the pieces, but complete the full abandon and veracity of the farm fields and the home-brewed flavor of the Scotch vernacular. Is there not often something in the very neglect, unfinish, careless nudity, slovenly hiatus, coming from intrinsic genius, and not put on, that secretly pleases the soul more than the wrought and rewrought polish of the most perfect verse? Mark the native spice and untranslatable twang in the very names of his songs O for Ane and 20 Tam, John Barleycorn, Lass May a Bra Wooer, Ratlin Roarin' Willie, O wert thou in the called blast, Gude e'en to you, Kimmer, Mary Hay I been teething a heckle, O lay thy loof in mine, lass, and others. The longer and more elaborated poems of Burns are just such as would please a natural but homely taste and cute but average intellect, and are inimitable in their way. The Twa Dogs, one of the best with the conversation between Cesar and Lewith, the Briggs of Air, the Cotter's Saturday Night, Tam O'Shanter all will be long read and reread and admired, and ever deserve to be. With nothing profound in any of them, what there is of moral and plot has an inimitably fresh and racy flavor. If it came to question, literature could well afford to send adrift many a pretensive poem, and even book of poems, before it could spare these compositions. Never indeed was there truer utterance in a certain range of idiosyncrasy than by this poet. Hardly a piece of his, large or small, but has snap and raciness. He puts in cantering rhyme, often doggerel, much cutting irony and idiomatic ear-cuffing of the Kirkdeacon's drily good-natured addresses to his cronies. He certainly would not stop us if he were here this moment, from classing that to the Dale among them, to Maily and her lambs, to Auld Mare Maggie, to a mouse. Wee sleeket Karen timorous beastie. To a mountain daisy, to a haggis, to a louse, to the toothache and sea, and occasionally to his brother bards and lady or gentleman patrons, often with strokes of tenderest sensibility, idiopathic humor, and genuine poetic imagination, still oftener with shrewd, original, sheeny, steel flashes of wit, homespun sense, or lance blade puncturing. Then, strangely, the basis of Burns's character, with all its fun and manliness, was hypochondria, the blues, palpable enough in despondency. Man was made to mourn, addressed to ruin, a bard's epitaph, and see from such deep-down elements sprout up, in very contrast and paradox, those riant utterances of which a superficial reading will not detect the hidden foundation. Yet nothing is clearer to me than the black and desperate background behind those pieces as I shall now specify them. I find his most characteristic, nature's masterly touch and luxuriant lifeblood, color and heat, not in Tam O'Shanter. The Cotter's Saturday Night, Scots Wha Hay, Highland Mary, the Twa Dogs, and the like, but in the Jolly Beggars, Rigs of Barley, Scotch Drink, the Epistle to John Rankin, Holy Willie's Prayer, and in Halloween, to say nothing of a certain cluster, known still to a small inner circle in Scotland, but for good reasons not published anywhere. In these compositions, especially the first, there is much indelicacy, some editions flatly leave it out. But the composer reigns alone, with handling free and broad and true, and is an artist. You may see and feel the man indirectly in his other verses, all of them, with more or less lifelikeness, but these I have named last call out pronouncedly in his own voice. I, Rob, am here. Finally, in any summing up of Burns, though so much is to be said in the way of fault-finding, drawing black marks, and doubtless severe literary criticism, in the present outpouring I have kept myself in, rather than allowed any free flow after full retrospect of his works and life. The aforesaid Oddkind Shiel remains to my heart and brain as almost the tenderest, manliest, and even if contradictory, dearest flesh and blood figure in all the streams and clusters of bygone poets. Notes. Probably no man that ever lived a friend has made the statement was so fondly loved, both by men and women, as Robert Burns. The reason is not hard to find. He had a real heart of flesh and blood beating in his bosom. You could almost hear it throb. Someone said that if you had shaken hands with him, his hand would have burnt yours. The gods indeed made him poetical, but nature had a hand in him first. His heart was in the right place. He did not pile up cantos of poetic diction. He plucked the mountain daisy under his feet. He rode a field mouse hurrying from its ruined dwelling. He held the plow or the pen with the same firm, manly grasp, and he was loved. The simple roll of the women who gave him their affection and their sympathy would make a long manuscript, and most of these were of such noble worth that, as Robert Chambers says, their character may stand as a testimony in favor of that of Burns. As I understand, the foregoing is from an extremely rare book published by M. in Kilmarnock. I find the whole beautiful paragraph in a capital paper on Burns by Amelia Barr. The Dumfries statue of Robert Burns was successfully unveiled April 1881 by Lord Rosebery, the occasion having been made national in its character. Before the ceremony, a large procession paraded the streets of the town, all the trades and societies of that part of Scotland being represented, at the head of which went dairymen and ploughmen, the former driving their carts and being accompanied by their maids. The statue is of Sicilian marble. It rests on a pedestal of gray stone 5 feet high. The poet is represented as sitting easily on an old tree root, holding in his left hand a cluster of daisies. His face is toward the right shoulder, and the eyes gaze into the distance. Nearby lie a collie dog, a broad bonnet half covering a well-thumbed songbook, and a rustic flageolet. The costume is taken from the Nasmyth portrait, which has been followed for the features of the face. A word about Tennyson. Beautiful as the song was, the original Locksley Hall of half a century ago was essentially morbid, heartbroken, finding fault with everything, especially the fact of money's being made, as it ever must be, and perhaps should be, the paramount matter in worldly affairs. Every door is barred with gold, and opens but to golden keys. First, a father having fallen in battle, his child the singer, was left a trampled orphan, and a selfish uncle's ward. Of course love ensues. The woman in the chant or monologue proves a false one, and as far as appears the ideal of woman in the poet's reflections is a false one at any rate for America. Woman is not the lesser man. The heart is not the brain. The best of the piece of 50 years since is its concluding line. For the mighty wind arises roaring seaward, and I go. Then for this current 1886-7, a just-out sequel, which as an apparently authentic summary says, reviews the life of mankind during the past 60 years, and comes to the conclusion that its boasted progress is of doubtful credit to the world in general and to England in particular. A cynical vein of denunciation of democratic opinions and aspirations runs throughout the poem in marked contrast with the spirit of the poet's youth. Among the most striking lines of this sequel are the following. Envy wears the mask of love, and laughing sober fact to scorn cries to weakest as to strongest, ye are equals, equal born, equal born. Oh yes, if yonder hill be level with the flat, charm us, orator, till the lion look no larger than the cat, till the cat, through that mirage of overheated language, loom larger than the lion demoend in working its own doom. Tumble nature heel o'er head, and, yelling with the yelling street, set the feet above the brain, and swear the brain is in the feet, bring the old dark ages back, without the faith, without the hope, beneath the state, the church, the throne, and roll their ruins down the slope. I should say that all this is a legitimate consequence of the tone and convictions of the earlier standards and points of view. Then some reflections, down to the hardpan of this sort of thing. The course of progressive politics, democracy, is so certain and resistless, not only in America but in Europe, that we can well afford the warning calls, threats, checks, neutralizings in imaginative literature or any department of such deep-sounding and high-soaring voices as Carlyle's and Tennyson's. Nay, the blindness, excesses of the prevalent tendency, the dangers of the urgent trends of our times, in my opinion, need such voices almost more than any. I should, too, call it a signal instance of democratic humanity's luck that it has such enemies to contend with, so candid, so fervid, so heroic. But why do I say enemies? Upon the whole, is not Tennyson and was not Carlyle, like an honest and stern physician, the true friend of our age? Let me assume to pass verdict, or perhaps momentary judgment, for the United States on this poeta removed and distant position, giving some advantages over a nigh one. What is Tennyson's service to his race times, and especially to America? First, I should say, or at least not forget, his personal character. He is not to be mentioned as a rugged evolutionary aboriginal force, but, and a great lesson is in it, he has been consistent throughout with the native, healthy, patriotic spinal element and promptings of himself. His moral line is local and conventional, but it is vital and genuine. He reflects the upper crust of his time, its pale cast of thought-tive and its ennui. Then the simile of my friend John Burroughs is entirely true. His glove is a glove of silk, but the hand is a hand of iron. He shows how one can be a royal laureate, quite elegant and aristocratic, and a little queer and affected, and at the same time perfectly manly and natural. As to his non-democracy, it fits him well, and I like him the better for it. I guess we all like to have, I am sure I do, someone who presents those sides of a thought or possibility, different from our own different and yet, with a sort of home-likeness, a tartness and contradiction offsetting the theory as we view it, and construed from tastes and proclivities not at all his own. To me, Tennyson shows more than any poet I know, perhaps has been a warning to me, how much there is in finest verbalism. There is such a latent charm in mere words, cunning collocutions, and in the voice ringing them, which he has caught and brought out, beyond all others as in the line. And hallo, 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 all delight. In the passing of Arthur, and evidenced in The Lady of Shalott, The Deserted House, and many other pieces. Among the best, I often linger over them again and again, are Lucretius, The Lotos Eaters, and The Northern Farmer. His mannerism is great, but it is a noble and welcome mannerism. His very best work, to me, is contained in the books of the Idylls of the King, and all that has grown out of them. Though indeed we could spare nothing of Tennyson, however small or however peculiar, not break, nor flower in the crannied wall, nor the old, eternally told passion of Edward Gray. Love may come and love may go, and fly like a bird from tree to tree. But I will love no more till Ellen Adair come back to me. Yes, Alfred Tennyson's is a superb character, and will help give illustriousness through the long roll of time to our 19th century. In its bunch of orbic names, shining like a constellation of stars, his will be one of the brightest. His very faults, doubts, swervings, doublings upon himself have been typical of our age. We are like the voyagers of a ship, casting off for new seas, distant shores. We would still dwell in the old suffocating and dead haunts, remembering and magnifying their pleasant experiences only, and more than once impelled to jump ashore before it is too late, and stay where our fathers stayed, and live as they lived. Maybe I am non-literary and non-decorous. Let me at least be human, and pay part of my debt in this word about Tennyson. I want him to realize that here is a great and ardent nation that absorbs his songs, and has a respect and affection for him personally, as almost for no other foreigner. I want this word to go to the old man at Farringford as conveying no more than the simple truth, and that truth, a little Christmas gift, no slight one either. I have written impromptu, and shall let it all go at that. The readers of more than 50 millions of people in the New World not only owe to him some of their most agreeable and harmless and healthy hours, but he has entered into the formative influences of character here, not only in the Atlantic cities, but inland and far west, out in Missouri, in Kansas, and away in Oregon, in farmer's house and miner's cabin. Best thanks, anyhow, to Alfred Tennyson, thanks and appreciation in America's name. Slang in America. Viewed freely, the English language is the accretion and growth of every dialect, race, and range of time, and is both the free and compacted composition of all. From this point of view, it stands for language in the largest sense, and is really the greatest of studies. It involves so much, is indeed a sort of universal absorber, combiner, and conqueror. The scope of its etymologies is the scope not only of man and civilization, but the history of nature in all departments and of the organic universe brought up to date, for all are comprehended in words and their backgrounds. This is when words become vitalized and stand for things, as they unerringly and soon come to do, in the mind that enters on their study with fitting spirit, grasp, and appreciation. Slang, profoundly considered, is the lawless germinal element, below all words and sentences, and behind all poetry, and proves a certain perennial rankness and Protestantism in speech. As the United States inherit by far their most precious possession the language they talk and write from the Old World, under and out of its feudal institutes, I will allow myself to borrow a simile even of those forms farthest removed from American democracy. Considering language, then, as some mighty potentate, into the majestic audience hall of the monarch ever enters a personage like one of Shakespeare's clowns, and takes position there, and plays a part even in the stateliest ceremonies. Such is slang or indirection, an attempt of common humanity to escape from bald literalism, and express itself illimitably, which in highest walks produces poets and poems, and doubtless in prehistoric times gave the start to, and perfected the whole immense tangle of the old mythologies. For curious as it may appear, it is strictly the same impulse source, the same thing. Slang, too, is the wholesome fermentation or eructation of those processes eternally active in language, by which froth and specks are thrown up, mostly to pass away, though occasionally to settle and permanently crystallize. To make it plainer, it is certain that many of the oldest and solidest words we use were originally generated from the daring and license of slang. In the processes of word formation, myriads die, but here and there the attempt attracts superior meanings, becomes valuable and indispensable, and lives forever. Thus the term right means literally only straight. Wrong primarily meant twisted, distorted. Integrity meant oneness. Spirit meant breath or flame. A supercilious person was one who raised his eyebrows. To insult was to leap against. If you influenced a man, you but flowed into him. The Hebrew word which is translated prophesy meant to bubble up and pour forth as a fountain. The enthusiast bubbles up with the Spirit of God within him, and it pours forth from him like a fountain. The word prophecy is misunderstood. Many suppose that it is limited to mere prediction. That is but the lesser portion of prophecy. The greater work is to reveal God. Every true religious enthusiast is a prophet. Language, be it remembered, is not an abstract construction of the learned or of dictionary makers, but is something arising out of the work, needs, ties, joys, affections, tastes of long generations of humanity, and has its bases broad and low, close to the ground. Its final decisions are made by the masses, people nearest the concrete, having most to do with actual land and sea. It impermeates all, the past as well as the present, and is the grandest triumph of the human intellect. Those mighty works of art, says Addington Symonds, which we call languages, in the construction of which whole peoples unconsciously cooperated, the forms of which were determined not by individual genius, but by the instincts of successive generations, acting to one end, inherent in the nature of the race, those poems of pure thought and fancy, cadenced not in words, but in living imagery, fountain-heads of inspiration, mirrors of the mind of nascent nations, which we call mythologies. These, surely, are more marvelous in their infantine spontaneity than any more mature production of the races which evolved them. Yet we are utterly ignorant of their embryology. The true science of origins is yet in its cradle. Daring as it is to say so, in the growth of language it is certain that the retrospect of slang from the start would be the recalling from their nebulous conditions of all that is poetical in the stores of human utterance. Moreover, the honest delving, as of late years, by the German and British workers in comparative philology, has pierced and dispersed many of the falsest bubbles of centuries, and will disperse many more. It was long recorded that in Scandinavian mythology, the heroes in the Norse paradise drank out of the skulls of their slain enemies. Later investigation proves the word taken for skulls to mean horns of beasts slain in the hunt. And what reader had not been exorcised over the traces of that feudal custom, by which seigneurs warmed their feet in the bowels of serfs, the abdomen being opened for the purpose? It now is made to appear that the serf was only required to submit his unharmed abdomen as a foot cushion while his lord supped, and was required to chafe the legs of the seigneur with his hands. It is curiously in embryons and childhood, and among the illiterate, we always find the groundwork and start of this great science and its noblest products. What a relief most people have in speaking of a man not by his true and formal name, with a Mr. to it, but by some odd or homely appellative. The propensity to approach a meaning not directly and squarely, but by circuitous styles of expression, seems indeed a born quality of the common people everywhere, evidenced by nicknames, and the inveterate determination of the masses to bestow subtitles, sometimes ridiculous, sometimes very apt. Always among the soldiers during the Secession War, one heard of Little Mac, Jen McClellan, or of Uncle Billy, Jen Sherman. The old man was, of course, very common. Among the rank and file, both armies, it was very general to speak of the different states they came from by their slang names. Those from Maine were called Foxes, New Hampshire, Granite Boys, Massachusetts, Bay Staters, Vermont, Green Mountain Boys, Rhode Island, Gunflints, Connecticut, Wooden Nutmegs, New York, Knickerbockers, New Jersey, Clam Catchers, Pennsylvania, Loggerheads, Delaware, Muskrats, Maryland, Claw Thumpers, Virginia, Beagles, North Carolina, Tarboilers, South Carolina, Weasels, Georgia, Buzzards, Louisiana, Creoles, Alabama, Lizards, Kentucky, Corn Crackers, Ohio, Buckeyes, Michigan, Wolverines. Indiana, Hoosiers, Illinois, suckers, Missouri, pukes, Mississippi tadpoles, Florida, fly up the creeks, Wisconsin, badgers, Iowa hawkeyes, Oregon, hard cases. Indeed, I am not sure, but slang names have more than once made presidents. Old Hickory, Jen Jackson is one case in point. Tippecanoe and Tyler too, another. I find the same rule in the people's conversations everywhere. I heard this among the men of the city horse cars, where the conductor is often called a snatcher, i.e. because his characteristic duty is to constantly pull or snatch the bell strap to stop or go on. Two young fellows are having a friendly talk, amid which says first conductor, "What did you do before you was a snatcher?" Answer of 2D conductor, nailed. Translation of answer, "I worked as carpenter." What is a boom? Says one editor to another. Esteemed contemporary, says the other, a boom is a bulge. Barefoot whiskey is the Tennessee name for the undiluted stimulant. In the slang of the New York common restaurant, waiters, a plate of ham and beans is known as stars and stripes, codfish balls as sleeve buttons, and hash as mystery. The western states of the Union are, however, as may be supposed, the special areas of slang, not only in conversation, but in names of localities, towns, rivers, etc. A late Oregon traveler says, "On your way to Olympia by rail, you cross a river called the Shookumchuck. Your train stops at places named Newaukum, Tumwater, and Toutle. And if you seek further, you will hear of whole counties labeled Dewakiakum, or Snohomish, or Kitsar, or Klickitat, and Cowlitz, Hookiam, and Nenolips greet and offend you. They complain in Olympia that Washington Territory gets but little immigration. But what wonder? What man, having the whole American continent to choose from, would willingly date his letters from the county of Snohomish or bring up his children in the city of Nenolips? The village of Tumwater is, as I am ready to bear witness, very pretty indeed. But surely an emigrant would think twice before he establish himself either there or at Toutle. Seattle is sufficiently barbarous. Steilacoom is no better. And I suspect that the Northern Pacific Railroad terminus has been fixed at Tacoma because it is one of the few places on Puget Sound whose name does not inspire horror. Then a Nevada paper chronicles the departure of a mining party from Reno. The toughest set of roosters that ever shook the dust off any town left Reno yesterday for the new mining district of Cornucopia. They came here from Virginia. Among the crowd were 4 New York cockfighters, 2 Chicago murderers, 3 Baltimore bruisers, 1 Philadelphia prizefighter, 4 San Francisco hoodlums, 3 Virginia beats, 2 Union Pacific roughs, and 2 Czech guerrillas. Among the Far West newspapers have been, or are, the Fairplay Colorado Flume, the Solid Muldoon of Ouray, the Tombstone Epitaph of Nevada, the Jimplecute of Texas, and the Bazoo of Missouri. Sherrill Bend, Whiskey Flat, Puppetown, Wild Yankee Ranch, Squaw Flat, Rawhide Ranch, Loafer's Ravine, Squitch Gulch, Toenail Lake are a few of the names of places in Butte County, Cal. Perhaps indeed no place or term gives more luxuriant illustrations of the fermentation processes I have mentioned, and their froth and specks, than those Mississippi and Pacific coast regions at the present day. Hasty and grotesque, as are some of the names, others are of an appropriateness and originality unsurpassable. This applies to the Indian words, which are often perfect. Oklahoma is proposed in Congress for the name of one of our new territories. Hogeye, Lickskillet, Rake Pocket, and Steeleasy are the names of some Texan towns. Miss Bremer found among the Aborigines the following names: Men's, Hornpoint, Roundwind, Stand and Lookout, The Cloud That Goes Aside, Iron Toe, Seek the Sun, Iron Flash, Red Bottle, White Spindle, Black Dog, Two Feathers of Honor, Gray Grass, Bushy Tail, Thunderface, Go on the Burning Sod, Spirits of the Dead. Women's, Keep the Fire, Spiritual Woman, Second Daughter of the House, Bluebird. Certainly philologists have not given enough attention to this element, and its results, which, I repeat, can probably be found working everywhere today, amid modern conditions, with as much life and activity as in far back Greece or India, under prehistoric ones. Then, the wit, the rich flashes of humor and genius and poetry darting out often from a gang of laborers, railroad men, miners, drivers, or boatmen. How often have I hovered at the edge of a crowd of them to hear their repartees and impromptus. You get more real fun from half an hour with them than from the books of all the American humorists. The science of language has large and close analogies in geological science, with its ceaseless evolution, its fossils, and its numberless submerged layers and hidden strata, the infinite go-before of the present. Or, perhaps language is more like some vast living body or perennial body of bodies. And slang not only brings the first feeders of it, but is afterward the start of fancy, imagination, and humor, breathing into its nostrils the breath of life. An Indian Bureau reminiscence. After the close of the Secession War in 1865, I worked several months, until Mr. Harlan turned me out for having written Leaves of Grass in the Interior Department at Washington in the Indian Bureau. Along this time, there came to see their great father an unusual number of Aboriginal visitors, delegations for treaties, settlement of lands, and sea, some young or middle-aged, but mainly old men from the west, north, and occasionally from the south, parties of from 5 to 20, each the most wonderful proofs of what nature can produce. The survival of the fittest, no doubt all the frailer samples dropped, sorted out by death, as if to show how the earth and woods, the attrition of storms and elements, and the exigencies of life at first hand, can train and fashion men, indeed chiefs, in heroic massiveness, imperturbability, muscle, and that last and highest beauty consisting of strength, the full exploitation and fruitage of a human identity, not from the culmination points of culture and artificial civilization, but tallying our race, as it were, with giant, vital, gnarled, enduring trees or monoliths of separate hardiest rocks, and humanity holding its own with the best of the said trees or rocks, and outdoing them. There were Omahas, Poncas, Winnebagos, Cheyennes, Navajos, Apache, and many others. Let me give a running account of what I see and hear through one of these conference collections at the Indian Bureau, going back to the present tense. Every head and face is impressive, even artistic. Nature redeems herself out of her crudest recesses. Most have red paint on their cheeks, however, or some other paint. Little Hill makes the opening speech, which the interpreter translates by scraps. Many wear head tires of gaudy-colored braid, wound around thickly, some with circlets of eagle's feathers. Necklaces of bear's claws are plenty around their necks. Most of the chiefs are wrapped in large blankets of the brightest scarlet. 2 or 3 have blue, and I see one black. A wise man called the Flesh now makes a short speech, apparently asking something. Indian Commissioner Dole answers him, and the interpreter translates in scraps again. All the principal chiefs have tomahawks or hatchets, some of them very richly ornamented and costly. Plaid shirts are to be observed, none too clean. Now a tall fellow, Hole in the Day, is speaking. He has a copious headdress composed of feathers and narrow ribbon, under which appears a countenance painted all over a bilious yellow. Let us note this young chief. For all his paint, Hole in the Day is a handsome Indian, mild and calm, dressed in drab buckskin leggings, dark gray surtout, and a soft black hat. His costume will bear full observation, and even fashion would accept him. His apparel is worn loose and scant enough to show his superb physique, especially in neck, chest, and legs. The Apollo Belvedere was the involuntary exclamation of a famous European artist when he first saw a full-grown young Choctaw. One of the red visitors, a wild, lean-looking Indian, the one in the black woolen wrapper, has an empty buffalo head, with the horns on for his personal surmounting. I see a markedly Bourbonish countenance among the chiefs. It is not very uncommon among them, I am told. Most of them avoided resting on chairs during the hour of their talk in the commissioner's office. They would sit around on the floor, leaning against something, or stand up by the walls, partially wrapped in their blankets. Though some of the young fellows were, as I have said, magnificent and beautiful animals, I think the palm of unique picturesqueness, in body, limb, physiognomy, and sea, was borne by the old or elderly chiefs and the wise men. My here alluded to experience in the Indian Bureau produced one very definite conviction, as follows. There is something about these Aboriginal Americans, in their highest characteristic representations, essential traits, and the ensemble of their physique and physiognomy, something very remote, very lofty, arousing comparisons with our own civilized ideals, something that our literature, portrait painting, and sea have never caught, and that will almost certainly never be transmitted to the future, even as a reminiscence. No biographer, no historian, no artist has grasped it, perhaps could not grasp it. It is so different, so far outside our standards of eminent humanity. Their feathers, paint, even the empty buffalo skull, did not, to say the least, seem any more ludicrous to me than many of the fashions I have seen in civilized society. I should not apply the word savage, at any rate, in the usual sense, as a leading word in the description of those great Aboriginal specimens, of whom I certainly saw many of the best. There were moments, as I looked at them or studied them, when our own exemplification of personality, dignity, heroic presentation anyhow, as in the conventions of society, or even in the accepted poems and plays, seemed sickly, puny, inferior. The interpreters, agents of the Indian department, or other whites accompanying the bands in positions of responsibility were always interesting to me. I had many talks with them. Occasionally, I would go to the hotels where the bands were quartered and spend an hour or two informally. Of course, we could not have much conversation, though, through the interpreters, more of this than might be supposed, sometimes quite animated and significant. I had the good luck to be invariably received and treated by all of them in their most cordial manner. Letter to W.W. from an artist, B.H., who has been much among the American Indians. I have just received your little paper on the Indian delegations. In the 4th paragraph, you say that there is something about the essential traits of our aborigines which will almost certainly never be transmitted to the future. If I am so fortunate as to regain my health, I hope to weaken the force of that statement, at least in so far as my talent and training will permit. I intend to spend some years among them, and shall endeavor to perpetuate on canvas some of the finer types, both men and women, and some of the characteristic features of their life. It will certainly be well worth the while. My artistic enthusiasm was never so thoroughly stirred up as by the Indians. They certainly have more of beauty, dignity, and nobility mingled with their own wild individuality than any of the other indigenous types of man. Neither black nor Afghan, Arab nor Malay, and I know them all pretty well, can hold a candle to the Indian. All of the other aboriginal types seem to be more or less distorted from the model of perfect human form as we know it: the blacks, thin-hipped, with bulbous limbs, not well marked. The Arabs large-jointed, and but I have seen many a young Indian as perfect in form and feature as a Greek statue, very different from a Greek statue, of course, but as satisfying to the artistic perceptions and demand. And the worst, or perhaps the best of it all, is that it will require an artist, and a good one, to record the real facts and impressions. 10,000 photographs would not have the value of one really finely felt painting. Color is all important. No one but an artist knows how much. An Indian is only half an Indian without the blue-black hair and the brilliant eyes shining out of the wonderful dusky ochre and rose complexion. Some diary notes at random. Negro slaves in New York. I can myself almost remember Negro slaves in New York State, as my grandfather and great-grandfather, at West Hills, Suffolk County, New York, owned a number. The hard labor of the farm was mostly done by them, and on the floor of the big kitchen, toward sundown, would be squatting a circle of 12 or 14 pickaninnies, eating their supper of pudding, Indian corn mush, and milk. A friend of my grandfather, named Whitman, of Oyster Bay, died in 1810, leaving 10 slaves. Jeanette Treadwell, the last of them, died suddenly in Flushing last summer, 1884, at the age of 94 years. I remember old Mose, one of the liberated West Hills slaves, well. He was very genial, correct, manly, and cute, and a great friend of my childhood. Canada nights late in August. 3 wondrous nights. Effects of moon, clouds, stars, and night sheen never surpassed. I am out every night enjoying all. The sunset begins it. I have said already how long evening lingers here. The moon, an hour high just after 8, is past her half and looks somehow more like a human face up there than ever before. As it grows later, we have such gorgeous and broad cloud effects, with Luna's tawny halos, silver edgings, great fleeces, depths of blue-black in patches, and occasionally long, low bars hanging silently a while, and then gray bulging masses rolling along stately, sometimes in long procession. The moon travels in Scorpion tonight, and dims all the stars of that constellation except fiery Antares, who keeps on shining just to the big one's side. Country days and nights. Sept 30, 82, 4:3 a.m. I am down in Camden County, New Jersey, at the farmhouse of the Staffords. Have been looking a long while at the comet, have in my time seen longer-tailed ones, but never one so pronounced in cometary character, and so spectral, fierce, so like some great, pale, living monster of the air or sea. The atmosphere and sky, an hour or so before sunrise, so cool, still, translucent, give the whole apparition to great advantage. It is low in the east. The head shows about as big as an ordinary good-sized saucer is, a perfectly round and defined disc, the tail some 60 or 70 feet, not a stripe, but quite broad and gradually expanding. Impressed with the silent, inexplicably emotional sight, I linger and look till all begins to weaken in the break of day. October 2, the third day of mellow, delicious, sunshiny weather. I am writing this in the recesses of the old woods, my seat on a big pine log, my back against a tree. Am down here a few days for a change, to bask in the autumn sun, to idle lusciously and simply, and to eat hearty meals, especially my breakfast. Warm middays the other hours of the 24 delightfully fresh and mild cool evenings, and early mornings perfect. The scent of the woods, and the peculiar aroma of a great yet unreaped maize field near by the white butterflies in every direction by day the goldenrod, the wild asters, and sunflowers the song of the katydid all night. Every day in Cooper's woods, enjoying simple existence and the passing hours taking short walks exercising arms and chest with the saplings, or my voice with army songs or recitations. A perfect week for weather, 7 continuous days bright and dry and cool and sunny. The nights splendid, with full moon about 10 the grandest of star shows up in the east and south, Jupiter, Saturn, Capella, Aldebaran, and Great Orion. Am feeling pretty well outdoors most of the time, absorbing the days and nights all I can. Central Park notes. American society, from a park policeman's point of view. Am in New York City, upper part visit Central Park almost every day, and have for the last 3 weeks off and on, taking observations or short rambles and sometimes riding around. I talk quite a good deal with one of the park policemen, CC, up toward the 90th Street entrance. One day in particular I got him a-going, and it proved deeply interesting to me. Our talk floated into sociology and politics. I was curious to find how these things appeared on their surfaces to my friend, for he plainly possessed sharp wits and good nature, and had been seeing, for years, broad streaks of humanity somewhat out of my latitude. I found that as he took such appearances, the inward caste spirit of European aristocracy pervaded rich America, with cynicism and artificiality at the fore. Of the bulk of official persons, executives, congressmen, legislators, aldermen, department heads, and C, or the candidates for those positions, 19 and 20 in the policeman's judgment, were just players in a game. Liberty, equality, union, and all the grand words of the Republic were in their mouths, but lures, decoys, chiseled likenesses of dead wood to catch the masses. Of fine afternoons, along the broad tracks of the park for many years, had swept by my friend, as he stood on guard, the carriages and sea of American gentility, not by dozens and scores, but by hundreds and thousands. Lucky brokers, capitalists, contractors, grocerymen, successful political strikers, rich butchers, dry goods folk, and on a large proportion of these vehicles, on panels or horse trappings, were conspicuously borne heraldic family crests. Can this really be true? In wish and willingness, and if that were so, what matter about the reality? Titles of nobility, with a court and spheres fit for the capitalists, the highly educated, and the carriage-riding classes to fence them off from the common people, were the heart's desire of the good society of our great city's eye, of North and South. So much for my police friend's speculations which, rather took me aback and which I have thought I would just print as he gave them, as a doctor records symptoms. Plate glass notes. St. Louis, Missouri, November. 79. What do you think I find manufactured out here and of a kind the clearest and largest, best, and the most finished and luxurious in the world and with ample demand for it too? Plate glass. One would suppose that was the last dainty outcome of an old, almost effete-growing civilization. And yet here it is, a few miles from St. Louis, on a charming little river, in the wilds of the West, near the Mississippi. I went down that way today by the Iron Mountain Railroad was switched off on a side track 4 miles through woods and ravines, to Swash Creek, so called, and there found Crystal City and immense glass works, built, and evidently built to stay, right in the pleasant rolling forest. Spent most of the day, and examined the inexhaustible and peculiar sand. The glass is made of the original whitey-gray stuff in the bank saw the melting in the pots, a wondrous process. A real poem saw the delicate preparation the clay material undergoes for these great pots. It has to be kneaded finally by human feet, no machinery answering. And I watched the picturesque bare-legged Africans treading it, saw the molten stuff, a great mass of a glowing pale yellow color, taken out of the furnaces. I shall never forget that pot, shape, color, concomitants, more beautiful than any antique statue. Passed into the adjoining casting room, lifted by powerful machinery, poured out on its bed all glowing, a newer, vaster study for colorists, indescribable, a pale red-tinged yellow of terry consistence, all lambent. Rolled by a heavy roller into rough plate glass, I should say 10 feet by 14, then rapidly shoved into the annealing oven, which stood ready for it. The polishing and grinding rooms afterward, the great glass slabs, hundreds of them on their flat beds, and the seesaw music of the steam machinery constantly at work polishing them, the myriads of human figures. The works employed 400 men, moving about, with swart arms and necks, and no superfluous clothing, the vast, rude halls with immense play of shifting shade, and slow-moving currents of smoke and steam, and shafts of light, sometimes sun, striking in from above with effects that would have filled Mitchell and Gilo with rapture. Coming back to St. Louis this evening, at sundown, and for over an hour afterward, we followed the Mississippi, close by its western bank, giving me an ampler view of the river and with effects a little different from any yet. In the eastern sky hung the planet Mars, just up, and of a very clear and vivid yellow. It was a soothing and pensive hour, the spread of the river off there, in the half-light, the glints of the down-bound steamboats plodding along, and that yellow orb, apparently twice as large and significant as usual, above the Illinois shore. All along these nights, nothing can exceed the calm, fierce, golden, glistening domination of Mars over all the stars in the sky. As we came nearer St. Louis, the night having well set in, I saw some, to me, novel effects in the zinc-smelting establishments, the tall chimneys belching flames at the top, while inside, through the openings at the facades of the great tanks, burst forth, in regular position, hundreds of fierce tufts of a peculiar blue or green flame of a purity and intensity, like electric lights illuminating not only the great buildings themselves, but far and near outside, like hues of the aurora borealis, only more vivid. So that, remembering the pot from the crystal furnace, my jaunt seemed to give me new revelations in the color line. Some war memoranda, jotted down at the time. I find this incident in my notes, I suppose from chinning in hospital with some sick or wounded soldier who knew of it. When Kilpatrick and his forces were cut off at Brandy Station, last of September, '63 or thereabouts, and the band struck up Yankee Doodle, there were not can enough in the Southern Confederacy to keep him and them in. It was when Meade fell back. Kay had his large cavalry division, perhaps 5,000 men, but the Rebs, in superior force, had surrounded them. Things looked exceedingly desperate. Kay had 2 fine bands and ordered them up immediately. They joined and played Yankee Doodle with a will. It went through the men like lightning, but to inspire, not to unnerve. Every man seemed a giant. They charged like a cyclone and cut their way out. Their loss was but 20. It was about 2 in the afternoon. Washington Street scenes. Walking down Pennsylvania Avenue. April 7, 1864, warmish forenoon, after the storm of the past few days. I see, passing up in the broad space between the curbs, a big squad of a couple of hundred conscripts, surrounded by a strong cordon of armed guards and others interspersed between the ranks. The government has learned caution from its experiences. There are many hundreds of bounty jumpers, and already, as I am told, 80,000 deserters. Next, also passing up the avenue, a cavalry company, young, but evidently well-drilled and service-hardened men. Mark the upright posture in their saddles, the bronzed and bearded young faces, the easy swaying to the motions of the horses, and the carbines by their right knees. Handsome and reckless, some 80 of them, riding with rapid gait, clattering along. Then the tinkling bells of passing cars, the many shops, some with large show windows, some with swords, straps for the shoulders of different ranks, hat cords with acorns or other insignia. The military patrol marching along, with the orderly or second lieutenant stopping different ones to examine passes the forms. The faces, all sorts crowded together, the worn and pale, the pleased, some on their way to the railroad depot going home, the cripples, the darkies, the long trains of government wagons. Or the sad strings of ambulances conveying wounded, the many officers' horses tied in front of the drinking or oyster saloons, or held by black men or boys or orderlies. The 195th Pennsylvania. Tuesday, Aug. 1, 1865, about 3 o'clock this afternoon, sun broiling hot in 15th Street, by the Treasury Building, a large and handsome regiment, 195th Pennsylvania, were marching by as it happened, received orders just here to halt and break ranks, so that they might rest themselves a while. I thought I never saw a finer set of men, so hardy, candid, bright American looks, all weather-beat and with warm clothes. Every man was homeborn. My heart was much drawn toward them. They seemed very tired, red, and streaming with sweat. It is a 1-year regiment, mostly from Lancaster County. Pa have been in Shenandoah Valley. On halting, the men unhitched their knapsacks and sat down to rest themselves. Some lay flat on the pavement or under trees. The fine physical appearance of the whole body was remarkable. Great, very great, must be the state where such young farmers and mechanics are the practical average. I went around for half an hour and talked with several of them, sometimes squatting down with the groups. Left-hand writing by soldiers. April 30, 1866. Here is a single significant fact, from which one may judge of the character of the American soldiers in this just concluded war. A gentleman in New York City, a while since, took it into his head to collect specimens of writing from soldiers who had lost their right hands in battle, and afterwards learned to use the left. He gave public notice of his desire and offered prizes for the best of these specimens. Pretty soon, they began to come in, and by the time specified for awarding the prizes, 300 samples of such left-hand writing by maimed soldiers had arrived. I have just been looking over some of this writing. A great many of the specimens are written in a beautiful manner. All are good. The writing in nearly all cases slants backward instead of forward. One piece of writing, from a soldier who had lost both arms, was made by holding the pen in his mouth. Central Virginia in '64. Culpeper, where I am stopping, looks like a place of 2,000 or 3,000 inhabitants. Must be one of the pleasantest towns in Virginia. Even now, dilapidated fences, all broken down, windows out, it has the remains of much beauty. I am standing on an eminence overlooking the town, though within its limits. To the west, the long Blue Mountain Range is very plain, looks quite near, though from 30 to 50 miles distant, with some gray splashes of snow yet visible. The show is varied and fascinating. I see a great eagle up there in the air sailing with pawed wings, quite low. Squads of red-legged soldiers are drilling, I suppose some of the new men of the Brooklyn 14th. They march off presently with muskets on their shoulders. In another place, just below me, are some soldiers squaring off logs to build a shanty chopping away, and the noise of the axes sounding sharp. I hear the bellowing, unmusical screech of the mule. I mark the thin blue smoke rising from campfires. Just below me is a collection of hospital tents, with a yellow flag elevated on a stick and moving languidly in the breeze. 2 discharged men, I know them both, are just leaving. One is so weak he can hardly walk, the other is stronger and carries his comrade's musket. They move slowly along the muddy road toward the depot. The scenery is full of breadth and spread on the most generous scale. Everywhere in Virginia this thought filled me. The sights, the scenes, the groups have been varied and picturesque here beyond description, and remain so. I heard the men return in force the other night, heard the shouting, and got up and went out to hear what was the matter. That night scene of so many hundred tramping steadily by, through the mud, some big flaring torches of pine knots, I shall never forget. I like to go to the paymaster's tent and watch the men getting paid off. Some have furloughs and start at once for home, sometimes amid great chaffing and blarneying. There is every day the sound of the wood-chopping axe and the plentiful sight of Negroes, crows, and mud. I note large droves and pens of cattle. The teamsters have camps of their own, and I go often among them. The officers occasionally invite me to dinner or supper at headquarters. The fare is plain, but you get something good to drink, and plenty of it. Jen Meade is absent. Sedgwick is in command. Paying the 1st USCT. One of my wartime reminiscences comprises the quiet side scene of a visit I made to the 1st Regiment U.S. Colored Troops, at their encampment, and on the occasion of their first paying off, July 11, 1863. Though there is now no difference of opinion worth mentioning, there was a powerful opposition to enlisting blacks during the earlier years of the Secession War. Even then, however, they had their champions. That the colored race, said a good authority, is capable of military training and efficiency is demonstrated by the testimony of numberless witnesses and by the eagerness displayed in the raising, organizing, and drilling of African troops. Few white regiments make a better appearance on parade than the 1st and 2nd Louisiana Native Guards. The same remark is true of other colored regiments. At Milliken's Bend, at Vicksburg, at Port Hudson, on Morris Island, and wherever tested, they have exhibited determined bravery and compelled the plaudits alike of the thoughtful and thoughtless soldiery. During the siege of Port Hudson, the question was often asked those who beheld their resolute charges how the niggers behaved under fire, and without exception the answer was complimentary to them. "Oh, tip-top, first-rate, bully," were the usual replies. But I did not start out to argue the case only, to give my reminiscence literally, as jotted on the spot at the time. I write this on Mason's, otherwise Analyston Island, under the fine shade trees of an old white stucco house, with big rooms. The white stucco house, originally a fine country seat tradition, says the famous Virginia Mason, author of the Fugitive Slave Law, was born here. I reached the spot from my Washington quarters by ambulance up Pennsylvania Avenue, through Georgetown, across the Aqueduct Bridge, and around through a cut and winding road, with rocks and many bad gullies not lacking. After reaching the island, we get presently in the midst of the camp of the 1st Regiment USCT. The tents look clean and good. Indeed, altogether, in locality especially, the pleasantest camp I have yet seen. The spot is umbrageous, high and dry, with distant sounds of the city and the puffing steamers of the Potomac, up to Georgetown and back again. Birds are singing in the trees. The warmth is endurable here in this moist shade, with the fragrance and freshness. 100 rods across is Georgetown. The river between is swelled and muddy from the late rains up country. So quiet here, yet full of vitality, all around in the far distance glimpses, as I sweep my eye of hills verdure-clad and with plenteous trees. Right where I sit, locust, sassafras, spice, and many other trees, a few with huge parasitic vines. Just at hand the banks sloping to the river, wild with beautiful, free vegetation, superb weeds, better in their natural growth and forms than the best garden. Lots of luxuriant grapevines and trumpet flowers, the river flowing far down in the distance. Now the paying is to begin. The major paymaster with his clerk seat themselves at a table. The rolls are before them. The money box is open. There are packages of 5, 10, 25-cent pieces. Here comes the first company, B, some 82 men, all blacks. Certes, we cannot find fault with the appearance of this crowd, Negroes though they be. They are manly enough, bright enough, look as if they had the soldier stuff in them, look hardy, patient, many of them real handsome young fellows. The paying, I say, has begun. The men are marched up in close proximity. The clerk calls off name after name, and each walks up, receives his money, and passes along out of the way. It is a real study, both to see them come close, and to see them pass away, stand counting their cash. Nearly all of this company get $10.03 each. The clerk calls George Washington. That distinguished personage steps from the ranks in the shape of a very black man, good-sized and shaped, and aged about 30, with a military mustache. He takes his 10-3 and goes off evidently well pleased. There are about a dozen Washingtons in the company. Let us hope they will do honor to the name. At the table, how quickly the major handles the bills, counts without trouble, everything going on smoothly and quickly. The regiment numbers today about 1,000 men, including 20 officers, the only whites. Now another company. These get $5.36 each. The men look well. They, too, have great names, besides the Washingtons aforesaid: John Quincy Adams, Daniel Webster, Calhoun, James Madison, Alfred Tennyson, John Brown, Benj. G. Tucker, Horace Greeley, and see the men step off aside, count their money with a pleased, half-puzzled look. Occasionally, but not often, there are some thoroughly African physiognomies, very black in color, large, protruding lips, low forehead, and but I have to say that I do not see one utterly revolting face. Then another company, each man of this getting $10.03 also. The pay proceeds very rapidly, the calculation, roll signing, and having been arranged beforehand. Then some trouble. One company, by the rigid rules of official computation, gets only 23 cents each man. The company K is indignant, and after 2 or 3 are paid, the refusal to take the paltry sum is universal, and the company marches off to quarters unpaid. Another company, I, gets only 70 cents. The sullen, lowering, disappointed look is general. Half refuse it in this case. Company G, in full dress, with brass scales on shoulders, looked, perhaps, as well as any of the companies. The men had an unusually alert look. These, then, are the black troops, or the beginning of them. Well, no one can see them, even under these circumstances, their military career, in its novitiate, without feeling well pleased with them. As we entered the island, we saw scores at a little distance, bathing, washing their clothes, and see the officers, as far as looks go, have a fine appearance, have good faces, and the air military. Altogether, it is a significant show and brings up some abolition thoughts. The scene, the porch of an old Virginia slave owner's house, the Potomac rippling near, the Capitol just down 3 or 4 miles there, seen through the pleasant blue haze of this July day. After a couple of hours, I get tired and go off for a ramble. I write these concluding lines on a rock, under the shade of a tree on the banks of the island. It is solitary here, the birds singing, the sluggish muddy yellow waters pouring down from the late rains of the upper Potomac, the green heights on the south side of the river before me. The single cannon from a neighboring fort has just been fired to signal high noon. I have walked all around Analyston, enjoying its luxuriant wildness, and stopped in this solitary spot. A water snake wriggles down the bank, disturbed into the water. The bank nearby is fringed with a dense growth of shrubbery, vines, and sea. 5,000 poems. There have been collected in a cluster nearly 5,000 big and little American poems, all that diligent and long-continued research could lay hands on. The author of Old Grimes is Dead commenced it more than 50 years ago. Then the cluster was passed on and accumulated by C.F. Harris, then further passed on and added to by the late Senator Anthony, from whom the whole collection has been bequeathed to Brown University. A catalogue, such as it is, has been made and published of these 5,000 poems and is probably the most curious and suggestive part of the whole affair. At any rate, it has led me to some abstract reflection like the following. I should like, for myself, to put on record my devout acknowledgement not only of the great masterpieces of the past, but of the benefit of all poets, past and present, and of all poetic utterance in its entirety the dominant moral factor of humanity's progress. In view of that progress, and of evolution, the religious and aesthetic elements, the distinctive and most important of any, seem to me more indebted to poetry than to all other means and influences combined. In a very profound sense, religion is the poetry of humanity. Then the points of union and rapport among all the poems and poets of the world, however wide their separations of time and place and theme, are much more numerous and weighty than the points of contrast. Without relation as they may seem at first sight, the whole earth's poets and poetry unmask the Oriental, the Greek, and what there is of Roman the oldest myths, the interminable ballad romances of the Middle Ages, the hymns and psalms of worship, the epics, plays, swarms of lyrics of the British Islands, or the Teutonic old or new or modern French, or what there is in America, Bryant's, for instance, or Whittier's or Longfellow's, the verse of all tongues and ages, all forms, all subjects. From primitive times to our own day, inclusive really combine in one aggregate and electric globe or universe, with all its numberless parts and radiations held together by a common center or vertebra. To repeat it, all poetry thus has, to the point of view comprehensive enough, more features of resemblance than difference, and becomes essentially, like the planetary globe itself, compact and orbic and whole. Nature seems to sow countless seeds, makes incessant crude attempts, thankful to get now and then, even at rare and long intervals, something approximately good. The Old Bowery, a reminiscence of New York plays and acting 50 years ago. In an article not long since, Mrs. Siddons as Lady Macbeth in the 19th century, after describing the bitter regretfulness to mankind from the loss of those first-class poems, temples, pictures, gone and vanished from any record of men, the writer Fleming Jenkin continues, "If this be our feeling as to the more durable works of art, what shall we say of those triumphs which, by their very nature, lend no longer than the action which creates them the triumphs of the orator, the singer, or the actor? There is an anodyne in the words, must be so, inevitable, and there is even some absurdity in longing for the impossible. This anodyne and our sense of humor temper the unhappiness we feel when, after hearing some great performance, we leave the theater and think, well, this great thing has been, and all that is now left of it is the feeble print up my brain, the little thrill which memory will send along my nerves, mine and my neighbors. As we live longer, the print and thrill must be feebler, and when we pass away, the impress of the great artist will vanish from the world. The regret that a great art should in its nature be transitory explains the lively interest which many feel in reading anecdotes or descriptions of a great actor. All this is emphatically my own feeling and reminiscence about the best dramatic and lyric artists I have seen in bygone days, for instance, Marietta Alboni, the elder Booth, Forrest, the tenor Bettini, the baritone Badiali, Old Man Clark. I could write a whole paper on the latter's peerless rendering of the ghost in Hamlet at the Park, when I was a young fellow and actor named Ranger, who appeared in America 40 years ago in genre characters, Henry Placide, and many others. But I will make a few memoranda, at least of the best one I knew. For the elderly New Yorker of today, perhaps, nothing were more likely to start up memories of his early manhood than the mention of the Bowery and the elder Booth. At the date given, the more stylish and select theater, prices, 50 cents pit, $1 boxes, was the Park, a large and well-appointed house on Park Row, opposite the present post office. English opera and the old comedies were often given in capital style. The principal foreign stars appeared here, with Italian opera at wide intervals. The Park held a large part in my boyhood's and young manhood's life. Here I heard the English actor, Anderson, in Charles de Moor, and in the fine part of Gysippus. Here I heard Fanny Kemble, Charlotte Cushman, the Seguins, Daddy Rice, Hackett as Falstaff, Nimrod Wildfire, Rip Van Winkle, and in his Yankee characters. See pages 19-20, Specimen Days. It was here, some years later than the date in the headline, I also heard Mario many times and at his best. In such parts as Gennaro in Lucrezia Borgia, he was inimitable, the sweetest of voices, a pure tenor of considerable compass and respectable power. His wife, Grissy, was with him, no longer first class or young a fine Norma, though to the last. Perhaps my dearest amusement reminiscences are those musical ones. I doubt if ever the senses and emotions of the future will be thrilled, as were the auditors of a generation ago, by the deep passion of Alboni's contralto, at the Broadway Theater, South Side, near Pearl Street, or by the trumpet notes of Badiali's baritone, or Bettini's pensive and incomparable tenor in Fernando in Favorita, or Marina's bass in Faliero, among the Havana troupe, Castle Garden. But getting back more specifically to the date, and theme, I started from the heavy tragedy business prevailed more decidedly at the Bowery Theater, where Booth and Forrest were frequently to be heard. Though Booth Peer, then in his prime, ranging in age from 40 to 44 years, he was born in 1796, was the loyal child and continuer of the traditions of orthodox English play acting. He stood out himself alone, in many respects beyond any of his kind on record, and with effects and ways that broke through all rules and all traditions. He has been well described as an actor, whose instant and tremendous concentration of passion in his delineations overwhelmed his audience, and wrought into it such enthusiasm that it partook of the fever of inspiration surging through his own veins. He seems to have been of beautiful private character, very honorable, affectionate, good-natured, no arrogance, glad to give the other actors the best chances. He knew all stage points thoroughly and curiously ignored the mere dignities. I once talked with a man who had seen him do the second actor in the mock play to Charles Keane's Hamlet in Baltimore. He was a marvelous linguist. He played Shylock once in London, giving the dialogue in Hebrew, and in New Orleans Orst, Racine's Andromaque, in French. One trait of his habits, I have heard, was strict vegetarianism. He was exceptionally kind to the brute creation. Every once in a while, he would make a break for solitude or wild freedom, sometimes for a few hours, sometimes for days. He illustrated Plato's rule that to the forming an artist of the very highest rank a dash of insanity, or what the world calls insanity, is indispensable. He was a small-sized man, yet sharp observers noticed that however crowded the stage might be in certain scenes, Booth never seemed overtopped or hidden. He was singularly spontaneous and fluctuating. In the same part, each rendering differed from any and all others. He had no stereotyped positions and made no arbitrary requirements on his fellow performers. As is well known to old playgoers, Booth's most effective part was Richard Roman III. Either that, or Lego, or Shylock, or Pescara in The Apostate, was sure to draw a crowded house. Remember, heavy pieces were much more in demand those days than now. He was also unapproachably grand in Sir Giles Overreach, in A New Way to Pay Old Debts, and the principal character in The Iron Chest. In any portraiture of Booth, those years, the Bowery Theater with its leading lights and the lessee and manager, Thomas Hamblin, cannot be left out. It was at the Bowery I first saw Edwin Forrest. The play was John Howard Payne's Brutus, or The Fall of Tarquin, and it affected me for weeks, or rather I might say permanently filtered into my whole nature, then in the zenith of his fame and ability. Sometimes, perhaps a veteran's benefit night, the Bowery would group together 5 or 6 of the first-class actors of those days, Booth, Forrest, Cooper Hamblin, and John R. Scott, for instance. At that time and here, George Jones, Count Joannes, was a young, handsome actor and quite a favorite. I remember seeing him in the title role in Julius Caesar, and a capital performance it was. To return specially to the manager, Thomas Hamblin made a first-rate foil to Booth and was frequently cast with him. He had a large, shapely, imposing presence and dark and flashing eyes. I remember well his rendering of the main role in Maturin's Bertram or The Castle of St. Aldebrand. But I thought Tom Hamblin's best acting was in the comparatively minor part of Falconbridge. In King John he himself evidently reveled in the part, and took away the house's applause from young Kean, the King, and Ellen Tree, Constance, and everybody else on the stage some time afterward at the park. Some of the Bowery actresses were remarkably good. I remember Mrs. Pritchard in Tour de Nestle, and Mrs. McClure in Fatal Curiosity, and as Millwood in George Barnwell. I wonder what old fellow reading these lines will recall the fine comedietta of The Youth That Never Saw a Woman, and the jolly acting in it of Mrs. Herring and Old Gates. The Bowery, now and then, was the place, too, for spectacular pieces such as The Last Days of Pompeii, The Lion Doomed, and the yet undying Mazeppa. At one time, Jonathan Bradford or The Murder at the Roadside Inn had a long and crowded run. John Sefton and his brother William acted in it. I remember well the Frenchwoman Celeste, a splendid pantomimist, and her emotional Wept of the Wishton Wish. But certainly, the main reason for being of the Bowery Theatre those years was to furnish the public with Forrests and Booths, performances the latter having a popularity and circles of enthusiastic admirers and critics fully equal to the former, though people were divided as always. For some reason or other, neither Forrest nor Booth would accept engagements at the more fashionable theatre, the Park. And it is a curious reminiscence, but a true one, that both these great actors and their performances were tabooed by polite society in New York and Boston at the time, probably as being too robustious. But no such scruples affected the Bowery. Recalling from that period the occasion of either Forrest or Booth, any good night at the old Bowery, packed from ceiling to pit with its audience mainly of alert, well-dressed, full-blooded young and middle-aged men. The best average of American-born mechanics, the emotional nature of the whole mass aroused by the power and magnetism of as mighty mimes as ever trod the stage, the whole crowded auditorium. And what seethed in it, and flushed from its faces and eyes. To me as much a part of the show as any bursting forth in one of those long-kept-up tempests of hand-clapping peculiar to the Bowery no dainty kid-glove business, but electric force and muscle from perhaps 2,000 full-sinewed men. The inimitable and chromatic tempest of one of those ovations to Edwin Forrest, welcoming him back after an absence, comes up to me this moment. Such sounds and scenes as here resumed will surely afford to many old New Yorkers some fruitful recollections. I can yet remember, for I always scanned an audience as rigidly as a play, the faces of the leading authors, poets, editors of those times: Fenimore Cooper, Bryant, Paulding, Irving, Charles King, Watson Webb, N.P. Willis, Hoffman, Halleck, Mumford, Morris, Leggett, L.G. Clark, R.A. Locke, and others, occasionally peering from the first-tier boxes, and even the great national eminences, Presidents Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, and Tyler, all made short visits there on their Eastern tour. A while after 1840, the character of the Bowery as hitherto described completely changed. Cheap prices and vulgar programs came in. People who of after years saw the pandemonium of the pit and the doings on the boards must not gauge by them the times and characters I am describing. Not but what there was more or less rankness in the crowd even then. For types of sectional New York, those days the streets east of the Bowery, that intersect Division, Grand, and up to Third Avenue, types that never found their Dickens or Hogarth or Balzac, and have passed away unportraitured, the young shipbuilders, cartmen, butchers, firemen, the old-time soaplock or exaggerated Mose or Sykesy of Chanfrau's plays, they, too, were always to be seen in these audiences, racy of the East River and the Dry Dock. Slang, wit, occasional shirt-sleeves, and a picturesque freedom of looks and manners, with a rude good nature and restless movement, were generally noticeable. Yet there never were audiences that paid a good actor or an interesting play the compliment of more sustained attention or quicker rapport. Then at times came the exceptionally decorous and intellectual congregations I have hinted at, for the Bowery really furnished plays and players you could get nowhere else. Notably, Booth always drew the best hearers, and to a specimen of his acting, I will now attend in some detail. I happen to see what has been reckoned by experts one of the most marvelous pieces of histrionism ever known. It must have been about 1834 or 35. A favorite comedian and actress at the Bowery, Thomas Flynn and his wife, were to have a joint benefit, and, securing Booth for Richard, advertised the fact many days beforehand. The house filled early from top to bottom. There was some uneasiness behind the scenes, for the afternoon arrived, and Booth had not come from down in Maryland, where he lived. However, a few minutes before ringing up time, he made his appearance in lively condition. After a one-act farce over, as contrast and prelude, the curtain rising for the tragedy, I can, from my good seat in the pit, pretty well front, see again Booth's quiet entrance from the side, as with head bent he slowly and in silence, amid the tempest of boisterous hand-clapping, walks down the stage to the footlights with that peculiar and abstracted gesture, musingly kicking his sword, which he holds off from him by its sash. Though 50 years have passed since then, I can hear the clank and feel the perfect following hush of perhaps 3,000 people waiting. I never saw an actor who could make more of the said hush or wait and hold the audience in an indescribable, half-delicious, half-irritating suspense. And so throughout the entire play, all parts, voice, atmosphere, magnetism from "Now is the winter of our discontent" to the closing death fight with Richmond were of the finest and grandest. The latter character was played by a stalwart young fellow named Ingersoll. Indeed, all the renderings were wonderfully good, but the great spell cast upon the mass of hearers came from Booth. Especially was the dream scene very impressive. A shudder went through every nervous system in the audience. It certainly did through mine. Without question, Booth was royal heir and legitimate representative of the Garrick Kemble Siddons dramatic traditions, but he vitalized and gave an unnameable race to those traditions with his own electric personal idiosyncrasy. As in all art utterance, it was the subtle and powerful something special to the individual that really conquered. To me, too, Booth stands for much else besides theatricals. I consider that my seeing the man those years glimpsed for me, beyond all else, that inner spirit and formed the unquestionable charm and vivacity, but intrinsic sophistication and artificiality crystallizing rapidly upon the English stage and literature at and after Shakespeare's time, and coming on accumulatively through the 17th and 18th centuries to the beginning, 50 or 40 years ago, of those disintegrating, decomposing processes now authoritatively going on. Yes, although Booth must be classed in that antique, almost extinct school, inflated, stagey rendering Shakespeare, perhaps inevitably, appropriately, from the growth of arbitrary and often cockney conventions, his genius was to me one of the grandest revelations of my life, a lesson of artistic expression. The words fire, energy, abandon found in him unprecedented meanings. I never heard a speaker or actor who could give such a sting to hauteur or the taunt. I never heard from any other the charm of unswervingly perfect vocalization without trenching at all on mere melody, the province of music. So much for a thespian temple of New York 50 years since, where sceptered tragedy went trailing by under the gaze of the dry dock youth, and both players and auditors were of a character, and like we shall never see again. And so much for the grandest histrion of modern times, as near as I can deliberately judge, and the phrenologists put my caution at 7 grander, I believe, than keen in the expression of electric passion, the prime eligibility of the tragic artist. For though those brilliant years had many fine and even magnificent actors, undoubtedly at Booth's death, in 1852, went the last and by far the noblest Roman of them all. Notes to late English books. Preface to the reader in the British Islands, Specimen Days in America. London edition, June 1887, if you will only take the following pages, as you do some long and gossipy letter written for you by a relative or friend traveling through distant scenes and incidents, and jotting them down lazily and informally, but ever voraciously, with occasional diversion of critical thought about somebody or something. It might remove all formal or literary impediments at once, and bring you and me closer together in the spurt in which the jottings were collated to be read. You have had and have plenty of public events and facts and general statistics of America. In the following book is a common individual New World private life. Its birth and growth, its struggles for a living, its goings and comings and observations, or representative portions of them, amid the United States of America the last 30 or 40 years, with their varied war and peace, their local coloring, the unavoidable egotism, and the lights and shades and sights and joys and pains and sympathies common to humanity. Further introductory light may be found in the paragraph, a happy hour's command, and the bottom note belonging to it at the beginning of the book. I have said in the text that if I were required to give good reason for being of specimen days, I should be unable to do so. Let me fondly hope that it has at least the reason and excuse of such offhand gossipy letter as just alluded to, portraying American life sites and incidents as they actually occurred their presentation, making additions as far as it goes, to the simple experience and association of your soul from a comrade's soul. And that also, in the volume, as below any page of mine, anywhere ever remains, for seen or unseen basis phrase, good, will between the common people of all nations. Additional note, 1887. To English edition, Specimen Days. As I write these lines, I still continue living in Camden, New Jersey, America. Coming this way from Washington City on my road to the seashore, and a temporary rest, as I supposed, in the early summer of 1873, I broke down disabled and have dwelt here as my central residence all the time since almost 14 years. In the preceding pages, I have described how, during those years, I partially recuperated, in 1876, from my worst paralysis by going down to Timber Creek, living close to nature, and domiciling with my dear friends George and Susan Stafford. From 1877 or 8 to 83 or 4 I was well enough to travel around, considerably journeyed westward to Kansas, leisurely exploring the prairies, and on to Denver and the Rocky Mountains. Another time north to Canada, where I spent most of the summer with my friend Dr. Buck, and jaunted along the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence and Saguenay rivers. Another time to Boston, to properly print the final edition of my poems. I was there over 2 months and had a good time. I have so brought out the completed Leaves of Grass during this period, also Specimen Days, of which the foregoing is a transcript. Collected and re-edited the Democratic Vistas, Cluster, Sea Companion, volume to the present, commemorated Abraham Lincoln's death on the successive anniversaries of its occurrence by delivering my lecture on it 10 or 12 times, and put in, through many a month and season, the aimless and resultless ways of most human lives. Thus the last 14 years have passed. At present and days of March 1887 I am nigh entering my 69th year. I find myself continuing on here, quite dilapidated and even wrecked bodily from the paralysis, and see, but in good heart, to use a Long Island country phrase, and with about the same mentality as ever. The worst of it is, I have been growing feebler quite rapidly for a year, and now can't walk around hardly from one room to the next. I am forced to stay indoors and in my big chair nearly all the time. We have had a sharp, dreary winter too, and it has pinched me. I am alone most of the time. Every week, indeed almost every day, write some reminiscences, essays, sketches, for the magazines and read, or rather I should say dawdle over books and papers a good deal, spend half the day at that. Nor can I finish this note without putting on record wafting over sea from hence my deepest thanks to certain friends and helpers. I would specify them all and each by name, but imperative reasons, outside of my own wishes, forbid, in the British Islands as well as in America. Dear, even in the abstract, is such flattering unction always no doubt to the soul. Nigher still, if possible, I myself have been, and am today indebted to such help for my very sustenance, clothing, shelter, and continuity. And I would not go to the grave without briefly, but plainly, as I here do, acknowledging, may I not say even glorying in it. Preface to Democratic Vistas, with other papers, English edition. Mainly I think I should base the request to weigh the following pages on the assumption that they present, however indirectly, some views of the West and modern, or of a distinctly Western and modern, American tendency about certain matters. Then, too, the pages include, by attempting to illustrate it, a theory herein immediately mentioned. For another and different point of the issue, the enlightenment, democracy, and fair show of the bulk, the common people of America, from sources representing not only the British Islands, but all the world, means, at least, eligibility to enlightenment, democracy, and fair show for the bulk, the common people of all civilized nations. That positively the dry land has appeared, at any rate, is an important fact. America is really the great test or trial case for all the problems and promises and speculations of humanity, and of the past and present. I say, too, we are not to look so much to changes, ameliorations, and adaptations in politics as to those of literature, and thence domestic sociology. I have accordingly in the following mélange introduced many themes besides political ones. Several of the pieces are ostensibly an explanation of my own writings, but in that very process they best include and set forth their side of principles and generalities, pressing vehemently for consideration our age. Upon the whole, it is on the atmosphere they are born in, and, I hope, give out more than any specific piece or trait I would care to rest. I think literature a new, superb, democratic literature is to be the medicine and lever, and with art, the chief influence in modern civilization. I have myself not so much made a dead set at this theory, or attempted to present it directly, as admitted it to color and sometimes dominate what I had to say. In both Europe and America, we have serried phalanxes who promulge and defend the political claims. I go for an equal force to uphold the other. Walt Whitman, Camden, New Jersey, April 1888. Note: we who, in many departments, ways, make the building up of the masses, by building up grand individuals are shibboleth, and in brief that is the marrow of this book. Abraham Lincoln. Glad am I to give her anything better lacking even the most brief and shorn testimony of Abraham Lincoln. Everything I heard about him authentically, and every time I saw him, and it was my fortune through 1862 to 65 to see, or pass a word with, or watch him, personally, perhaps 20 or 30 times, added to and annealed my respect and love at the moment. And as I dwell on what I myself heard or saw of the mighty Westerner, and blend it with the history and literature of my age, and of what I can get of all ages, and conclude it with his death, it seems like some tragic play, superior to all else I know, vaster and fierier and more convulsionary, for this America of ours, than Aeschylus or Shakespeare ever drew for Athens or for England. And then the moral permeating, underlying all. The lesson that none, so remote none, so illiterate no age, no class but may directly or indirectly read. Abraham Lincoln's was really one of those characters, the best of which is the result of long trains of cause and effect needing a certain spaciousness of time, and perhaps even remoteness, to properly enclose them, having unequaled influence on the shaping of this republic, and therefore the world, as today, and then far more important in the future. Thus the time has by no means yet come for a thorough measurement of him. Nevertheless, we who live in his era, who have seen him, and heard him, face to face, and are in the midst of, or just parting from, the strong and strange events which he and we have had to do with, can in some respects bear valuable, perhaps indispensable testimony concerning him. I should first like to give a very fair and characteristic likeness of Lincoln, as I saw him and watched him one afternoon in Washington for nearly half an hour, not long before his death. It was as he stood on the balcony of the National Hotel, Pennsylvania Avenue, making a short speech to the crowd in front, on the occasion either of a set of new colors presented to a famous Illinois regiment, or of the daring capture, by the Western men, of some flags from the enemy, which latter phrase, by the by, was not used by him at all in his remarks. How the picture happened to be made I do not know, but I bought it a few days afterward in Washington, and it was endorsed by everyone to whom I showed it. Though hundreds of portraits have been made, by painters and photographers, many to pass on, by copies, to future times, I have never seen one yet that in my opinion deserved to be called a perfectly good likeness, nor do I believe there is really such a one in existence. May I not say, too, that, as there is no entirely competent and emblematic likeness of Abraham Lincoln in picture or statue, there is not, perhaps cannot be, any fully appropriate literary statement or summing up of him yet in existence. The best way to estimate the value of Lincoln is to think what the condition of America would be today if he had never been president. His nomination and first election were mainly accidents, experiments. Severely viewed, one cannot think very much of American political parties, from the beginning, after the Revolutionary War, down to the present time. Doubtless, while they have had their uses have been, and are, the grass on which the cow feeds, and indispensable economies of growth, it is undeniable that under flippant names they have merely identified temporary passions, or freaks, or sometimes prejudice, ignorance, or hatred. The only thing like a great and worthy idea vitalizing a party, and making it heroic, was the enthusiasm in '64 for re-electing Abraham Lincoln, and the reason behind that enthusiasm. How does this man compare with the acknowledged father of his country? Washington was modeled on the best Saxon, and Franklin of the Age of the Stuarts, rooted in the Elizabethan period, was essentially a noble Englishman, and just the kind needed for the occasions and the times of 1776-83. Lincoln, underneath his practicality, was far less European, was quite thoroughly Western, original, essentially non-conventional, and had a certain sort of outdoor or prairie stamp. One of the best of the late commentators on Shakespeare, Professor Dowden, makes the height and aggregate of his quality as a poet to be that he thoroughly blended the ideal with the practical or realistic. If this be so, I should say that what Shakespeare did in poetic expression, Abraham Lincoln essentially did in his personal and official life. I should say the invisible foundations and vertebra of his character, more than any man's in history, were mystical, abstract, moral, and spiritual, while upon all of them was built, and out of all of them radiated, under the control of the average of circumstances, what the vulgar call horse sense, and a life often bent by temporary, but most urgent materialistic and political reasons. He seems to have been a man of indomitable firmness, even obstinacy on rare occasions, involving great points, but he was generally very easy, flexible, tolerant, almost slouchy, respecting minor matters. I note that even those reports and anecdotes intended to level him down all leave the tinge of a favorable impression of him. As to his religious nature, it seems to me to have certainly been of the amplest, deepest-rooted, loftiest kind. Already a new generation begins to tread the stage, since the persons and events of the Secession War. I have more than once fancied to myself the time when the present century has closed, and a new one opened, and the men and deeds of that contest have become somewhat vague and mythical, fancied perhaps in some great Western city, or group collected together, or public festival, where the days of old, of 1863, and 4 and 5 are discussed, some ancient soldier sitting in the background as the talk goes on, and betraying himself by his emotion, and moist eyes like the journeying Ithacan at the banquet of King Alcinous, when the bard sings the contending warriors and their battles on the plains of Troy. So from the sluices of Ulysses' eyes fast fell the tears, and sighs succeeded sighs. I have fancied, I say, some such venerable relic of this time of ours, preserved to the next or still the next generation of America. I have fancied, on such occasion, the young men gathering around, the awe, the eager questions. What? Have you seen Abraham Lincoln and heard him speak and touched his hand? Have you, with your own eyes, looked on Grant and Lee and Sherman? Dear to democracy, to the very last. And among the paradoxes generated by America, not the least curious was that spectacle of all the kings and queens and emperors of the earth, many from remote distances, sending tributes of condolence and sorrow in memory of one raised through the commonest average of life, a rail splitter and flat boatman. Considered from contemporary points of view, who knows what the future may decide, and from the points of view of current democracy and the Union, the only thing like passion or infatuation in the man was the passion for the union of these states. Abraham Lincoln seems to me the grandest figure yet on all the crowded canvas of the 19th century. New Orleans in 1848. Walt Whitman gossips of his sojourn here years ago as a newspaper writer. Notes of his trip up the Mississippi and to New York. Among the letters brought this morning, Camden, New Jersey, Jan. 15, 1887, by my faithful post office carrier, J.G., is one as follows. New Orleans, Jan. 11, 87. We have been informed that when you were younger and less famous than now, you were in New Orleans and perhaps have helped on the Picayune. If you have any remembrance of the Picayune's young days or of journalism in New Orleans of that era, and would put it in writing, verse, or prose for the Picayune's 50th year edition, Jan. 25, we shall be pleased, etc. In response to which, I went down to New Orleans early in 1848 to work on a daily newspaper, but it was not the Picayune, though I saw quite a good deal of the editors of that paper and knew its personnel and ways. But let me indulge my pen in some gossipy recollections of that time and place, with extracts from my journal up the Mississippi and across the Great Lakes to the Hudson. Probably the influence most deeply pervading everything at that time through the United States, both in physical facts and in sentiment, was the Mexican War, then just ended. Following a brilliant campaign in which our troops had marched to the capital city, Mexico, and taken full possession, we were returning after our victory. From the situation of the country, the city of New Orleans had been our channel and entrepot for everything, going and returning. It had the best news and war correspondence. It had the most to say, through its leading papers, the Picayune and Delta especially, and its voice was readiest listened to. From it, Chaparral had gone out, and his army and battle letters were copied everywhere, not only in the United States, but in Europe. Then the social cast and results. No one who has never seen the society of a city under similar circumstances can understand what a strange vivacity and rattle were given throughout by such a situation. I remember the crowds of soldiers, the gay young officers, going or coming, the receipt of important news, the many discussions, the returning wounded, and so on. I remember very well seeing Jen Taylor with his staff and other officers at the St. Charles Theatre one evening, after talking with them during the day. There was a short play on the stage, but the principal performance was of Dr. Collier's troupe of model artists, then in the full tide of their popularity. They gave many fine groups and solo shows. The house was crowded with uniforms and shoulder straps. Gen T, himself, if I remember right, was almost the only officer in civilian clothes. He was a jovial, old, rather stout, plain man with a wrinkled and dark yellow face, and in ways and manners showed the least of conventional ceremony or etiquette I ever saw. He laughed unrestrainedly at everything comical. He had a great personal resemblance to Fenimore Cooper, the novelist of New York. I remember Jen Pillow and quite a cluster of other militaires also present. One of my choice amusements during my stay in New Orleans was going down to the old French market, especially of a Sunday morning. The show was a varied and curious one, among the rest, the Indian and Negro hucksters with their wares. For there were always fine specimens of Indians, both men and women, young and old. I remember I nearly always on these occasions got a large cup of delicious coffee with a biscuit, for my breakfast, from the immense shining copper kettle of a great Creole mulatto woman. I believe she weighed 230 pounds. I never have had such coffee since. About nice drinks, anyhow, my recollection of the cobblers, with strawberries and snow on top of the large tumblers, and also the exquisite wines and the perfect and mild French brandy, helped the regretful reminiscence of my New Orleans experiences of those days. And what splendid and roomy and leisurely barrooms, particularly the grand ones of the St. Charles and St. Louis. Bargains, auctions, appointments, business conferences, and were generally held in the spaces or recesses of these barrooms. I used to wander a midday hour or two now, and then for amusement on the crowded and bustling levees, on the banks of the river. The diagonally wedged-in boats, the stevedores, the piles of cotton and other merchandise, the carts, mules, negroes, etc., afforded never-ending studies and sights to me. I made acquaintances among the captains, boatmen, or other characters, and often had long talks with them, sometimes finding a real rough diamond among my chance encounters. Sundays I sometimes went forenoons to the old Catholic cathedral in the French Quarter. I used to walk a good deal in this arrondissement, and I have deeply regretted since that I did not cultivate, while I had such a good opportunity, the chance of better knowledge of French and Spanish Creole, New Orleans people. I have an idea that there is much and of importance about the Latin race contributions to American nationality in the South and Southwest that will never be put with sympathetic understanding and tact on record. Let me say, for better detail, that through several months, 1848, I worked on a new daily paper, The Crescent, my situation rather a pleasant one. My young brother, Jeff, was with me, and he not only grew very homesick, but the climate of the place, and especially the water, seriously disagreed with him. From this and other reasons, although I was quite happily fixed, I made no very long stay in the South. In due time, we took passage northward for St. Louis in the Pride of the West steamer, which left her wharf just at dusk. My brother was unwell, and lay in his berth from the moment we left till the next morning. He seemed to me to be in a fever, and I felt alarmed. However, the next morning he was all right again, much to my relief. Our voyage up the Mississippi was after the same sort as the voyage, some months before, down it. The shores of this great river are very monotonous and dull, one continuous and rank flat, with the exception of a meager stretch of bluff, about the neighborhood of Natchez, Memphis, and see, fortunately we had good weather, and not a great crowd of passengers, though the berths were all full. The Pride jogged along pretty well, and put us into St. Louis about noon Saturday. After looking around a little, I secured passage on the steamer Prairie Bird, to leave late in the afternoon, bound up the Illinois River to La Salle, where we were to take canal for Chicago. During the day, I rambled with my brother over a large portion of the town, searched after a refectory, and, after much trouble, succeeded in getting some dinner. Our Prairie Bird started out at dark, and a couple of hours after there was quite a rain and blow, which made them haul in along shore and tie fast. We made but 30 miles the whole night. The boat was excessively crowded with passengers, and had withal so much freight that we could hardly turn around. I slept on the floor, and the night was uncomfortable enough. The Illinois River is spotted with little villages with big names, Marseille, Naples, etc. Its banks are low, and the vegetation excessively rank. Peoria, some distance up, is a pleasant town. I went over the place. The country back is all rich land, for sale cheap. 3 or 4 miles from P, land of the first quality can be bought for $3 or $4 an acre. I am transcribing from my notes written at the time. Arriving at La Salle Tuesday morning, we went on board a canal boat, had a detention by sticking on a mud bar, and then jogged along at a slow trot, some 70 of us on a moderate-sized boat. If the weather hadn't been rather cool, particularly at night, it would have been insufferable. Illinois is the most splendid agricultural country I ever saw. The land is of surpassing richness, the place par excellence for farmers. We stopped at various points along the canal, some of them pretty villages. It was 10 o'clock a.m. when we got in Chicago, too late for the steamer, so we went to an excellent public house, the American Temperance, and I spent the time that day, until next morning, looking around Chicago. At 9 the next forenoon we started on the Griffith, on board of which I am now inditing these memoranda, up the blue waters of Lake Michigan. I was delighted with the appearance of the towns along Wisconsin. At Milwaukee, I went on shore and walked around the place. They say the country back is beautiful and rich. It seems to me that if we should ever remove from Long Island, Wisconsin would be the proper place to come to. The towns have a remarkable appearance of good living, without any penury or want. The country is so good naturally, and labor is in such demand. About 5 o'clock one afternoon I heard the cry of a woman overboard. It proved to be a crazy lady, who had become so from the loss of her son a couple of weeks before. The small boat put off, and succeeded in picking her up, though she had been in the water 15 minutes. She was dead. Her husband was on board. They went off at the next stopping place. While she lay in the water, she probably recovered her reason, as she tossed up her arms and lifted her face toward the boat. Sunday morning, June 11, we passed down Lake Huron yesterday and last night, and between 4 and 5 o'clock this morning we ran on the flats, and have been vainly trying, with the aid of a steam tug and a lumbering lighter, to get clear again. The day is beautiful and the water clear and calm. Night before last, we stopped at Mackinac, the island and town, and I went up on the old fort, one of the oldest stations in the Northwest. We expect to get to Buffalo by tomorrow. The tug has fastened lines to us, but some have been snapped and the others have no effect. We seem to be firmly embedded in the sand. With the exception of a larger boat and better accommodations, it amounts to about the same thing as a becalment I underwent on the Montauk voyage, East Long Island, last summer. Later we are off again, expect to reach Detroit before dinner. We did not stop at Detroit. We are now on Lake Erie, jogging along at a good round pace. A couple of hours since we were on the river above, Detroit seemed to me a pretty place and thrifty. I especially liked the looks of the Canadian shore opposite and of the little village of Windsor, and, indeed, all along the banks of the river. From the shrubbery and the neat appearance of some of the cottages, I think it must have been settled by the French. While I now write, we can see a little distance ahead the scene of the battle between Parry's fleet and the British during the last war with England. The lake looks to me a fine sheet of water. We are having a beautiful day. June 12, we stopped last evening at Cleveland, and though it was dark, I took the opportunity of rambling about the place, went up in the heart of the city and back to what appeared to be the courthouse. The streets are unusually wide, and the buildings appear to be substantial and comfortable. We went down through Main Street and found, some distance along, several squares of ground very prettily planted with trees and looking attractive enough. Returned to the boat by way of the lighthouse on the hill. This morning we are making for Buffalo, being, I imagine, a little more than half across Lake Erie. The water is rougher than on Michigan or Huron. On St. Clair it was smooth as glass. The day is bright and dry with a stiff headwind. We arrived in Buffalo on Monday evening, spent that night and a portion of next day going round the city exploring. Then got in the cars and went to Niagara, when under the falls saw the whirlpool and all the other sights. Tuesday night started for Albany, traveled all night. From the time daylight afforded us, a view of the country all seemed very rich and well cultivated. Every few miles were large towns or villages. Wednesday late we arrived at Albany. Spent the evening in exploring. There was a political meeting hunker at the Capitol, but I passed it by. Next morning I started down the Hudson in the Alida, arrived safely in New York that evening. From the New Orleans Picayune, Jan. 25, 1887. Small memoranda. Thousands lost here, 1 or 2 preserved. Attorney General's Office, Washington, Aug. 22, 1865. As I write this, about noon, the suite of rooms here is filled with Southerners, standing in squads or streaming in and out, some talking with the pardon clerk, some waiting to see the Attorney General, others discussing in low tones among themselves. All are mainly anxious about their pardons. The famous 13th exception of the President's amnesty proclamation makes it necessary that every secessionist, whose property is worth $20,000 or over, shall get a special pardon, before he can transact any legal purchase, sale, and see so hundreds and thousands of such property owners have either sent up here, for the last 2 months, or have been, or are now coming personally here, to get their pardons. They are from Virginia, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, North and South Carolina, and every southern state. Some of their written petitions are very abject. Secession officers of the rank of brigadier general or higher also need these special pardons. They also come here. I see streams of the $20,000 men, and some women, every day. I talk now and then with them and learn much that is interesting and significant. All the southern women that come, some splendid specimens, mothers and see, are dressed in deep black. Immense numbers, several thousands of these pardons have been passed upon favorably. The pardon warrants, like great deeds, have been issued from the State Department on the requisition of this office. But for some reason or other, they nearly all yet lie awaiting the President's signature. He seems to be in no hurry about it, but lets them wait. The crowds that come here make a curious study for me. I get along, very sociably, with any of them as I let them do all the talking. Only now and then I have a long confab or ask a suggestive question or two. If the thing continues as at present, the property and wealth of the southern states is going to legally rest, for the future, on these pardons. Every single one is made out with the condition that the grantee shall respect the abolition of slavery and never make an attempt to restore it. Washington, Sept. 8, 9, and c. 1865. The arrivals, swarms, and c. of the $20,000 men seeking pardons still continue with increased numbers and pertinacity. Yesterday, I am a clerk in the U.S. Attorney General's office here, made out a long list from Alabama, nearly 200, recommended for pardon by the provisional governor. This list, in the shape of a requisition from the Attorney General, goes to the State Department. There the pardon warrants are made out, brought back here, and then sent to the President, where they await his signature. He is signing them very freely of late. The President, indeed, as at present appears, has fixed his mind on a very generous and forgiving course toward the returned secessionists. He will not countenance at all the demand of the extreme Philo-African element of the North, to make the right of Negro voting at elections a condition and sine qua non of the Reconstruction of the United States South, and of their resumption of co-equality in the Union. A glint inside of Abraham Lincoln's cabinet appointments, one item of many. While it was hanging in suspense who should be appointed Secretary of the Interior to take the place of Caleb Smith, the choice was very close between Mr. Harlan and Col Jesse K. Dubois of Illinois. The latter had many friends. He was competent, he was honest, and he was a man. Mr. Harlan, in the race, finally gained the Methodist interest and got himself to be considered as identified with it, and his appointment was apparently asked for by that powerful body. Bishop Simpson of Philadelphia came on and spoke for the selection. The president was much perplexed. The reasons for appointing Col Dubois were very strong, almost insuperable, yet the argument for Mr. Harlan, under the adroit position he had placed himself, was heavy. Those who pressed him adduced the magnitude of the Methodists as a body, their loyalty, more general and genuine than any other sect, that they represented the West, and had a right to be heard that all or nearly all the other great denominations had their representatives in the heads of the government, that they as a body and the great sectarian power of the West formally asked Mr. Harlan's appointment, that he was of them, having been a Methodist minister, that it would not do to offend them, but was highly necessary to propitiate them. Mr. Lincoln thought deeply over the whole matter. He was in more than usual tribulation on the subject. Let it be enough to say that though Mr. Harlan finally received the secretaryship, Col Dubois came as near being appointed as a man could, and not be. The decision was finally made one night about 10 o'clock. Bishop Simpson and other clergymen and leading persons in Mr. Harlan's behalf had been talking long and vehemently with the president. A member of Congress who was pressing Col Dubois' claims was in waiting. The president had told the bishop that he would make a decision that evening, and that he thought it unnecessary to be pressed any more on the subject. That night, he called in the MC above alluded to and said to him, "Tell Uncle Jesse that I want to give him this appointment, and yet I cannot. I will do almost anything else in the world for him I am able. I have thought the matter all over, and under the circumstances think the Methodists too good and too great a body to be slighted. They have stood by the government and helped us their very best. I have had no better friends, and as the case stands, I have decided to appoint Mr. Harlan." Note to a friend. Written on the flyleaf of a copy of Specimen Days, sent to Peter Doyle, at Washington, June, 1883. Pete, do you remember, of course you do, I do well, those great long jovial walks we had at times for years? 1866-72, out of Washington City, often moonlight nights way to Good Hope, or Sundays up and down the Potomac shores, one side or the other, sometimes 10 miles at a stretch. Or when you worked on the horse cars and I waited for you coming home late together, or resting and chatting at the market, corner 7th Street and the Avenue, and eating those nice musk or watermelons. Or during my tedious sickness and first paralysis, 73, how you used to come to my solitary garret room and make up my bed and enliven me, and chat for an hour or so, or perhaps go out and get the medicines Dr. Drinkard had ordered for me before you went on duty? Give my love to dear Mrs. and Mr. Nash, and tell them I have not forgotten them, and never will. W.W. Written impromptu in an album. Germantown, Fala, Dec. 2683. In memory of these Merry Christmas days and nights to my friends Mr. and Mrs. Williams, Churchy, May, Gurney, and little Aubrey. A heavy snowstorm blocking up everything and keeping us in. But souls, hearts, thoughts unloosed. And so one and all, little and big, haven't we had a good time? W.W. The place Gratitude fills in a fine character. From the Philadelphia Press, Nov. 27, 1884, Thanksgiving number. Seen a large family supper party, a night or two ago, with voices and laughter of the young, mellow faces of the old, and a by-and-by pause in the general joviality. "Now, Mr. Whitman," spoke up one of the girls, "what have you to say about Thanksgiving? Won't you give us a sermon in advance to sober us down?" The sage nodded smilingly, looked a moment at the blaze of the great wood fire, ran his forefinger right and left through the heavy white mustache that might have otherwise impeded his voice, and began. "Thanksgiving goes probably far deeper than you folks suppose. I am not sure, but it is the source of the highest poetry as in parts of the Bible. Ruskin, indeed, makes the central source of all great art to be praise, gratitude to the Almighty for life, and the universe with its objects and play of action. We Americans devote an official day to it every year, yet I sometimes fear the real article is almost dead or dying in our self-sufficient, independent republic. Gratitude, anyhow, has never been made half enough of by the moralists. It is indispensable to a complete character, man's or woman's the disposition to be appreciative, thankful. That is the main matter, the element, inclination, what geologists call the trend. Of my own life and writings, I estimate the giving thanks part, with what it infers, as essentially the best item. I should say the quality of gratitude rounds the whole emotional nature. I should say love and faith would quite lack vitality without it. There are people, shall I call them even religious people, as things go, who have no such trend to their disposition. Last of the war cases. Memorandized at the time, Washington, 1865-66. Of reminiscences of the Secession War, after the rest is said, I have thought it remains to give a few special words in some respects at the time the typical words of all, and most definite of the samples of the killed and wounded in action, and of soldiers who lingered afterward from these wounds, or were laid up by obstinate disease or prostration. The general statistics have been printed already, but can bear to be briefly stated again. There were over 3 million men, for all periods of enlistment, large and small, furnished to the Union Army during the war, New York State furnishing over 500,000, which was the greatest number of any one state. The losses by disease, wounds, killed in action, accidents, and sea were altogether about 600,000, or approximating to that number. Over 4 million cases were treated in the main and adjudicatory Army hospitals. The number sounds strange, but it is true. More than 2/3 of the deaths were from prostration or disease. Today there lie buried over 300,000 soldiers in the various National Army cemeteries, more than half of them, and that is really the most significant and eloquent bequest of the war, marked unknown. In full mortuary statistics of the war, the greatest deficiency arises from our not having the rolls, even as far as they were kept, of most of the Southern military prisons, a gap which probably both adds to and helps conceal the indescribable horrors of those places. It is, however, restricting one vivid point, only certain that over 30,000 Union soldiers died, largely of actual starvation in them. And now, leaving all figures and their sum totals, I feel sure a few genuine memoranda of such things, some cases jotted down 64, 65, and 66 made at the time and on the spot, with all the associations of those scenes and places brought back, will not only go directest to the right spot, but give a clearer and more actual sight of that period than anything else. Before I give the last cases, I begin with verbatim extracts from letters home to my mother in Brooklyn, the second year of the war. WW. Washington, Oct. 13, 1863. There has been a new lot of wounded and sick arriving for the last 3 days. The first and second days, long strings of ambulances with the sick. Yesterday the worst, many with bad and bloody wounds, inevitably long neglected. I thought I was cooler and more used to it, but the sight of some cases brought tears into my eyes. I had the luck yesterday, however, to do lots of good. Had provided many nourishing articles for the men for another quarter, but fortunately, had my stores where I could use them at once for these newcomers, as they arrived, faint, hungry, fagged out from their journey, with soiled clothes and all bloody. I distributed these articles, gave partly to the nurses I knew or to those in charge. As many as possible I fed myself. Then I found a lot of oyster soup handy and bought it all at once. It is the most pitiful sight, this, when the men are first brought in from some camp hospital broke up or a part of the army moving. These who arrived yesterday are cavalrymen. Our troops had fought like devils but got the worst of it. They were Kilpatrick's cavalry, were in the rear, part of Meade's retreat, and the Reb cavalry, knowing the ground and taking a favorable opportunity, dashed in between, cut them off, and shelled them terribly. But Kilpatrick turned and brought them out mostly. It was last Sunday. One of the most terrible sights and tasks is of such receptions. Oct. 27, 1863. If any of the soldiers I know, or their parents or folks, should call upon you, as they are often anxious to have my address in Brooklyn, you just use them as you know how. And if you happen to have pot luck and feel to ask them to take a bite, don't be afraid to do so. I have a friend, Thomas Neat, 2D N Y Cavalry, wounded in leg, now home in Jamaica, on furlough. He will probably call. then possibly a Mr. Haskell or some of his folks from Western New York. He had a son died here, and I was with the boy a good deal. The old man and his wife have written me and asked me my Brooklyn address. He said he had children in New York and was occasionally down there. When I come home, I will show you some of the letters I get from mothers, sisters, fathers, and see they will make you cry. How the time passes away. To think it is over a year since I left home suddenly and have mostly been down in front since. The year has vanished swiftly, and oh, what scenes I have witnessed during that time, and the war is not settled yet, and one does not see anything certain, or even promising, of a settlement. But I do not lose the solid feeling, in myself, that the Union triumph is assured, whether it be sooner or whether it be later, or whatever roundabout way we may be led there. And I find I don't change that conviction from any reverses we meet, nor delays, nor blunders. One realizes here in Washington the great labors, even the negative ones, of Lincoln, that it is a big thing to have just kept the United States from being thrown down and having its throat cut. I have not wavered or had any doubt of the issue since Gettysburg. 8th September, 63 here now, is a specimen Army hospital case. Lorenzo Strong, COA 9th United States Cavalry, shot by a shell last Sunday, right leg amputated on the field. Sent up here Monday night 14th. Seemed to be doing pretty well till Wednesday noon, 16th, when he took a turn for the worse, and a strangely rapid and fatal termination ensued. Though I had much to do, I stayed and saw all. It was a death picture characteristic of these soldiers, hospitals the perfect specimen of physique, one of the most magnificent I ever saw the convulsive spasms and working of muscles, mouth, and throat. There are 2 good women nurses, one on each side. The doctor comes in and gives him a little chloroform. One of the nurses constantly fans him, for it is fearfully hot. He asks to be raised up, and they put him in a half-sitting posture. He called for Mark repeatedly, half deliriously all day. Life ebbs, runs now with the speed of a mill race. His splendid neck, as it lays all open, works still, slightly. His eyes turn back. A religious person coming in offers a prayer in subdued tones bent at the foot of the bed, and in the space of the aisle, a crowd including 2 or 3 doctors, several students, and many soldiers has silently gathered. It is very still and warm as the struggle goes on and dwindles a little more, and then welcome oblivion, painlessness, death. A pause, the crowd drops away, a white bandage is bound around and under the jaw, the propping pillows are removed, the limpsy head falls down, the arms are softly placed by the side, all composed, all still, and the broad white sheet is thrown over everything. April 10, 1864, unusual agitation all around concentrated here, exciting times in Congress. The Copperheads are getting furious and want to recognize the Southern Confederacy. This is a pretty time to talk of recognizing such, said a Pennsylvania officer in hospital to me today, after what has transpired the last 3 years. After first Fredericksburg, I felt discouraged myself and doubted whether our rulers could carry on the war, but that has passed away. The war must be carried on. I would willingly go in the ranks myself if I thought it would profit more than as at present, and I don't know sometimes, but I shall, as it is. Then there is certainly a strange, deep, fervid feeling formed or aroused in the land, hard to describe or name. It is not a majority feeling, but it will make itself felt. You don't know what a nature a fellow gets, not only after being a soldier a while, but after living in the sights and influences of the camps, the wounded, and a nature he never experienced before. The Stars and Stripes, the tune of Yankee Doodle and similar things, produce such an effect on a fellow as never before. I have seen them bring tears on some men's cheeks, and others turn pale with emotion. I have a little flag. It belonged to one of our cavalry regiments, presented to me by one of the wounded. It was taken by the Secesh in a fight and rescued by our men in a bloody skirmish following. It cost 3 men's lives to get back that 4x3 flag to tear it from the breast of a dead rebel for the name of getting their little rag back again. The man that secured it was very badly wounded, and they let him keep it. I was with him a good deal. He wanted to give me some keepsake. He said he didn't expect to live, so he gave me that flag. The best of it all is, dear M., there isn't a regiment, cavalry, or infantry that wouldn't do the like on the like occasion. April 12, I will finish my letter this morning. It is a beautiful day. I was up in Congress very late last night. The House had a very excited night session about expelling the men that proposed recognizing the Southern Confederacy. You ought to hear, as I do, the soldiers talk. They are excited to madness. We shall probably have hot times here, not in the military fields alone. The body of the army is true and firm as the North Star. May 6, 64M, the poor soldier with diarrhea, is still living, but oh, what a looking object. Death would be a relief to him. He cannot last many hours. Cunningham, the Ohio soldier with leg amputated at thigh, has picked up beyond expectation, now looks indeed like getting well. He died a few weeks afterwards. The hospitals are very full. I am very well indeed. Hot here today. May 23, 64. Sometimes I think that should it come when it must, to fall in battle, one's anguish over a son or brother killed might be tempered with much to take the edge off. Lingering and extreme suffering from wounds or sickness seem to me far worse than death in battle. I can honestly say the latter has no terrors for me, as far as I myself am concerned. Then I should say, too, about death and war, that our feelings and imaginations make 1,000 times too much of the whole matter. Of the many I have seen die, or known of, the past year, I have not seen or known one who met death with terror. In most cases, I should say it was a welcome relief and release. Yesterday, I spent a good part of the afternoon with a young soldier of 17, Charles Cutter, of Lawrence City, Massachusetts, 1st Massachusetts Heavy Artillery. Battery M, he was brought to one of the hospitals mortally wounded in abdomen. Well, I thought to myself, as I sat looking at him, it ought to be a relief to his folks if they could see how little he really suffered. He lay very placid in a half-lethargy with his eyes closed. As it was extremely hot, and I sat a good while silently fanning him, and wiping the sweat, at length he opened his eyes quite wide and clear and looked inquiringly around. I said, "What is it, my boy? Do you want anything?" He answered quietly, with a good-natured smile, "Oh, nothing. I was only looking around to see who was with me." His mind was somewhat wandering, yet he lay in an evident peacefulness that sanity and health might have envied. I had to leave for other engagements. He died, I heard afterward, without any special agitation, in the course of the night. Washington, May 26, 63M. I think something of commencing a series of lectures, readings, talks, and through the cities of the North, to supply myself with funds for hospital ministrations. I do not like to be so beholden to others. I need a pretty free supply of money, and the work grows upon me and fascinates me. It is the most magnetic as well as terrible sight. The lots of poor wounded and helpless men depending so much, in one ward or another, upon my soothing or talking to them, or rousing them up a little, or perhaps petting, or feeding them their dinner or supper. Here is a patient, for instance, wounded in both arms, or giving some trifle for a novelty or change anything, however trivial, to break the monotony of those hospital hours. It is curious, when I am present at the most appalling scenes, deaths, operations, sickening wounds, perhaps full of maggots, I keep cool and do not give out or budge, although my sympathies are very much excited. But often, hours afterward, perhaps when I am home or out walking alone, I feel sick and actually tremble when I recall the case again before me. Sunday afternoon, opening of 1865. Passed this afternoon among a collection of unusually bad cases, wounded and sick secession soldiers left upon our hands. I spent the previous Sunday afternoon there also. At that time 2 were dying. 2 others have died during the week. Several of them are partly deranged. I went around among them elaborately. Poor boys, they all needed to be cheered up. As I sat down by any particular one, the eyes of all the rest in the neighboring cots would fix upon me and remain steadily riveted as long as I sat within their sight. Nobody seemed to wish anything special to eat or drink. The main thing asked for was postage stamps and paper for writing. I distributed all the stamps I had. Tobacco was wanted by some. One called me over to him and asked me in a low tone what denomination I belonged to. He said he was a Catholic, wished to find someone of the same faith, wanted some good reading. I gave him something to read and sat down by him a few minutes, moved around with a word for each. They were hardly any of them personally attractive cases, and no visitors come here. Of course, they were all destitute of money. I gave small sums to 2 or 3, apparently the most needy. The men are from quite all the southern states, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, and wrote several letters. One for a young fellow named Thomas J. Byad with a bad wound and diarrhea. Was from Russell County, Alabama, been out 4 years. Wrote to his mother, had neither heard from her nor written to her in 9 months. Was taken prisoner last Christmas in Tennessee, sent to Nashville, then to Camp Chase, Ohio, and kept there a long time, all the while not money enough to get paper and postage stamps. Was paroled, but on his way home the wound took gangrene, had diarrhea also, had evidently been very low. Demeanor cool and patient, a dark-skinned, quaint young fellow with strong Southern idiom, no education. Another letter for John W. Morgan, aged 18, from Charlotte, Brunswick County, North Carolina, been out 9 months. Gunshot wound in right leg above knee, also diarrhea, wound getting along well, quite a gentle, affectionate boy. Wished me to put in the letter for his mother to kiss his little brother and sister for him. I put strong envelopes on these and 2 or 3 other letters, directed them plainly and fully, and dropped them in the Washington post office the next morning myself. The large ward I am in is used for secession soldiers exclusively. One man, about 40 years of age, emaciated with diarrhea, I was attracted to, as he lay with his eyes turned up, looking like death. His weakness was so extreme that it took a minute or so, every time, for him to talk with anything like consecutive meaning, yet he was evidently a man of good intelligence and education. As I said anything, he would lie a moment perfectly still, then, with closed eyes, answer in a low, very slow voice, quite correct and sensible, but in a way and tone that wrung my heart. He had a mother, wife, and child living, or probably living in his home in Mississippi. It was long, long since he had seen them. Had he couched a letter to be sent them since he got here in Washington? No answer. I repeated the question, very slowly and soothingly. He could not tell whether he had or not. Things of late seemed to him like a dream. After waiting a moment, I said, "Well, I am going to walk down the ward a moment, and when I come back you can tell me. If you have not written, I will sit down and write." A few minutes after I returned, he said he remembered now that someone had written for him 2 or 3 days before. The presence of this man impressed me profoundly. The flesh was all sunken on face and arms, the eyes low in their sockets and glassy and with purple rings around them. 2 or 3 great tears silently flowed out from the eyes and rolled down his temples. He was doubtless unused to be spoken to as I was speaking to him. Sickness, imprisonment, exhaustion, and had conquered the body, yet the mind held mastery still and called even wandering remembrance back. There are some 50 Southern soldiers here, all sad, sad cases. There is a good deal of scurvy. I distributed some paper, envelopes, and postage stamps, and wrote addresses full and plain on many of the envelopes. I returned again Tuesday, August 1, and moved around in the same manner a couple of hours. September 22, 65 afternoon and evening at Douglas Hospital to see a friend belonging to 2D New York Artillery, Hiram W. Frazee, circed, down with an obstinate compound fracture of left leg received in one of the last battles near Petersburg. After sitting a while with him, went through several neighboring wards. In one of them found an old acquaintance transferred here lately, a rebel prisoner in a dying condition. Poor fellow, the look was already on his face. He gazed long at me. I asked him if he knew me. After a moment he uttered something, but inarticulately. I have seen him off and on for the last 5 months. He has suffered very much. A bad wound in left leg, severely fractured, several operations, cuttings, extractions of bones, splinters, and I remember he seemed to me, as I used to talk with him, a fair specimen of the main strata of the Southerners, those without property or education, but still with the stamp which comes from freedom and equality. I liked him. Jonathan Wallace of Herd Co., Georgia, age 30, wife, Susan F. Wallace, Houston, Herd Co., Georgia. If any good soul of that county should see this, I hope he will send her this word. Had a family, had not heard from them since taken prisoner, now 6 months. I had written for him and done trifles for him before he came here. He made no outward show, was mild in his talk and behavior, but I knew he worried much inwardly. But now all would be over very soon. I half sat upon the little stand near the head of the bed. Wallace was somewhat restless. I placed my hand lightly on his forehead and face, just sliding it over the surface. In a moment or so he fell into a calm, regular breathing lethargy or sleep, and remained so while I sat there. It was dark, and the lights were lit. I hardly know why death seemed hovering near, but I stayed nearly an hour. A sister of charity, dressed in black, with a broad white linen bandage around her head and under her chin, and a black crepe overall and flowing down from her head in long wide pieces, came to him and moved around the bed. She bowed low and solemn to me. For some time she moved around there noiseless as a ghost, doing little things for the dying man. December, 65, the only remaining hospital is now Harewood, out in the woods, northwest of the city. I have been visiting there regularly every Sunday during these 2 months. January 24, 66 went out to Harewood early today and remained all day. Sunday, February 4, 1866, Harewood Hospital again. Walked out this afternoon, bright, dry, ground frozen hard through the woods. Ward 6 is filled with blacks, some with wounds, some ill, 2 or 3 with limbs frozen. The boys made quite a picture sitting round the stove. Hardly any can read or write. I write for 3 or 4 direct envelopes, give some tobacco, and see. Joseph Winder, a likely boy, age 23, belongs to 10th Colored Infantry, now in Texas. Is from Eastville, Virginia, was a slave, belonged to Lafayette Homestead. The master was quite willing he should leave. Joined the army 2 years ago, has been in 1 or 2 battles, was sent to hospital with rheumatism. Has since been employed as cook. His parents at Eastville, he gets letters from them and has letters written to them by a friend. Many black boys left that part of Virginia and joined the army. The 10th, in fact, was made up of Virginia blacks from thereabouts. As soon as discharged, is going back to Eastville to his parents and home and intends to stay there. Thomas King, formerly 2D District Colored Regiment, discharged soldier, Company E, lay in a dying condition. His disease was consumption. A Catholic priest was administering extreme unction to him. I have seen this kind of sight several times in the hospitals. It is very impressive. Harewood, April 29, 1866. Sunday afternoon, poor Joseph Swears, Company H, 155th Pennsylvania, a mere lad, only 18 years of age, his folks living in Reedsburg, Pennsylvania. I have known him for nearly a year, transferred from hospital to hospital. He was badly wounded in the thigh at Hatcher's Run, February 6, 65. James E. Ragan, Atlanta, Georgia, 2D United States Infantry. Union folks. Brother impressed, deserted, died. Now no folks, left alone in the world, is in a singularly nervous state, came in hospital with intermittent fever. Walk slowly around the ward, observing, and to see if I can do anything. 2 or 3 are lying very low with consumption, cannot recover. Some with old wounds, one with both feet frozen off, so that on one only the heel remains. The supper is being given out, the liquid called tea, a thick slice of bread, and some stewed apples. That was about the last I saw of the regular army hospitals. Illustration here is a portrait of E.H. from life, by Henry Inman, in New York, about 1827 or 28. The painting was finely copperplated in 1830, and the present is a facsimile. Looks as I saw him in the following narrative. The time was signalized by the separation of the Society of Friends, so greatly talked of and continuing yet but so little really explained. All I give of this separation is in a note following. Notes such as they are founded on. Elias Hicks. Prefatory notas myself, a little boy hearing so much of E.H. At that time, long ago, in Suffolk and Queens and Kings, counties, and more than once personally seeing the old man and my dear father and mother, faithful listeners to him, at the meetings I remember, how I dreamed to write perhaps a piece about E.H. and his look and discourses, however long afterward for my parents' sake and the dear friends too. And the following is what has at last, but all come out of it the feeling and intention never forgotten yet. There is a sort of nature of persons I have compared to little rills of water, fresh, from perennial springs. And the comparison is indeed an appropriate one, persons not so very plenty, yet some few certainly of them running over the surface and area of humanity, all times, all lands. It is a specimen of this class I would now present. I would sum up in E.H. and make his case stand for the class. The sort, in all ages, all lands, sparse, not numerous, yet enough to irrigate the soil enough to prove the inherent moral stock and irrepressible devotional aspirations growing indigenously of themselves, always advancing, and never utterly gone under or lost. Always E.H. gives the service of pointing to the fountain of all naked theology, all religion, all worship, all the truth to which you are possibly eligible, namely in yourself and your inherent relations. Others talk of Bibles, saints, churches, exhortations, vicarious atonements, the canons outside of yourself, and apart from man E.H. to the religion inside of man's very own nature. This he incessantly labors to kindle, nourish, educate, bring forward, and strengthen. He is the most democratic of the religionists, the prophets. I have no doubt that both the curious fate and death of his 4 sons, and the facts and dwelling on them of George Fox's strange early life and permanent conversion, had much to do with the peculiar and somber ministry and style of E.H. from the first, and confirmed him all through. One must not be dominated by the man's almost absurd saturation in cut and dried biblical phraseology, and in ways, talk, and standard regardful mainly of the one need he dwelt on, above all the rest. This main need he drove home to the soul. The canting and sermonizing soon exhale away to any auditor that realizes what E.H. is for and after. The present paper, a broken memorandum of his formation, his earlier life, is the cross-notch that rude wanderers make in the woods, to remind them afterward of some matter of first-rate importance and full investigation. Remember, too, that E.H. was a thorough believer in the Hebrew Scriptures in his way. The following are really but disjointed fragments recalled to serve and eke out here the lank printed pages of what I commented unwittingly 2 months ago. Now, as I am well in for it, comes an old attack, the 6th or 7th recurrence of my war paralysis, dulling me from putting the notes in shape and threatening any further action, head or body. W. W. Camden and J. July, 1888. To begin with, my theme is comparatively featureless. The great historian has passed by the life of Elias Hicks quite without glance or touch. Yet a man might commence and overhaul it as furnishing one of the amplest historic and biographies backgrounds. While the foremost actors and events from 1750 to 1830, both in Europe and America, were crowding each other on the world's stage, while so many kings, queens, soldiers, philosophers, musicians, voyagers, litterateurs enter one side, cross the boards, and disappear amid loudest reverberating names: Frederick the Great, Swedenborg, Junius, Voltaire, Rousseau, Linnaeus. Herschel, curiously contemporary with the long life of Goethe through the occupancy of the British throne by George III amid stupendous visible political and social revolutions, and far more stupendous invisible moral ones, while the many quarto volumes of the Encyclopaedia Francaise are being published at fits and intervals by Diderot. In Paris, while Haydn and Beethoven and Mozart and Weber are working out their harmonic compositions, while Mrs. Siddons and Talma and Keene are acting, while Mungo Park explores Africa, and Capt. Cook circumnavigates the globe through all the fortunes of the American Revolution, the beginning, continuation, and end, the Battle of Brooklyn, the surrender at Saratoga, the final peace of '83 through the lurid tempest of the French Revolution, the execution of the King and Queen, and the reign of terror through the whole of the meteor career of Napoleon, through all Washingtons, Adamses, Jeffersons, Madisons, and Monroes, presidentiads amid so many flashing lists of names. Indeed, there seems hardly, in any department, any end to them, Old World or New. Franklin, Sir Joshua Reynolds, Murraybow, Fox, Nelson, Paul Jones, Cant, Fichte, and Hedgel, Fulton, Walter Scott, Byron, Mesmer, Champollion amid pictures that dart upon me even as I speak, and glow and mix and coruscate and fade like aurora boreals. Louis XVI threatened by the mob, the trial of Warren Hastings, the deathbed of Robert Burns, Wellington at Waterloo, Decatur capturing the Macedonian, or the sea fight between the Chesapeake and the Shannon during all these whiles. I say, and though on a far different grade, running parallel and contemporary with all, a curious, quiet yet busy life centered in a little country village on Long Island, and within sound on still nights of the mystic surf beat of the sea. About this life, this personality, neither soldier, nor scientist, nor literature, I propose to occupy a few minutes in fragmentary talk, to give some few mélanges, disconnected impressions, statistics, resultant groups, pictures, thoughts of him, or radiating from him. Elias Hicks was born March 19, 1748, in Hempstead Township, Queens County, Long Island, New York State, near a village bearing the old scripture name of Jericho, a mile or so north and east of the present Hicksville, on the LI Railroad. His father and mother were friends of that class working with their own hands and marked by neither riches nor actual poverty. Elias, as a child and youth, had small education from letters, but largely learned from nature's schooling. He grew up even in his ladhood a thorough gunner and fisherman. The farm of his parents lay on the south or seashore side of Long Island. They had early removed from Jericho, one of the best regions in the world for wild fowl and for fishing. Elias became a good horseman, too, and knew the animal well, riding races, also a singer fond of vain songs, as he afterwards calls them, a dancer, too, at the country balls. When a boy of 13, he had gone to live with an elder brother, and when about 17, he changed again and went as apprentice to the carpenter's trade. The time of all this was before the Revolutionary War, and the locality 30 to 40 miles from New York City. My great-grandfather, Whitman, was often with Elias at these periods, and at merrymakings and sleigh rides in winter over the plains. How well I remember the region, the flat plains of the middle of Long Island, as then, with their prairie-like vistas and grassy patches in every direction, and the kill-calf and herds of cattle and sheep. Then the South Bay and shores and the salt meadows, and the sedgy smell, and numberless little bayous and hummock islands in the waters, the habitat of every sort of fish and aquatic fowl of North America. And the bay mena strong, wild, peculiar race now extinct, or rather entirely changed. And the beach outside the sandy bars, sometimes many miles at a stretch, with their old history of wrecks and storms, the weird, white-gray beach not without its tales of pathos tales, too, of grandest heroes and heroisms. In such scenes and elements and influences in the midst of nature, and along the shores of the sea, Elias Hicks was fashioned through boyhood and early manhood to maturity. But a moral and mental and emotional change was imminent. Along at this time, he says, "My apprenticeship being now expired, I gradually withdrew from the company of my former associates, became more acquainted with friends, and was more frequent in my attendance of meetings. And although this was in some degree profitable to me, yet I made but slow progress in my religious improvement. The occupation of part of my time in fishing and fowling had frequently tended to preserve me from falling into hurtful associations. But through the rising intimations and reproofs of divine grace in my heart, I now began to feel that the manner in which I sometimes amused myself with my gun was not without sin. For although I mostly preferred going alone, and while waiting in stillness for the coming of the fowl, mind was at times so taken up in divine meditations that the opportunities were seasons of instruction and comfort to me. Yet, on other occasions, when accompanied by some of my acquaintances, and when no fowls appeared which would be useful to us after being obtained, we sometimes, from wantonness or for mere diversion, would destroy the small birds which could be of no service to us. This cruel procedure affects my heart while penning these lines. In his 23d year, Elias was married by the friend's ceremony to Jemima Seaman. His wife was an only child. The parents were well off for common people, and at their request the son-in-law moved home with them and carried on the farm which at their decease became his own, and he lived there all his remaining life. Of this matrimonial part of his career, it continued, and with unusual happiness, for 58 years, he says, giving the account of his marriage. On this important occasion, we felt the clear and consoling evidence of divine truth, and it remained with us as a seal upon our spirits, strengthening us mutually to bear, with becoming fortitude, the vicissitudes and trials which fell to our lot, and of which we each a large share in passing through this probationary state. My wife, although not of a very strong constitution, lived to be the mother of 11 children, 4 sons and 7 daughters. Our second daughter, a very lovely, promising child, died when young, with the smallpox, and the youngest was not living at its birth. The rest all arrived to years of discretion, and afforded us considerable comfort, as they proved to be in a good degree dutiful children. All our sons, however, were of weak constitutions, and were not able to take care of themselves, being so enfeebled as not to be able to walk after the 9th or 10th year of their age. The 2 eldest died in the 15th year of their age, the third in his 17th year, and the youngest was nearly 19 when he died. But although thus helpless, the innocency of their lives, and the resigned cheerfulness of their dispositions to their allotments, made the labor and toil of taking care of them agreeable and pleasant. And I trust we were preserved from murmuring or repining, believing the dispensation to be in wisdom, and according to the will and gracious disposing of an always providence, for purposes best known to himself. And when I have observed the great anxiety and affliction which many parents have with undutiful children who are favored with health, especially their sons, I could perceive very few whose troubles and exercises, on that account, did not far exceed ours. The weakness and bodily infirmity of our sons tended to keep them much out of the way of the troubles and temptations of the world, and we believed that in their death they were happy and admitted into the realms of peace and joy. A reflection, the most comfortable and joyous that parents can have in regard to their tender offspring. Of a serious and reflective turn, by nature, and from his reading and surroundings, Elias had more than once markedly devotional inward intimations. These feelings increased in frequency and strength until soon the following. About the 26th year of my age, I was again brought, by the operative influence of divine grace, under deep concern of mind, and was led, through adorable mercy, to see that although I had ceased from many sins and vanities of my youth, yet there were many remaining that I was still guilty of, which were not yet atoned for, and for which I now felt the judgments of God to rest upon em. This caused me to cry earnestly to the Most High for pardon and redemption, and he graciously condescended to hear my cry, and to open a way before me, wherein I must walk, in order to experience reconciliation with him. And as I abode in watchfulness and deep humiliation before him, light broke forth out of obscurity, and my darkness became as the noonday. I began to have openings leading to the ministry, which brought me under close exercise and deep travail of spirit. For although I had for some time spoken on subjects of business in monthly and preparative meetings, yet the prospect of opening my mouth in public meetings was a close trial. But I endeavored to keep my mind quiet and resign to the heavenly call, if it should be made clear to me to be my duty. Nevertheless, I was, soon after, sitting in a meeting in much weightiness of spirit, a secret though clear, intimation accompanied me to speak a few words, which were then given to me to utter, yet fear so prevailed that I did not yield to the intimation. For this omission, I felt close rebuke, and judgment seemed, for some time, to cover my mind. But as I humbled myself under the Lord's mighty hand, he again lifted up the light of his countenance upon me, and enabled me to renew covenant with him, that if he would pass by this my offense, I would, in future, be faithful, if he should again require such a service of me. The Revolutionary War following tried the sect of Friends more than any. The difficulty was to steer between their convictions as patriots and their pledges of non-warring peace. Here is the way they solved the problem. A war, with all its cruel and destructive effects, having raged for several years between the British colonies in North America and the mother country, Friends as well as others, were exposed to many severe trials and sufferings. Yet, in the colony of New York, Friends, who stood faithful to their principles, and did not meddle in the controversy, had, after a short period at first, considerable favor allowed them. The yearly meeting was held steadily during the war on Long Island, where the King's party had the rule. Yet Friends from the Maine, where the American army ruled, had free passage through both armies to attend it, and any other meetings they were desirous of attending, except in a few instances. This was a favor which the parties would not grant to their best friends, who were of a warlike disposition, which shows what great advantages would redound to mankind, were they all of this pacific spirit. I passed myself through the lines of both armies 6 times during the war, without molestation, both parties generally receiving me with openness and civility. And although I had to pass over a tract of country, between the two armies, sometimes more than 30 miles in extent, and which was much frequented by robbers, a set, in general, of cruel, unprincipled banditti, issuing out from both party yet, excepting once, I met with no interruption even from the but although Friends in general experienced many favors and deliverances, yet those scenes of war and confusion occasion many trials and provings in various ways to the faithful. One circumstance I am willing to mention, as it caused me considerable exercise and concern. There was a large cellar under the new meeting house belonging to Friends in New York, which was generally let as a store. When the King's troops entered the city, they took possession of it for the purpose of depositing their warlike stores, and ascertaining what Friends had the care of letting it, their commissary came forward and offered to pay the rent. And those Friends, for want of due consideration, accepted it. This caused great uneasiness to the concerned part of the society, who apprehended it not consistent with our peaceable principles to receive payment for the depositing of military stores in our houses. The subject was brought before the yearly meeting in 1779 and engagged its careful attention. But those Friends, who had been active in the reception of the money, and some few others, were not willing to acknowledge their proceedings to be inconsistent, nor to return the money to those from whom it was received. And in order to justify themselves therein, they referred to the conduct of friends in Philadelphia in similar cases. Matters thus appearing very difficult and embarrassing, it was unitedly concluded to refer the final determination thereof to the yearly meeting of Pennsylvania, and several friends were appointed to attend that meeting in relation thereto, among whom I was one of the number. We accordingly set out on the 9th day of the 9th month, 1779, and I was accompanied from home by my beloved friend John Willis, who was likewise on the appointment. We took a solemn leave of our families, they feeling much anxiety at parting with us, on account of the dangers we were exposed to, having to pass not only the lines of the two armies, but the deserted and almost uninhabited country that lay between them, in many places the grass being grown up in the streets, and many houses desolate and empty. Believing it, however, my duty to proceed in the service, my mind was so settled and trust-fixed in the divine arm of power, that faith seemed to banish all fear, and cheerfulness and quiet resignation were, I believe, my constant companions during the journey. We got permission, with but little difficulty, to pass the outguards of the King's army at Kingsbridge, and proceeded to Westchester. We afterwards attended meetings at Harrison's Purchase, and Oblong, having the concurrence of our monthly meeting to take some meetings in our way, a concern leading thereto having for some time previously attended my mind. We passed from thence to 9 partners, and attended their monthly meeting, and then turned our faces towards Philadelphia, being joined by several others of the committee. We attended New Marlborough, Hardwick, and Kingswood meetings on our journey, and arrived at Philadelphia on the 7th day of the week, and 25th of 9th month, on which day we attended the yearly meeting of ministers and elders, which began at the 11th hour. I also attended all the sittings of the yearly meeting until the 4th day of the next week, and was then so indisposed with a fever, which had been increasing on me for several days, that I was not able to attend after that time. I was therefore not present when the subject was discussed, which came from our yearly meeting, but I was informed by my companion that it was a very solemn opportunity, and the matter was resulted in advising that the money should be returned into the office from whence it was received, accompanied with our reasons for so doing. And this was accordingly done by the direction of our yearly meeting the next year. Then, season after season, when peace and independence reigned, year following year, this remains to be 1791, a specimen of his personal labors. I was from home on this journey 4 months and 11 days, rode about 1,500 miles, and attended 49 particular meetings among friends, 3 quarterly meetings, 6 monthly meetings, and 40 meetings among other people. And again, another experience. In the forepart of this meeting, my mind was reduced into such a state of great weakness and depression that my faith was almost ready to fail, which produced great searchings of heart, so that I was led to call in question all that I had ever before experienced. In this state of doubting, I was ready to wish myself at home, from an apprehension that I should only expose myself to reproach and wound the cause I was embarked in. For the heavens seemed like brass and the earth as iron. Such coldness and hardness, I thought, could scarcely have ever been experienced before by any creature, so great was the depth of my baptism at this time. Nevertheless, as I endeavored to quiet my mind in this conflicting dispensation, and be resigned to my allotment, however distressing, towards the latter part of the meeting a ray of light broke through the surrounding darkness, in which the shepherd of Israel was pleased to arise, and by the light of his glorious countenance to scatter those clouds of opposition. Then ability was received, and utterance given, to speak of his marvelous works in the redemption of souls, and to ope the way of life and salvation, and the mysteries of his glorious kingdom, which are hid from the wise and prudent of this world, and revealed only unto those who are reduced into the state of little children and babes in Christ. And concluding another jaunt in 1794. I was from home in this journey about 5 months, and travel by land and water about 2,283 miles, having visited all the meetings of friends in the New England states, and many meetings amongst those of other professions, and also visited many meetings, among friends and others, in the upper part of our own yearly meeting, and found real peace in my labors. Another tramp in 1798. I was absent from home in this journey about 5 months and 2 weeks, and rode about 1,600 miles, and attended about 143 meetings. Here are some memoranda of 1813, near home. First day, our meeting this day in silent labor. The cloud rested on the tabernacle, and, although it was a day of much rain outwardly, yet very little of the dew of Hermon appeared to distill among us. Nevertheless, a comfortable calm was witnessed towards the close, which we must render to the account of unmerited mercy and love. Second day, most of this day was occupied in a visit to a sick friend who appeared comforted therewith. Spent part of the evening in reading part of Paul's epistle to the Romans. Third day, I was busied most of this day in my common vocations. Spent the evening principally in reading Paul. Found considerable satisfaction in his first epistle to the Corinthians, in which he shows the danger of some in setting too high a value on those who were instrumental in bringing them to the knowledge of the truth, without looking through and beyond the instrument to the great first cause and author of every blessing, to whom all the praise and honor are due. Fifth day, 1st of 4th month. At our meeting today found it, as usual, a very close, steady exercise to keep the mind center where it ought to be. What a multitude of intruding thoughts imperceptibly, as it were, steal into the mind and turn it from its proper object, whenever it relaxes its vigilance in watching against them. Felt a little strength, just at the close, to remind friends of the necessity of a steady perseverance, by a recapitulation of the parable of the unjust judge, showing how men ought always to pray, and not to faint. Sixth day, nothing material occurred, but a fear lest the cares of the world should engross too much of my time. Seventh day, had an agreeable visit from 2 ancient friends, which I have long loved. The rest of the day I employed in manual labor, mostly in gardening. But we find if we attend to records and details, we shall lay out an endless task. We can briefly say, summarily, that his whole life was a long religious missionary life of method, practicality, sincerity, earnestness, and pure piety as near to his time here, as one in Judea, far back or in any life, any age. The reader who feels interested must get with all its dryness and mere dates, absence of emotionality or literary quality, and whatever abstract attraction, with even a suspicion of cant, sniffling, the journal of the life and religious labors of Elias Hicks, written by himself, at some Quaker bookstore. It is from this headquarters I have extracted the preceding quotations. During E.H.'s matured life, continued from 50 to 60 years while working steadily, earning his living and paying his way without intermission he makes, as previously memorandized, several hundred preaching visits, not only through Long Island, but some of them away into the middle or southern states, or north into Canada, or the then far west extending to thousands of miles, or filling several weeks and sometimes months. These religious journeys scrupulously accepting in payment only his transportation from place to place, with his own food and shelter, and never receiving $1 of money for salary or preaching Elias, through good bodily health and strength, continues till quite the age of 80. It was thus at one of his latest jaunts in Brooklyn City I saw and heard him. This sight and hearing shall now be described. Elias Hicks was at this period in the latter part, November or December of 1829. It was the last tour of the many missions of the old man's life. He was in the 81st year of his age, and a few months before he had lost by death a beloved wife with whom he had lived in unalloyed affection and esteem for 58 years. But a few months after this meeting Elias was paralyzed and died. Though it is 60 years ago since and I a little boy at the time in Brooklyn, New York I can remember my father coming home toward sunset from his day's work as carpenter, and saying briefly, as he throws down his armful of kindling blocks with a bounce on the kitchen floor, "Come, mother, Elias preaches tonight." Then my mother, hastening the supper and the table cleaning afterward, gets a neighboring young woman, a friend of the family, to step in and keep house for an hour, or so puts the 2 little ones to bed, and as I had been behaving well that day. As a special reward, I was allowed to go also. We start for the meeting, though, as I said, the stretch of more than half a century has passed over me since then, with its war and peace, and all its joys and sins and deaths, and what a half-century. How it comes up sometimes for an instant, like the lightning flash in a storm at night. I can recall that meeting yet. It is a strange place for religious devotions. Elias preaches anywhere no respect to buildings private or public houses, schoolrooms, barns, even theaters, anything that will accommodate. This time it is in a handsome ballroom, on Brooklyn Heights, overlooking New York and in full sight of that great city, and its north and east rivers filled with shipses. To specify more particularly, the second story of Morrison's Hotel, used for the most genteel concerts, balls, and assemblies, a large, cheerful, gay-colored room, with glass chandeliers bearing myriads of sparkling pendants, plenty of settees and chairs, and a sort of velvet divan running all round the side walls. Before long the divan and all the settees and chairs are filled, many fashionables out of curiosity, all the principal dignitaries of the town, Gen. Jeremiah Johnson, Judge Furman, George Hall, Mr. Willoughby, Mr. Pierrepont, N.B. Morse, Cyrus P. Smith, and F.C. Tucker. Many young folks, too, some richly dressed women. I remember I noticed with one party of ladies a group of uniformed officers, either from the U.S. Navy Yard or some ship in the stream or some adjacent fort. On a slightly elevated platform at the head of the room, facing the audience, sit a dozen or more friends, most of them elderly, grim, and with their broad-brimmed hats on their heads, 3 or 4 women, too, in their characteristic Quaker costumes and bonnets. All still as the grave. At length, after a pause and stillness becoming almost painful, Elias rises and stands for a moment or two without a word. A tall, straight figure, neither stout nor very thin, dressed in drab cloth, clean-shaved face, forehead of great expanse, and large and clear black eyes, long or middling long white hair. He was at this time between 80 and 81 years of age, his head still wearing the broad brim. A moment looking around the audience with those piercing eyes, amid the perfect stillness. I can almost see him and the whole scene now. Then the words come from his lips, very emphatically and slowly pronounced, in a resonant, grave, melodious voice. What is the chief end of man? I was told in my early youth it was to glorify God and seek and enjoy Him forever. I cannot follow the discourse. It presently becomes very fervid, and in the midst of its fervor he takes the broad-brim hat from his head, and almost dashing it down with violence on the seat behind, continues with uninterrupted earnestness. But I say, I cannot repeat, hardly suggest his sermon. Though the differences and disputes of the formal division of the Society of Friends were even then underway, he did not allude to them at all. A pleading, tender, nearly agonizing conviction, and magnetic stream of natural eloquence, before which all minds and natures, all emotions, high or low, gentle or simple, yielded entirely without exception, was its cause, method, and effect. Many, very many were in tears. Years afterward in Boston, I heard Father Taylor, the sailor's preacher, and found in his passionate, unstudied oratory the resemblance to Elias Hicks's, not argumentative or intellectual, but so penetrating, so different from anything in the books, different as the fresh air of a May morning or seashore breeze from the atmosphere of a perfumer's shop. While he goes on, he falls into the nasality and sing-song tone sometimes heard in such meetings, but in a moment or two more, as if recollecting himself, he breaks off, stops, and resumes in a natural tone. This occurs 3 or 4 times during the talk of the evening, till all concludes. Now and then, at the many scores and hundreds, even thousands of his discourses, as at this one, he was very mystical and radical, and had much to say of the light within. Very likely this same inner light, so dwelt upon by newer men, as by Fox and Barclay at the beginning, and all friends and deep thinkers since and now, is perhaps only another name for the religious conscience. In my opinion, they have all diagnosed, like superior doctors, the real inmost disease of our times, probably any times. Amid the huge inflammation called society, and that other inflammation called politics, what is there today of moral power and ethic sanity as antiseptic to them and all? Though I think the essential elements of the moral nature exist latent in the good average people of the United States of today, and sometimes break out strongly, it is certain that any marked or dominating national morality, if I may use the phrase, has not only not yet been developed, but that at any rate when the point of view is turned on business, politics, competition, practical life, and in character and manners in our new world, there seems to be a hideous depletion, almost absence, of such moral nature. Elias taught throughout, as George Fox began it, or rather reiterated and verified it, the Platonic doctrine that the ideals of character, of justice, of religious action, whenever the highest is at stake, are to be conformed to no outside doctrine of creeds, Bibles, legislative enactments, conventionalities, or even decorums, but are to follow the inward deity-planted law of the emotional soul. In this only the true Quaker, or friend, has faith, and it is from rigidly, perhaps strainingly carrying it out, that both the Old and New England records of Quakerdom show some unseemly and insane acts. In one of the lives of Ralph Waldo Emerson is a list of lessons or instructions, sealed orders the biographer calls them, prepared by the sage himself for his own guidance. Here is one. Go forth with thy message among thy fellow creatures. Teach them that they must trust themselves as guided by that inner light which dwells with the pure in heart, to whom it was promised of old that they shall see God. How thoroughly it fits the life and theory of Elias Hicks, then in Omar Khayyam. I sent my soul through the invisible, some letter of that afterlife to spell, and by my soul returned to me, and answered, I myself am heaven and hell. Indeed, of this important element of the theory and practice of Quakerism, the difficult to describe, light within, or inward law, by which all must be either justified or condemned, I will not undertake where so many have failed the task of making the statement of it for the average comprehension. We will give, partly for the matter, and partly as specimen of his speaking and writing style, what Elias Hicks himself says in allusion to it one or two of very many passages. Most of his discourses, like those of Epictetus and the ancient Peripatetics, have left no record remaining they were extempore, and those were not the times of reporters. Of one, however, delivered in Chester, Pa toward the latter part of his career, there is a careful transcript. And from it, even if presenting you a sheaf of hidden wheat that may need to be picked and thrashed out several times before you get the grain, we give the following extract. I don't want to express a great many words, but I want you to be called home to the substance. For the Scriptures, and all the books in the world, can do no more. Jesus could do no more than to recommend to this Comforter, which was the light in him. God is light, and in him is no darkness at all, and if we walk in the light, as he is in the light, we have fellowship one with another. Because the light is one in all, and therefore it binds us together in the bonds of love, for it is not only light, but love that love which casts out all fear. So that they who dwell in God dwell in love, and they are constrained to walk in it. And if they walk in it, they have fellowship one with another, and the blood of Jesus Christ his Son cleanseth us from all sin. But what blood, my friends? Did Jesus Christ, the Savior, ever have any material blood? Not a drop of it, my friends, not a drop of it. That blood which cleanseth from the life of all sin was the life of the soul of Jesus. The soul of man has no material blood, but as the outward material blood, created from the dust of the earth, is the life of these bodies of flesh, so with respect to the soul, the immortal and invisible spirit, its blood is that life which God breathed into it. As we read in the beginning that God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into him the breath of life, and man became a living soul. He breathed into that soul, and it became alive to God. Then, from one of his many letters, for he seems to have delighted in correspondence. Some may query, what is the cross of Christ? To these I answer, it is the perfect law of God, written on the tablet of the ear and in the heart of every rational creature, in such indelible characters that all the power of mortals cannot erase nor obliterate it. Neither is there any power or means given or dispensed to the children of men, but this inward law and light, by which the true and saving knowledge of God can be obtained. And by this inward law and light, all will be either justified or condemned, and all made to know God for themselves, and be left without excuse, agreeably to the prophecy of Jeremiah, and the corroborating testimony of Jesus in his last counsel and command to his disciples, not to depart from Jerusalem till they should receive power from on high, assuring them that they should receive power when they had received the pouring forth of the Spirit upon them, which would qualify them to bear witness of him in Judea, Jerusalem, Samaria, and to the uttermost parts of the earth, which was verified in a marvelous manner on the day of Pentecost, when thousands were converted to the Christian faith in one day. By which it is evident that nothing but this inward light and law, as it is heeded and obeyed, ever did, or ever can, make a true and real Christian and child of God. And until the professors of Christianity agree to lay aside all their non-essentials in religion, and rally to this unchangeable foundation and standard of truth, wars and fightings, confusion and error will prevail, And the angelic song cannot be heard in our land that of glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace and goodwill to men. But when all nations are made willing to make this inward law and light the rule and standard of all their faith and works, then we shall be brought to know and believe alike, that there is but one Lord, one faith, and but one baptism, one God and Father, that is above all, through all, and in all. And then will all those glorious and consoling prophecies recorded in the scriptures of truth be fulfilled. He, the Lord, shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up the sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the cow and the bear shall feed, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox, and the sucking child shall play the hole of the asp, and the weaned child put his hand on the cockatrice's den. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth, that is our earthly tabernacle, shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. The exposition in the last sentence, that the terms of the texts are not to be taken in their literal meaning, but in their spiritual one, and allude to a certain wondrous exaltation of the body, through religious influences, is significant, and is but one of a great number of instances of much that is obscure, to the world's people, in the preachings of this remarkable man. Then a word about his physical oratory, connected with the preceding. If there is, as doubtless there is, an unnameable something behind oratory, a fund within or atmosphere without, deeper than art, deeper even than proof, that unnameable constitutional something Elias Hicks emanated from his very heart to the hearts of his audience, or carried with him, or probed into, and shook and aroused in them a sympathetic germ, probably rapport, lurking in every human eligibility, which no book, no rule, no statement has given or can give inherent knowledge. Intuition not even the best speech, or best put forth, but launched out only by powerful human magnetism. Unheard by sharpest ear, unformed in clearest eye, or cunningest mind, nor lore, nor fame, nor happiness, nor wealth. And yet the pulse of every heart and life throughout the world, incessantly, which you and I and all, pursuing ever miss, open but still a secret the real of the real in illusion, costless, vouchsafed to each, yet never man the owner, which poets vainly seek to put in rhyme, historians in prose, which sculptor never chiseled yet, nor painter painted, which vocalist never sung, nor orator nor actor ever uttered. That remorse, too, for a mere worldly life, that aspiration towards the ideal, which, however overlaid, lies folded latent, hidden in perhaps every character. More definitely, as near as I remember, aided by my dear mother long afterward. Elias Hicks's discourse there in the Brooklyn ballroom was one of his old never-omitted appeals to that moral mystical portion of human nature, the inner light. But it is mainly for the scene itself, and Elias' personnel, that I recall the incident. Soon afterward the old man died. On first day morning, the 14th of 2D month, February 1830. He was engaged in his room, writing to a friend until a little after 10 o'clock, when he returned to that occupied by the family, apparently just attacked by a paralytic affection, which nearly deprived H of the use of his right side and of the power of speech. Being assisted to a chair near the fire, he manifested by signs that the letter which he had just finished, and which had been dropped away, should be taken care of, and on its being brought to him, appeared satisfied, and manifested a desire that all should sit down and be still, seemingly sensible that his labors were brought to a close, and only desirous of quietly waiting the final change. The solemn composure at this time manifest in his countenance, very impressive, indicating that he was sensible the time of his departure was at hand, and that the prospect of death brought no terrors with it. During his last illness, his mental faculty were occasionally obscured, yet he was at times enabled to give satisfactory evidence to those around him that all was well, and that he felt nothing in his way. His funeral took place on 4th day, the 3rd of 3rd month. It was attended by a large concourse of friends and others, and a solid meeting was held on the occasion, after which his remains were interred in Friends' burial ground at this place, Jericho, Queens County, New York. I have thought even presented so incompletely, with such fearful hiatuses, and in my own feebleness and waning life, one might well memorize this life of Elias Hicks. Though not eminent in literature or politics or inventions or business, it is a token of not a few, and is significant. Such men do not cope with statesmen or soldiers, but I have thought they deserve to be recorded and kept up as a sample that this one specially does. I have already compared it to a little flowing liquid rill of nature's life, maintaining freshness. As if, indeed, under the smoke of battles, the blare of trumpets, and the madness of contending host the screams of passion, the groans of the suffering, the parching of struggles of money and politics, and all hell's heat and noise and competition above and around should come melting down from the mountains from sources of unpolluted snows. Far up there in God's hidden, untrodden recesses, and so rippling along among us low in the ground, at men's very feet, a curious little brook of clear and cool, and ever-healthy, ever-living water. Note the separation the division vulgarly called between Orthodox and Hicksites in the Society of Friends took place in 1827, 8 and 9. Probably it had been preparing some time. One who was present has since described to me the climax, at a meeting of friends in Philadelphia crowded by a great attendance of both sexes, with Elias as principal speaker. In the course of his utterance or argument he made use of these words: "The blood of Christ, the blood of Christ. Why, my friends, the actual blood of Christ in itself was no more effectual than the blood of bulls and goats, not a bit more, not a bit." At these words, after a momentary hush, commenced a great tumult. Hundreds rose to their feet. Canes were thumped upon the floor. From all parts of the house angry mutterings. Some left the place, but more remained, with exclamations, flushed faces, and eyes. This was the definite utterance, the overt act, which led to the separation. Families diverged, even husbands and wives, parents and children, were separated. Of course, what Elias promulged spread a great commotion among the friends. Sometimes when he presented himself to speak in the meeting, there would be opposition. This led to angry words, gestures, unseemly noises, recriminations. Elias, at such times, was deeply affected. The tears rolled in streams down his cheeks. He silently waited the close of the dispute. "Let the friends speak. Let the friends speak," he would say when his supporters in the meeting tried to bluff off some violent Orthodox person objecting to the new doctrinaire. But he never recanted. A reviewer of the old dispute and separation made the following comments on them in a paper 10 years ago. It was in America, where there had been no persecution worth mentioning since Mary Dyer was hanged on Boston Common, that about 50 years ago differences arose, singularly enough upon doctrinal points of the divinity of Christ and the nature of the atonement. Whoever would know how bitter was the controversy, and how much of human infirmity was found to be still lurking under broad-brim hats and drab coats, must seek for the information in the lives of Elias Hicks and of Thomas Shillitoe, the latter an English friend, who visited us at this unfortunate time, and who exercised his gifts as a peacemaker with but little success. The meetings, according to his testimony, were sometimes turned into mobs. The disruption was wide and seems to have been final. 6 of the 10 yearly meetings were divided, and since that time various subdivisions have come, 4 or 5 in number. There has never, however, been anything like a repetition of the excitement of the Hicksite controversy, and friends of all kinds at present appear to have settled down into a solid, steady, comfortable state, and to be working in their own way without troubling other friends whose ways are different. No-told persons who heard this man in his day and who gleaned impressions from what they saw of him, judged from their own points of views, have, in their conversation with me, dwelt on another point. They think Elias Hicks had a large element of personal ambition, the pride of leadership, of establishing perhaps a sect that should reflect his own name, and to which he should give a special form and character, very likely. Such indeed seems the means, all through progress and civilization, by which strong men and strong convictions achieve anything definite, but the basic foundation of Elias was undoubtedly genuine religious fervor. He was like an old Hebrew prophet. He had the spirit of one, and in his later years looked like one. What Carlyle says of John Knox will apply to him. He is an instance to us how a man, by sincerity itself, becomes heroic. It is the grand gift he has. We find in him a good, honest, intellectual talent, no transcendent one, a narrow, inconsiderable man as compared with Luther, but in heartfelt, instinctive adherence to truth, in sincerity, as we say, he has no superior. Nay, one might ask what equal he has. The heart of him is of the true prophet cast. "He lies there," said the Earl of Morton at Knox's grave, "who never feared the face of man. He resembles, more than any of the moderns, an old Hebrew prophet, the same inflexibility, intolerance, rigid, narrow-looking adherence to God's truth. A note yet. The United States today, while under all previous conditions, even convictions of society, oriental, feudal, ecclesiastical, and in all past or present despotisms, through the entire past, there existed and exists yet, in ally and fusion with them, and frequently forming the main part of them, certain churches, institutes, priesthoods, fervid beliefs, and practically promoting religious and moral action to the fullest degrees of which humanity there under circumstances was capable, and often conserving all there was of justice, art, literature, and good manners. It is clear, I say, that under the democratic institutes of the United States, now and henceforth, there are no equally genuine fountains of fervid beliefs, adapted to produce similar moral and religious results, according to our circumstances. I consider that the churches, sects, pulpits of the present day, in the United States, exist not by any solid convictions, but by a sort of tacit, supercilious, scornful sufferance. Few speak openly, none officially against them. But the ostent continuously imposing, who is not aware that any such living fountains of belief in them are now utterly seized and departed from the minds of men? A lingering note in the making of a full man, all the other consciences, the emotional, courageous, intellectual, aesthetic, and are to be crowned and effused by the religious conscience. In the higher structure of a human self, or of community, the moral, the religious, the spiritual, is strictly analogous to the subtle vitalization and antiseptic play called health in the physiologic structure. To person or state, the main vertebra, or rather the vertebra, is morality. That is indeed the only real vitalization of character, and of all the supersensual, even heroic and artistic portions of man or nationality. It is to run through and knit the superior parts, and keep man or state vital and upright, as health keeps the body straight and blooming. Of course, a really grand and strong and beautiful character is probably to be slowly grown, and adjusted strictly with reference to itself, its own personal and social sphere with, paradox though it may be, the clear understanding that the conventional theories of life, worldly ambition, wealth, office, fame, and are essentially but glittering mayas, delusions. Doubtless the greatest scientists and theologians will sometimes find themselves saying, it isn't only those who know most, who contribute most to God's glory. Doubtless, these very scientists at times stand with bared heads before the humblest lives and personalities, for there is something greater, is there not, than all the science and poems of the world above all else, like the stars shining eternal above Shakespeare's plays, or conquered philosophy, or art of Angelo or Raphael, something that shines elusive, like beams of Hesperus at evening high above all the vaunted wealth, and pride proved by its practical outcropping in life. Each case after its own concomitants, the intuitive blending of divine love and faith in a human emotional character blending for all, for the unlearned, the common, and the poor. I don't know in what book one once read, possibly the remark has been made in books all ages, that no life ever lived, even the most uneventful, but probed to its center, would be found in itself as subtle a drama as any that poets have ever sung or playwrights fabled. Often, too, in size and weight, that life supposed obscure. For it isn't only the palpable stars. Astronomers say there are dark, or almost dark, unnautic orbs and suns, like the dusky companions of Sirius, 7 times as large as our own sun, rolling through space, real and potent as any, perhaps the most real and potent. Yet none recks of them. In the bright lexicon we give the spreading heavens, they have not even names. Amid ceaseless sophistications all times, the soul would seem to glance yearningly around for such contrasts, such cool, still offsets. American national literature. Is there any such thing, or can there ever be? So you want an essay about American national literature, tremendous and fearful subject. Do you? Well, if you will let me put down some melanged cogitations regarding the matter, haphazard, and from my own points of view, I will try. Horace Greeley wrote a book named Hints Toward Reforms, and the title line was considered the best part of all. In the present case, I will give a few thoughts and suggestions, of good and ambitious intent enough anyhow, first reiterating the question right out plainly. American national literature, is there distinctively any such thing, or can there ever be? First to me comes an almost indescribably august form, the people, with varied typical shapes and attitudes, then the divine mirror, literature. As things are, probably no more puzzling question ever offered itself than going back to Old Nile for a trope. What bred seeds of printed mentality shall we cast upon America's waters, to grow and return after many days? Is there, for the future authorship of the United States, any better way than submission to the teeming facts, events, activities, and importations already vital through and beneath them all? I have often pondered it, and felt myself disposed to let it go at that. Indeed, are not those facts and activities and importations potent and certain to fulfill themselves all through our Commonwealth, irrespective of any attempt from individual guidance? But allowing all, and even at that, a good part of the matter being honest discussion, examination, and earnest personal presentation, we may even for sanitary exercise and contact plunge boldly into the spread of the many waves and cross-tides, as follows. Or, to change the figure, I will present my varied little collation. What is our country itself but an infinitely vast and varied collation? In the hope that the show itself indicates a duty getting more and more incumbent every day. In general, civilization's totality or real representative national literature formates itself, like language or the weather, not from 2 or 3 influences, however important, nor from any learned syllabus or criticism or what ought to be, nor from any minds or advice of toploftical quarters end, indeed not at all from the influences and ways ostensibly supposed, though they too are adopted after a sort, but slowly, curiously from many more and more. Deeper mixings and siftings, especially in America and generations and years and races, and what largely appears to be chance but is not chance at all. First of all, for future national literature in America, New England, the technically moral and schoolmaster region, as a cynical fellow I know calls it, and the 3 or 4 great Atlantic coast cities, highly as they today suppose they dominate the whole, will have to haul in their horns. Ensemble is the taproot of national literature. America is become already a huge world of peoples, rounded and orbic climates, idiocracies, and geography's 44 nations, curiously and irresistibly blent and aggregated in one nation, with one imperial language, and one unitary set of social and legal standards over all end. I predict a yet-to-be national literature. In my mind, this last, if it ever comes, is to prove grander and more important for the Commonwealth than its politics and material wealth and trade, vast and indispensable as those are. Think a moment what must, beyond peradventure, be the real permanent sub-bases, or lack of them. Books profoundly considered show a great nation more than anything else more than laws or manners. This is, of course, probably the deep-down meaning of that well-buried but ever-vital platitude, let me sing the people's songs, and I don't care who makes their laws. Books, too, reflect humanity en masse, and surely show them splendidly, or the reverse, and prove or celebrate their prevalent traits, these last the main things. Homer grew out of and has held the ages, and holds today, by the universal admiration for personal prowess, courage, rankness, amour propre, leadership, inherent in the whole human race. Shakespeare concentrates the brilliancy of the centuries of feudalism on the proud personalities they produced, and paints the amorous passion. The books of the Bible stand for the final superiority of devout emotions over the rest, and of religious adoration and ultimate absolute justice, more powerful than haughtiest kings or millionaires or majorities. What the United States are working out and establishing needs, imperatively, the connivance of something subtler than ballots and legislators. The Goethean theory and lesson, if I may briefly state it so, of the exclusive sufficiency of artistic, scientific, literary equipment to the character, irrespective of any strong claims of the political ties of nation, state, or city, could have answered under the conventionality and pettiness of Weimar, or the Germany, or even Europe of those times, but it will not do for America today at all. We have not only to exploit our own theory above any that has preceded us, but we have entirely different and deeper-rooted and infinitely broader themes. When I have had a chance to see and observe a sufficient crowd of American boys or maturer youths or well-grown men, all the states, as in my experiences in the Secession War among the soldiers, or West, East, North, or South, or my wanderings and loiterings through cities, especially New York and in Washington, I have invariably found coming to the front 3 prevailing personal traits, to be named here for brevity's sake under the heads good nature, decorum, and intelligence. I make good nature first, as it deserves to be. It is a splendid resultant of all the rest, like health or fine weather. Essentially, these lead the inherent list of the high average personal born and bred qualities of the young fellows everywhere through the United States, as any sharp observer can find out for himself. Surely, these make the vertebral stock of superbest and noblest nations. May the destinies show it so forthcoming. I mainly confide the whole future of our Commonwealth to the fact of these three bases. Need I say I demand the same in the elements and spirit and fruitage of national literature? Another, perhaps a born root or branch, comes under the words noblesse oblige, even for a national rule or motto. My opinion is that this foregoing phrase and its spirit should influence and permeate official America and its representatives in Congress, the executive departments, the presidency, and the individual states should be one of their chiefest mottos and be carried out practically. I got the idea from my dear friend, the democratic Englishwoman, Mrs. Anne Gilchrist, now dead. The beautiful words noblesse oblige, said she to me once, are not best for some developed gentleman or lord, but some rich and developed nation, and especially for your America. Then another and very grave point, for this discussion is deep, deep not for trifles or pretty seemings. I am not sure but the established and old and superb and profound, and one may say, needed as old conception of deity as mainly of moral constituency, goodness, purity, sinlessness, and has been undermined by 19th century ideas and science. What does this immense and almost abnormal development of philanthropy mean among the moderns? One doubts if there ever will come a day when the moral laws and moral standards will be supplanted as overall. While time proceeds, I find it so myself, they will probably be entrenched deeper and expanded wider. Then the expanded scientific and democratic, and truly philosophically and poetic quality of modernism demands a deific identity and scope superior to all limitations, and essentially including just as well the so-called evil and crime and criminals, all the malformations, the defective and abortions of the universe. Sometimes the bulk of the common people, who are far more cute than the critics suppose, relish a well-hidden allusion or hint carelessly dropped, faintly indicated, and left to be disinterred or not. Some of the very old ballads have delicious morsels of this kind. Greek Aristophanes and Pindar abounded in them. I sometimes fancy the old Hellenic audiences must have been as generally keen and knowing as any of their poets. Shakespeare is full of them. Tennyson has them. It is always a capital compliment from author to reader, and worthy the peering brains of America. The mere smartness of the common folks, however, does not need encouraging, but qualities more solid and opportune. What are now deepest wanted in the States as roots for their literature are patriotism, nationality, ensemble, or the ideas of these, and the uncompromising genesis and saturation of these. Not the mere bawling and braggadocio of them, but the radical emotion facts, the fervor and perennial fructifying spirit at fountainhead. And at the risk of being misunderstood, I should dwell on and repeat that a great imaginative literatus for America can never be merely good and moral in the conventional method. Puritanism and what radiates from it must always be mentioned by me with respect. Then I should say, for this vast and varied commonwealth, geographically and artistically, the puritanical standards are constipated, narrow, and non-philosophically. In the main, I adhere to my positions in democratic vistas, and especially to my summing up of American literature as far as today is concerned. In scientism, the medical profession, practical inventions, and journalism, the United States have pressed forward to the glorious front rank of advanced civilized lands, as also in the popular dissemination of printed matter, of a superficial nature perhaps, but that is an indispensable preparatory stage, and have gone in common education, so-called, far beyond any other land or age. Yet the high-pitched taunt of Margaret Fuller, 40 years ago, still sounds in the air. It does not follow, because the United States print and read more books, magazines, and newspapers than all the rest of the world, that they really have therefore a literature. For perhaps it is not alone the free schools and newspapers, nor railroads and factories, nor all the iron, cotton, wheat, pork, and petroleum, nor the gold and silver, nor the surplus of 100 or several hundred millions, nor the 14th and 15th Amendments, nor the last national census, that can put this commonweal high or highest on the cosmical scale of history. Something else is indispensable. All that record is lofty, but there is a loftier. The great current points are perhaps simple, after all. First, that the highest developments of the New World and democracy, and probably the best society of the civilized world all over, are to be only reached and spinally nourished, in my notion, by a new evolutionary sense and treatment. And secondly, that the evolution principle, which is the greatest law through nature, and of course in these states, has now reached us markedly for and in our literature. In other writings, I have tried to show how vital to any aspiring nationality must ever be its autochthonic song, and how for really great people there can be no complete and glorious name, short of emerging out of and even raised on such born poetic expression, coming from its own soil and soul, its area, spread, idiosyncrasies, and like showers of rain, originally rising impalpably, distilled from land and sea, duly returning there again. Nor do I forget what we all owe to our ancestry, though perhaps we are apt to forgive and bear too much for that alone. One part of the national American literatus's task is, and it is not an easy one, to treat the old hereditament, legends, poems, theologies, and even customs, with fitting respect and toleration, and at the same time clearly understand and justify, and be devoted to and exploit our own day, its diffused light, freedom, responsibilities, with all it necessitates, and that our New World circumstances and stages of development demand and make proper. For American literature, we want mighty authors, not even Carlyle and Heinlein, born and brought up in, and more or less essentially partaking and giving out, that vast abnormal ward or hysterical sick chamber which in many respects Europe, with all its glories, would seem to be. The greatest feature in current poetry, perhaps in literature anyhow, is the almost total lack of first-class power, and simple, natural health, flourishing and produced at first hand, typifying our own era. Modern verse generally lacks quite altogether the modern, and is oftener possessed in spirit with the past and feudal, dressed maybe in late fashions. For novels and plays, often the plots and surfaces are contemporary, but the spirit, even the fun, is morbid and effete. There is an essential difference between the old and new. The poems of Asia and Europe are rooted in the long past. They celebrate man and his intellections and relativenesses as they have been. But America, in as high a strain as ever, is to sing them all as they are and are to be. I know, of course, that the past is probably a main factor in what we are and know and must be. At present, the states are absorbed in business, money-making, politics, agriculture, the development of minds' intercommunications, and other material attents which all shove forward and appear at their height as, consistently with modern civilization, they must be and should be. Then even these are but the inevitable precedents and providers for home-born, transcendent, democratic literature to be shown in superior, more heroic, more spiritual, more emotional personalities and songs. A national literature is, of course, in one sense, a great mirror or reflector. There must, however, be something before something to reflect. I should say now, since the Secession War, there has been, and today unquestionably exists, that something. Certainly, anyhow, the United States do not so far utter poetry, first-rate literature, or any of the so-called arts, to any lofty admiration or advantage are not dominated or penetrated from actual inherence or plain bent to the said poetry and arts. Other work, other needs, current inventions, productions, have occupied and today mainly occupy them. They are very cute and imitative and proud, can't bear being left too glaringly away far behind the other high-class nations, and so we set up some home poets, artists, painters, musicians, literati, and so forth, all our own thus claimed. The whole matter has gone on and exists today, probably as it should have been, and should be, as for the present it must be. To all which we conclude, and repeat the terrible query. American national literature, is there distinctively any such thing, or can there ever be? Note: the essay was for the North American Review in answer to the formal request of the editor. It appeared in March 1891. Gathering the corn. Last of October, now mellow, crisp, autumn days, bright moonlight nights, and gathering the corn, cutting up, as the farmers call it, now, or of late, all over the country, a certain green and brown drab eloquence seeming to call out, "You that pretend to give the news and all that's going, why not give us a notice?" Truly, O fields, as for the notice, take, we give it willingly. Only we must do it our own way, leaving the domestic, dietary, and commercial parts of the question, which are enormous, in fact, hardly second to those of any other of our great soul products. We will just saunter down a lane we know, on an average West Jersey farm, and let the fancy of the hour itemize America's most typical agricultural show and specialty. Gathering the corn, the British call it maize, the old Yankee farmer Indian corn. The great plumes, the ears well enveloped in their husks, the long and pointed leaves, in summer, like green or purple ribbons, with a yellow stem line in the middle, all now turned dingy. The sturdy stalks, and the rustling in the breeze itself well tempering the sunny noon, the varied reminiscences recalled the plowing and planting in spring. The whole family in the field, even the little girls and boys dropping seed in the hill. The gorgeous sight through July and August, the walk and observation early in the day, the cheery call of the robin, and the low whir of insects in the grass, the western husking party, when ripe the November moonlight gathering, and the calls, songs, laughter of the young fellows. Not to forget, hereabouts in the middle states, the old worm fences, with the gray rails and their scabs of moss and lichen, those old rails, weather beaten, but strong yet. Why not come down from literary dignity, and confess we are sitting on one now, under the shade of a great walnut tree? Why not confide that these lines are penciled on the edge of a woody bank, with a glistening pond and creek seen through the trees south, and the corn we are writing about close at hand on the north? Why not put in the delicious scent of the life everlasting, that yet lingers so profusely in every direction, the chromatic song of the one persevering locust? The insect is scarcer this fall and the past summer than for many years, beginning slowly, rising and swelling to much emphasis, and then abruptly falling, so appropriate to the scene, so quaint, so racy and suggestive in the warm sunbeams, we could sit here and look and listen for an hour. Why not even the tiny, turtle-shaped, yellow-backed, black-spotted ladybug that has lit on the shirt sleeve of the arm inditing this? Ending our list with the fall-drying grass, the autumn days themselves. Sweet days, so cool, so calm, so bright. Yet not so cool either, about noon, the horsemint, the wild carrot, the mullein, and the bumblebee. How the half-mad vision of William Blake, how the far freer, far firmer fantasy that wrote Midsummer Night's Dream would have reveled night or day, and beyond stint, in one of our American cornfields. Truly, in color, outline, material, and spiritual suggestiveness, were any more enclosing theme for idealist, poet, literary artist. What we have written has been at noonday, but perhaps better still, for this collation, to steal off by yourself these fine nights, and go slowly, musingly down the lane, when the dry and green-gray frost-touched leaves seem whisper gossiping all over the field in low tones, as if every hill had something to say, and you sit or lean recluse nearby, and inhale that rare, rich, ripe, and peculiar odor of the gathered plant, which comes out best only to the night air. The complex impressions of the far-spread fields and woods in the night are blended mystically, soothingly, indefinitely, and yet palpably to you, appealing curiously, perhaps mostly, to the sense of smell. All is comparative silence and clear shadow below, and the stars are up there with Jupiter lording it over westward, sulky Saturn in the east, and overhead the moon. A rare, well-shadowed hour, by no means the least of the eligibilities of the gathered corn. A des bouquet. Picked noontime, early January 1890. Death too great a subject to be treated, so indeed the greatest subject, and yet I am giving you but a few random lines about it as one writes hurriedly the last part of a letter to catch the closing mail. Only I trust the lines, especially the poetic bits quoted, may leave a lingering odor of spiritual heroism afterward. For I am probably fond of viewing all really great themes indirectly, and by sideways and suggestions. Certain music from wondrous voices or skillful players, then poetic glints, still more put the soul in rapport with death or toward it. Here a strain from Tennyson's late Crossing the Bar. Twilight and evening bell, and after that the dark, and may there be no sadness of farewell when I embark. For though from out our bourne of time, and place the floods may bear me far, I hope to see my pilot face to face when I have crossed the bar. Am I starting the sailcraft of poets in line? Here then a quatrain of Phrynichus long ago to one of old Athens' favorites. Thrice happy Sophocles, in good old age blessed as a man, and as a craftsman blessed he died. His many tragedies were fair, and fair his end, nor knew he any sorrow. Certain music, indeed, especially voluntaries by a good player, at twilight or idle rambles alone by the shore, or over prairie or on mountain road, for that matter favor the right mood. Words are difficult, even impossible. No doubt anyone will recall ballads or songs or hymns, maybe instrumental performances that have aroused so curiously. Yet definitely, the thought of death, the mystic, the afterrealm, as no statement or sermon could have brought it hovering near. A happy to call it so, an easy death is at least as much a physiological result as a psychological one. The foundation of it really begins before birth, and is thence directly or indirectly shaped and affected, even constituted, the base stomachic, by everything from that minute till the time of its occurrence. And yet here is something, Whittier's burning driftwood, of an opposite coloring. I know the solemn monotone of waters calling unto me. I know from whence the airs have blown, that whisper of the eternal sea, as low my fires of driftwood burn, I hear that sea's deep sounds increase, and, fair in sunset light, discern its mirage-lifted isles of peace. Like an invisible breeze after a long and sultry day, death sometimes sets in at last, soothingly and refreshingly, almost vitally. In not a few cases, the termination even appears to be a sort of ecstasy. Of course, there are painful deaths, but I do not believe such is at all the general rule. Of the many hundreds I myself saw die in the fields and hospitals during the Secession War, the cases of Mark D. suffering or agony in extremis were very rare. It is a curious suggestion of immortality that the mental and emotional powers remain to their clearest through all, while the senses of pain and flesh volition are blunted or even gone. Then to give the following, and cease before the thought gets threadbare. Now land and life, finale and farewell, now voyager depart. Much, much for thee is yet in store. Often enough hast thou adventured o'er the seas, cautiously cruising, studying the charts, duly again to port and hawsers tie returning. But now obey thy cherished, secret wish, embrace thy friends, leave all in order to port and hawsers tie, no more returning, depart upon thy endless cruise, old sailor. Some laggards yet. The perfect human voice. Stating it briefly and pointedly, I should suggest that the human voice is a cultivation or formed growth on a fair native foundation. This foundation probably exists in 9 cases out of 10. Sometimes nature affords the vocal organ in perfection, or rather I would say near enough to whet one's appreciation and appetite for a voice that might be truly called perfection. To me, the grand voice is mainly physiological, by which I by no means ignore the mental help, but wish to keep the emphasis where it belongs. Emerson says manners form the representative apex and final charm and captivation of humanity, but he might as well have changed the typicality to voice. Of course, there is much taught and written about elocution, the best reading, speaking, and see, but it finally settles down to best human vocalization. Beyond all other power and beauty, there is something in the quality and power of the right voice, timbre the schools call it, that touches the soul, the abysms. It was not for nothing that the Greeks depended, at their highest, on poetry's and wisdom's vocal utterance by tete-a-tete lectures. Indeed, all the ancients did. Of celebrated people possessing this wonderful vocal power, pat to me, in former days, I should specify the contralto Alboni, Elias Hicks, Father Taylor, the tenor Bettini, Fanny Kemble, and the old actor Booth, and in private life many cases often women. I sometimes wonder whether the best philosophy and poetry, or something like the best after all these centuries, perhaps waits to be roused out yet, or suggested, by the perfect physiological human voice. Shakespeare for America. Let me send you a supplementary word to that view of Shakespeare attributed to me, published in your July number, and so courteously worded by the reviewer. Thanks, dear friend. But you have left out what, perhaps, is the main point, as follows. Even the one who at present reigns unquestioned of Shakespeare for all he stands for so much in modern literature, he stands entirely for the mighty aesthetic scepters of the past, not for the spiritual and democratic, the scepters of the future. CPP. 5550, 8 in November BOUGHS, and also some of my further notions on Shakespeare. The Old World, Europe and Asia, is the region of the poetry of concrete and real things, the past, the aesthetic, palaces, etiquette, the literature of war and love, the mythological gods, and the myths anyhow. But the New World, America, is the region of the future, and its poetry must be spiritual and democratic. Evolution is not the rule in nature, in politics and inventions only, but in verse. I know our age is greatly materialistic, but it is greatly spiritual too, and the future will be too. Even what we moderns have come to mean by spirituality, while including what the Hebraic utterers, and mainly perhaps all the Greek and other old typical poets, and also the later ones, meant, has so expanded and colored and vivified the comprehension of the term that it is quite a different one from the past. Then science, the final critic of all, has the casting vote for future poetry. Note: this bit was in Poet Lore, monthly for September 1890. Unassailed renown. The N Y Critic Nov. 24, 1889, propounded a circular to several persons, and giving the responses says, Walt Whitman's views as follow are, naturally, more radical than those of any other contributor to the discussion. Briefly to answer impromptu your request of Oct. 19. The question whether I think any American poet, not now living, deserves a place among the 13 English inheritors of unassailed renown. Chaucer, Spenser, Shakespeare, Milton, Dryden, Pope, Gray, Burns, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, and Keats, and which American poets would be truly worthy, and see though to me the deep of the matter goes down beneath. I remember the London Times at the time, inopportune, profound and friendly articles on Bryant's and Longfellow's deaths, spoke of the embarrassment, warping effect, and confusion on America, her poets and poetic students. Coming in possession of a great estate they had never lifted a hand to form or earn. And the further contingency of the English language ever having annexed to it a lot of first-class poetry that would be American, not European, proving then something precious overall and beyond valuation. But perhaps that is venturing outside the question. Of the 13 British immortals mentioned after, placing Shakespeare on a sort of preeminence of fame not to be invaded, yet the names of Bryant, Emerson, Whittier, and Longfellow, with even added names, sometimes Southerners, sometimes Western or other writers of only one or two pieces, deserve, in my opinion, an equally high niche of renown as belongs to any on the dozen of that glorious list. Inscription for a little book on Giordano Bruno. As America's mental courage, the thought comes to me today, is so indebted, above all current lands and peoples, to the noble army of old-world martyrs past, how incumbent on us that we clear those martyrs' lives and names, and hold them up for reverent admiration, as well as beacons. And typical of this, and standing for it and all perhaps, Giordano Bruno may well be put today and to come, in our new world's thankfulest heart and memory. W. W. Camden, New Jersey, February 24, 1890. Splinters. While I stand in reverence before the fact of humanity, the people, I will confess, in writing my L of G, the least consideration out of all that has had to do with it has been the consideration of the public, at any rate as it now exists. Strange as it may sound for a Democrat to say so, I am clear that no free and original and lofty-soaring poem, or one ambitious of those achievements, can possibly be fulfilled by any writer who is largely in his thought the public or the question, what will established literature, what will the current authorities say about it? As far as I have sought any, not the best laid-out garden or parterre has been my model, but nature has been. I know that in a sense the garden is nature too, but I had to choose. I could not give both. Besides, the gardens are well represented in poetry, while nature, in letter and in spirit, in the divine essence, little if at all. Certainly, while I have not hit it by a long shot, I have aimed at the most ambitious, the best, and sometimes feel to advance that aim, even with all its arrogance, as the most redeeming part of my books. I have never so much cared to feed the aesthetic or intellectual palates, but, if I could arouse from its slumbers that eligibility in every soul for its own true exercise, if I could only wield that lever, out from the well-tended concrete and the physical end in them, and from them only radiate the spiritual and heroic. Undoubtedly many points belonging to this essay, perhaps of the greatest necessity, fitness, and importance to it, have been left out or forgotten. But the amount of the whole matter, poems, preface, and everything, is merely to make one of those little punctures or islets the actors possess in the theater curtains to look out upon the house, one brief, honest, living glance. Health, old style. In that condition the whole body is elevated to a state by others unknown, inwardly and outwardly illuminated, purified, made solid, strong yet buoyant. A singular charm, more than beauty, flickers out of, and over, the face. A curious transparency beams in the eyes, both in the iris and the white the temper partakes also. Nothing that happens, no event, rencontre, Whether, and see but it is confronted nothing, but is subdued into sustenance such, is the marvelous transformation from the old timorousness and the old process of causes and effects. Sorrows and disappointments cease there, is no more borrowing trouble in advance. A man realizes the venerable mythi is a god walking the earth. He sees new eligibilities, powers and beauties everywhere. He himself has a new eyesight and hearing. The play of the body in motion takes a previously unknown grace. Merely to move is then a happiness, a pleasure to breathe, to see, is also. All the beforehand gratifications, drink, spirits, coffee, grease, stimulants, mixtures, late hours, luxuries, deeds of the night, seem as vexatious dreams, and now the awakening, many fall into their natural places, wholesome, conveying diviner joys. What I append health, old styli have long treasured found originally in some scrapbook 50 years ago a favorite of mine, but quite a glaring contrast to my present bodily state. On a high rock above the vast abyss, whose solid base tumultuous waters lave, whose airy high-top balmy breezes kiss, fresh from the white foam of the circling wave. Their ruddy health, in rude majestic state, his clustering forelock combating the winds bears to each season's change his breast elate, and still fresh vigor from encounter finds. With mighty mind to every fortune braced, to every climate each corporeal power, and high-proof heart, impenetrably cased, he mocks the quick transitions of the hour. Now could he hug bleak Zembla's bolted snow, now to Arabia's heated deserts turn, yet bids the biting blast more fiercely blow, the scorching sun without abatement burn. There this bold outlaw, rising with the morn, his sinewy functions fitted for the toil, pursues with tireless steps the rapturous horn, and bears in triumph back the shaggy spoil. Or, on his rugged range of towering hills, turns the stiff glebe behind his hardy team, his widespread heaths to blithest measures tills, and boasts the joys of life are not a dream. Then to his airy hut at eve, retires, clasps to his open breast his buxom spouse, basks in his faggot's blaze, his passion's fires, and straight supine to rest unbroken bows. On his smooth forehead, time's old annual score though left to furrow, yet disdains to lie. He bids weak sorrow tantalize no more, and puts the cup of care contemptuous by. If from some inland height, that, skirting, bears its rude encroachments far into the vale, he views where poor dishonored nature wears on her soft cheek alone the lily pale. How will he scorn alliance with the race, those aspen shoots that shiver at a breath, children of sloth, that danger dare not face, and find in life but an extended death? Then from the silken reptiles will he fly, to the bold cliff in bounding transports run, and stretched o'er many a wave his ardent eye, embrace the enduring sea boy as his son. Yes, thine alone from pain, from sorrow free, the lengthened life with peerless joys replete. Then let me, Lord of mountains, share with thee the hard, the early toil, the relaxation sweet. Gay-heartedness. Walking on the old Navy Yard Bridge, Washington, D.C., once with a companion, Mr. Marshall, from England, a great traveler and observer, as a squad of laughing young black girls passed us, then 2 copper-colored boys, one good-looking lad 15 or 16, barefoot, running after what gay creatures they all appear to be. Said Mr. M. Then we fell to talking about the general lack of buoyant animal spirits. I think, said Mr. M., that in all my travels and all my intercourse with people of every and any class, especially the cultivated ones, the literary and fashionable folks, I have never yet come across what I should call a really gay-hearted man. It was a terrible criticism cut into me like a surgeon's lance, made me silent the whole walk home. As in a swoon, one instant, another sun, ineffable, full dazzles me, and all the orbs I knew and brighter, unknown orbs, one instant of the future land, heaven's land. L of G. Thoughts, suggestions, aspirations, pictures, cities and farms by day and night, book of peace and war, of platitudes and of the commonplace. For outdoor health, the land and sea, for goodwill, for America, for all the earth, all nations, the common people, not of one nation only, not America only. In it each claim, ideal, line, by all lines, claims, ideals, tempered each right and wish by other wishes, rights. After the argument, a group of little children with their ways and chatter flow, in like welcome rippling water o'er my heated nerves and flesh. For us too, reader dear. Simple, spontaneous, curious, two souls interchanging, with the original testimony for us continued to the last. Memoranda. Let me indeed turn upon myself a little of the light I have been so fond of casting on others. Of course, these few exceptional later mems are far, far short of one's concluding history or thoughts or life-giving only a haphazard pinch of all. But the old Greek proverb put it, anybody who really has a good quality, or bad one either, I guess, has all. There's something in the proverb, but you mustn't carry it too far. I will not reject any theme or subject because the treatment is too personal. As my stuff settles into shape, I am told, and sometimes myself discover uneasily, but feel all right about it in calmer moments. It is mainly autobiographic and even egotistic after all, which I finally accept and am contented so. If this little volume betrays, as it doubtless does, a weakening hand and decrepitude, remember it is knit together out of accumulated sickness, inertia, physical disablement, acute pain, and listlessness. My fear will be that at last my pieces show enduredness, and being chained to a chair as never before. Only the resolve to keep up and on, and to add a remnant, and even perhaps obstinately see what failing powers and decay may contribute to, have produced it. And now as from some fisherman's net hauling all sorts, and dispersing the same. A World's Show. New York Great Exposition opened in 1853. I went a long time, nearly a year days and nights, especially the latter as it was finely lighted, and had a very large and copious exhibition gallery of paintings, shown at best at night, I thought, hundreds of pictures from Europe, many masterpieces all in exhaustless study and, scattered through the building, sculptures, single figures or groups among the rest, Thorwaldsen's Apostles, colossal in size and very many fine bronzes, pieces of plate from English silversmiths, and curios from everywhere abroad with woods, from all lands of the earth, all sorts of fabrics and products, and handiwork from the workers of all nations. New York, the old name. Commencement of a gossipy traveling letter in a New York City paper. May 10, 1879, my month's visit is about up. But before I get back to Camden, let me print some jottings of the last 4 weeks. Have you not, reader dear, among your intimate friends, someone, temporarily absent, whose letters to you, avoiding all the big topics and disquisitions, give only minor, gossipy sights and scenes just as they come, subjects disdained by solid writers, but interesting to you because they were such as happened to everybody, and were the moving entourage to your friend, to his or her steps, eyes, mentality? Well, with an idea something of that kind, I suppose, I set out on the following huragraphs of a breezy early summer visit to New York City, and up the North River, especially at present of some hours along Broadway. What I came to New York for, to try the experiment of a lecture, to see whether I could stand it, and whether an audience could, was my specific object. Some friends had invited me. It was by no means clear how it would end. I stipulated that they should get only a third-rate hall, and not sound the advertising trumpets a bit, and so I started. I much wanted something to do for occupation, consistent with my limping and paralyzed state. And now, since it came off, and since neither my hearers nor I myself really collapsed at the aforesaid lecture, I intend to go up and down the land in moderation, seeking whom I may devour, with lectures, and reading of my own poems, short pulls, however never exceeding an hour. Crossing from Jersey City, 5 to 6 p.m. the city part of the North River with its life, breadth, peculiarities, the amplitude of sea and wharf, cargo and commerce. One don't realize them till one has been away a long time, and as now returning, crossing from Jersey City to Disbrosse's St. Gazes on the unrivaled panorama, and far down the thin vapored vistas of the bay, toward the narrows or northward up the Hudson, or on the ample spread and infinite variety, free and floating. Of the more immediate views, a countless river series, everything moving, yet so easy, and such plenty of room. Little, I say, do folks here appreciate the most ample, eligible, picturesque bay and estuary surroundings in the world. This is the third time such a conviction has come to me after absence, returning to New York, dwelling on its magnificent entrances, approaching the city by them from any point. More and more, too, the old name absorbs into me Manhattan, the place encircled by many swift tides and sparkling waters. How fit a name for America's great democratic island city, the word itself how beautiful, how aboriginal. How it seems to rise with tall spires, glistening in sunshine, with such New World atmosphere, vista, and action. A sick spell. Christmas Day, 25th deck. 1888. I'm somewhat easier and freer today, and the last 3 days sit up most of the time, read and write, and receive my visitors. Have now been indoors sick for 7 months, half of the time bad, vertigo, indigestion, bladder, gastric, head trouble, inertia. Dr. Buck, Dr. Osler, doctors. Wharton and Walsh now. Edward Wilkins, my help and nurse. A fine, splendid, sunny day. My November BOUGHS is printed and out, and my complete works, poems and prose, a big volume, 900 pages also. It is apt noon, and I sit here pretty comfortable. To be present only. At the complimentary dinner, Camden, New Jersey, May 31, 1889, Walt Whitman said, "My friends, though announced to give an address, there is no such intention. Following the impulse of the spirit, for I am at least half of Quaker stock, I have obeyed the command to come and look at you for a minute and show myself face to face, which is probably the best I can do. But I have felt no command to make a speech and shall not therefore attempt any. All I have felt the imperative conviction to say I have already printed in my books of poems or prose, to which I refer any who may be curious. And so, hail and farewell, deeply acknowledging this deep compliment, with my best respects and love to you personally, to Camden, to New Jersey, and to all represented here. You must excuse me from any word further. Intestinal agitation." From Pall-Mall Gazette, London, England, Feb 8, 1890. Mr. Ernest Rhys has just received an interesting letter from Walt Whitman, dated Camden, January 22, 1890. The following is an extract from it. "I am still here, no very marked or significant change or happening, fairly buoyant spirits, and see but surely slowly ebbing. At this moment sitting here in my den, Mickle Street, by the oakwood fire, in the same big strong old chair with wolfskins spread over back, bright sun, cold, dry winter day. America continues is generally busy enough all over her vast domains, intestinal agitation I call it. Talking, plotting, making money, everyone trying to get on, perhaps to get towards the top, but no special individual signalism. Just as well, I guess." Walt Whitman's last public. The gay and crowded audience at the Art Rooms, Philadelphia, Tuesday night, April 15, 1890, says a correspondent of the Boston Transcript, April 19, might not have thought that W.W. crawled out of a sick bed a few hours before, crying. Dangers retreat when boldly they're confronted. And went over, hoarse and half-blind, to deliver his memoranda and essay on the death of Abraham Lincoln on the 25th anniversary of that tragedy. He led off with the following new paragraph. "Of Abraham Lincoln, bearing testimony 25 years after his death, and of that death I am now, my friends, before you. Few realize the days, the great historic and aesthetic personalities, with him in the center, we passed through. Abraham Lincoln, familiar, our own, an Illinoisan, modern, yet tallying ancient Moses, Joshua, Ulysses, or later Cromwell, and grander in some respects than any of them. Abraham Lincoln, that makes the like of Homer, Plutarch, Shakespeare, eligible our day or any day. My subject this evening for 40 or 50 minutes talk is the death of this man, and how that death will really filter into America. I am not going to tell you anything new, and it is doubtless nearly altogether because I ardently wish to commemorate the hour and martyrdom and name I am here. Oft as the rolling years bring back this hour, let it again, however briefly, be dwelt upon. For my own part, one hope and intend till my own dying day, whenever the 14th and 15th of April comes, to annually gather a few friends and hold its tragic reminiscence. No narrow or sectional reminiscence. It belongs to these states in their entirety, not the North only, but the South perhaps belongs most tenderly and devoutly to the South, of all, for there really this man's birthstock, there and then his antecedent stamp. Why should I not say that thence his manliest traits, his universality, his canny, easy ways and words upon the surface, his inflexible determination at heart? Have you ever realized it, my friends, that Lincoln, though grafted on the West, is essentially in personnel and character a Southern contribution? The most of the poet's address was devoted to the actual occurrences and details of the murder. We believe the delivery on Tuesday was Whitman's 13th of it. The old poet is now physically wrecked, but his voice and magnetism are the same. For the last month, he has been under a severe attack of the lately prevailing influenza, the grippe, in accumulation upon his previous ailments, and above all, that terrible paralysis, the bequest of secession war times. He was dressed last Tuesday night in an entire suit of French-Canadian gray wool cloth, with broad shirt collar, with no necktie, long white hair, red face, full beard and mustache, and looked as though he might weigh 200 pounds. He had to be helped and led every step. In 5 weeks more, he will begin his 72nd year. He is still writing a little. Ingersoll's speech. From the Camden Post, NJ, June 2, 1890, he attends and makes a speech at the celebration of Walt Whitman's birthday. Walt Whitman is now in his 72nd year. His younger friends, literary and personal, men and women, gave him a complimentary supper last Saturday night to note the close of his 71st year and the late curious and unquestionable boom of the old man's widespreading popularity and that of his Leaves of Grass. There were 35 in the room, mostly young, but some old or beginning to be. The great feature was Ingersoll's utterance. It was probably, in its way, the most admirable specimen of modern oratory hitherto delivered in the English language, immense as such praise may sound. It was 40 to 50 minutes long, altogether without notes, in a good voice, low enough and not too low, style easy, rather colloquial over and over again saying you to Whitman who sat opposite. Sometimes markedly impassioned, once or twice humorous amid his whole speech, from interior fires and volition, pulsating and swaying like a first-class Andalusian dancer. And such a critical dissection and flattering summary. The Whitmanites for the first time in their lives were fully satisfied, and that is saying a good deal, for they have not put their claims low by a long shot. Indeed, it was a tremendous talk. Physically and mentally Ingersoll. He had been working all day in New York, talking in court and in his office, is now at his best like mellowed wine or a just ripe apple. To the artist's sense, too, looks at his best not merely like a bequeathed Roman bust or fine smooth marble Cicero head, or even Greek Plato. For he is modern and vital and veined and American, and far more than the age knows, justifies us all. We cannot give a full report of this most remarkable talk and supper, which was curiously conversational and Greek-like, but must add the following significant bit of it. After the speaking, and just before the close, Mr. Whitman reverted to Colonel Ingersoll's tribute to his poems, pronouncing it the capsheaf of all commendation that he had ever received. Then, his mind still dwelling upon the Colonel's religious doubts, he went on to say that what he himself had in his mind when he wrote Leaves of Grass was not only to depict American life as it existed and to show the triumphs of science and the poetry in common things and the full of an individual democratic humanity for the aggregate, but also to show that there was behind all something which rounded and completed it. For what, he asked, would this life be without immortality? It would be as a locomotive, the greatest triumph of modern science, with no train to draw after it. If the spiritual is not behind the material, to what purpose is the material? What is this world without a further divine purpose in it all? Colonel Ingersoll repeated his former argument in reply. Feeling fairly. Friday, July 27, 1890. Feeling fairly these days, and even jovial sleep and appetite good enough to be thankful for had a dish of Maryland blackberries, some good rye bread and a cup of tea. For my breakfast relish, all fine weather bright sun today pleasant northwest breeze blowing in the open window as I sit here in my big rattan chair two great fine roses, white and red, blooming, fragrant, sent by mail by WSK and wife, Mass. Are in a glass of water on the table before me. I'm now in my 72d year. Old Brooklyn days. It must have been in 1822 or 3 that I first came to live in Brooklyn. Lived first in Front Street, not far from what was then called the New Ferry, wending the river from the foot of Catharine or Main Street to New York City. I was a little child, was born in 1819, but tramped freely about the neighborhood and town, even then, was often on the aforesaid New Ferry. Remember how I was petted and deadheaded by the gatekeepers and deckhands, all such fellows are kind to little children, and remember the horses that seemed to me so queer as they trudged around in the central houses of the boats, making the water power. For it was just on the eve of the steam engine, which was soon after introduced on the ferries. Edward Copeland, afterward mayor, had a grocery store then at the corner of Front and Catharine Streets. Presently we Whitmans all moved up to Tillery Street, near Adams, where my father, who was a carpenter, built a house for himself and us all. It was from here I assisted the personal coming of Lafayette into Brooklyn. He came over the old ferry, as the now Fulton Ferry, partly navigated quite up to that day by horseboats, though the first steamer had begun to be used hereabouts, was then called, and was received at the foot of Fulton Street. It was on that occasion that the cornerstone of the apprentices' library, at the corner of Cranberry and Henry Street since pulled down, was laid by Lafayette's own hands. Numerous children arrived on the grounds, of whom I was one, and were assisted by several gentlemen to safe spots to view the ceremony. Among others, Lafayette, also helping the children, took me up. I was 5 years old, pressed me a moment to his breast, gave me a kiss, and set me down in a safe spot. Lafayette was at that time between 65 and 70 years of age, with a manly figure and a kind face. 2 questions. An editor of, or in a leading monthly magazine, Harper's Monthly, July 1890, asks, 100 years from now will W.W. be popularly rated a great poet, or will he be forgotten? A mighty ticklish question which can only be left for 100 years hence, perhaps more than that. But whether W.W. has been mainly rejected by his own times is an easier question to answer. All along from 1860 to 91, many of the pieces in L of G and its annexes were first sent to publishers or magazine editors before being printed in the L, and were peremptorily rejected by them and sent back to their author. The Eidolons was sent back by Dr. H. of Scribner's Monthly with a lengthy, very insulting and contemptuous letter. To the Sunset Breeze was rejected by the editor of Harper's Monthly as being an improvisation only. On Ye Jocund Twain was rejected by the Century editor as being personal merely. Several of the pieces went the rounds of all the monthlies to be thus summarily rejected. June 90 the rejects and sends back my little poem, so I am now set out in the cold by every big magazine and publisher, and may as well understand and admit it, which is just as well, for I find I am palpably losing my sight and ratiocination. Preface to a volume of essays and tales by W.M. D. O'Connor, pubbed posthumously in 1891. A hasty memorandum, not particularly for preface to the following tales, but to put on record my respect and affection for as sane, beautiful, cute, tolerant, loving, candid, and free, and fair-intentioned a nature as ever vivified our race. In Boston, 1860, I first met William Douglas O'Connor. As I saw and knew him then in his 29th year, and for 25 further years along, he was a gallant, handsome, gay-hearted, fine-voiced, glowing-eyed man, lithe-moving on his feet, of healthy and magnetic atmosphere and presence, and the most welcome company in the world. He was a thoroughgoing anti-slavery believer, speaker, and writer, doctrinaire, and though I took a fancy to him from the first, I remember I feared his ardent abolitionism, was afraid it would probably keep us apart. I was a decided and outspoken anti-slavery believer myself, then and always, but shied from the extremists, the red-hot fellows of those times. O.C. was then correcting the proofs of Harrington, an eloquent and fiery novel he had written, and which was printed just before the commencement of the Secession War. He was already married, the father of 2 fine little children, and was personally and intellectually the most attractive man I had ever met. Last of 62, I found myself led towards the Warfield, went to Washington City, to become absorbed in the armies and in the big hospitals, and to get work in one of the departments, and there I met and resumed friendship, and found warm hospitality from O.C. and his noble New England wife. They had just lost by death their little child boy Philip, and O.C. was yet feeling serious about it. The youngster had been vaccinated against the threatening of smallpox, which alarmed the city, but somehow it led to worse results than it was intended to ward off, or at any rate O.C. thought that proved the cause of the boy's death. He had 1 child left, a fine, bright little daughter, and a great comfort to her parents. Dear Jeannie, she grew up a most accomplished and superior young woman, declined in health, and died about 1881. On through for months and years to 73 I saw and talked with O.C. almost daily. I had soon got employment, first for a short time in the Indian Bureau, in the Interior Department, and then for a long while in the Attorney General's office. The Secession War, with its tide of varying fortunes, Excitement's President Lincoln, and the daily sight of him the doings in Congress, and at the state capitals the news from the fields and campaigns. And from foreign governments my visits to the army hospitals, daily and nightly, soon absorbing everything else with 100 matters, occurrences, personalities, Greeley, Wendell Phillips, the parties, the abolitionists, and were the subjects of our talk and discussion. I am not sure from what I heard then, but O.C. was cut out for a first-class public speaker or forensic advocate. No audience or jury could have stood out against him. He had a strange charm of physiologic voice. He had a power and sharp-cut faculty of statement and persuasiveness beyond any man's else. I know it well, for I have felt it many a time. If not as orator, his forte was as critic, newer, deeper than any, also as literary author. One of his traits was that while he knew all, and welcomed all sorts of great genre literature, all lands and times, from all writers and artists, and not only tolerated each, and defended every attacked literary person with a skill or heart Catholicism that I never saw equaled, invariably advocated and excused, them he kept an idiosyncrasy and identity of his own very marked, and without special tin or undue color from any source. He always applauded the freedom of the masters, whence and whoever. I remember his special defenses of Byron, Burns, Poe, Rabelais, Victor Hugo, George Sand, and others. There was always a little touch of pensive cadence in his superb voice, and I think there was something of the same sadness in his temperament and nature. Perhaps, too, in his literary structure. But he was a very buoyant, jovial, good-natured companion. So much for a hasty, melanged reminiscence and note of William O'Connor, my dear, dear friend and staunch, probably my staunchest, literary believer and champion from the first, and throughout without halt or demur, for 25 years. No better friend, none more reliable through this life of one's ups and downs. On the occurrence of the latter, he would be sure to make his appearance on the scene, eager, hopeful, full of fight like a perfect knight of chivalry. For he was a born sample here in the 19th century of the flower and symbol of olden-time first-class knighthood. Thrice blessed be his memory, W.W. Note, born Jan. 2d, 1832. When grown, lived several years in Boston, and edited journals and magazines there went about 1861 to Washington, D.C., and became a U.S. clerk, first in the Lighthouse Bureau, and then in the U.S. Life-Saving Service, in which branch he was assistant superintendent for many years. Sickened in 1887, died there at Washington, May 9, 1889. An engineer's obituary. From the Engineering Record, New York, Dec. 13, 1890. Thomas Jefferson Whitman was born July 18, 1833, in Brooklyn, NY, from a father of English stock, and mother Louisa Van Velser, descended from Dutch Holland immigration. His early years were spent on Long Island, either in the country or Brooklyn. As a lad, he showed a tendency for surveying and civil engineering, and about at 19 went with Chief Kirkwood, who was then prospecting and outlining for the great city waterworks. He remained at that construction throughout, was a favorite and confidant of the chief, and was successively promoted. He continued also under Chief Moses Lane. He married in 1859, and not long after was invited by the Board of Public Works of St. Louis, Missouri, to come there and plan and build a new and fitting waterworks for that great city. Whitman accepted the call and moved and settled there, and had been a resident of St. Louis ever since. He planned and built the works, which were very successful, and remained as superintendent and chief for nearly 20 years. Of the last 6 years, he has been largely occupied as consulting engineer, divested of his cares and position in St. Louis, and has engaged in public constructions, bridges, sewers, and west and southwest, and especially the Memphis 10 city waterworks. Thomas J. Whitman was a theoretical and practical mechanic of superior order, founded in the soundest personal and professional integrity. He was a great favorite among the young engineers and students. Not a few of them yet remaining in Kings and Queens counties and New York City will remember Jeff with old-time good, will, and affection. He was mostly self-taught and was a hard student. He had been troubled of late years from a bad throat and from gastric affection, tending on typhoid, and had been rather seriously ill with the last malady, but was getting over the worst of it when he succumbed under a sudden and severe attack of the heart. He died at St. Louis, November 25, 1890, in his 58th year. Of his family, the wife died in 1873, and a daughter, Mannahatta, died 2 years ago. Another daughter, Jessie Louisa, the only child left, is now living in St. Louis. When Jeff was born, I was in my 15th year and had much care of him for many years afterward, and he did not separate from me. He was a very handsome, healthy, affectionate, smart child and would sit on my lap or hang on my neck half an hour at a time. As he grew a big boy, he liked outdoor and water sports, especially boating. We would often go down summers to Peconic Bay, east end of Long Island, and over to Shelter Island. I loved long rambles, and he carried his fowling piece. Oh, what happy times, weeks. Then in Brooklyn and New York City, he learned printing and worked a while at it, but eventually, with my approval, he went to employment at land surveying and merged in the studies and work of topographical engineer. This satisfied him, and he continued at it. He was of noble nature from the first, very good-natured, very plain, very friendly. Oh, how we loved each other, how many jovial good times we had. Once we made a long trip from New York City down over the Allegheny Mountains, the National Road, and via the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, from Cairo to New Orleans. God's blessing on your name and memory, dear brother Jeff. W.W. Old actors, singers, shows, and C. in New York. Flitting mention, with much left out. Seems to me I ought acknowledge my debt to actors, singers, public speakers, conventions, and the stage in New York. My youthful days, from 1835 onward, say, to 60 or 61, and to plays and operas generally. Which nudges a pretty big disquisition. Of course it should be all elaborated and penetrated more deeply, but I will here give only some flitting mentionings of my youth. Seems to me now when I look back, the Italian contralto Marietta Alboni, she is living yet, in Paris, 1891, in good condition. Good voice yet, considering with the then prominent histrions Booth, Edwin Forrest, and Fanny Kemble and the Italian singer Bettini, have had the deepest and most lasting effect upon me. I should like well if Madame Alboni and the old composer Verdi, and Bettini the tenor, if he is living, could know how much noble pleasure and happiness they gave me, and how deeply I always remember them and thank them to this day. For theatricals in literature and doubtless upon me, personally, including opera, have been of course serious factors. The experts and musicians of my present friends claim that the new Wagner and his pieces belong far more truly to me, and I to them likely. But I was fed and bred under the Italian dispensation, and absorbed it, and doubtless show it. As a young fellow, when possible I always studied a play or libretto quite carefully over by myself, sometimes twice through, before seeing it on the stage, read it the day or 2 days before. Tried both ways, not reading some beforehand, but I found I gained most by getting that sort of mastery first, if the piece had depth. Surface effects and glitter were much less thought of, I am sure, those times. There were many fine old plays, neither tragedies nor comedies, the names of them quite unknown to today's current audiences. All is not gold that glitters, in which Charlotte Cushman had a superbly enacted part, was of that kind. C.C., who reveled in them, was great in such pieces, I think better than in the heavy popular rôles. We had some fine music those days. We had the English opera of Cinderella, with Henry Placide as the pompous old father, an unsurpassable bit of comedy and music. We had Bombas Furioso, must have been in 1844 or 5. I saw Charles Keene and Mrs. Keene Ellen Tree, saw them in the park in Shakespeare's King John. He, of course, was the chief character. She played Queen Constance. Tom Hamblin was Falconbridge, and probably the best ever on the stage. It was an immense showpiece, too. Lots of grand set scenes and fine armor suits and all kinds of appointments imported from London, where it had been first rendered. The large brass bands, the 300 or 400, soups, the interviews between the French and English armies, the talk with Hubert, and the hot irons, the delicious acting of Prince Arthur, Mrs. Richardson, I think, and all the fine Blair and court pompi remember to this hour. The death scene of the king in the orchard of Swinstead Abbey was very effective. Keene rushed in, grey-pale and yellow, and threw himself on a lounge in the open. His pangs were horribly realistic. He must have taken lessons in some hospital. Fanny Kemble played to wonderful effect in such pieces as Fazio or The Italian Wife. The turning point was jealousy. It was a rapid-running yet heavy-timbered, tremendous wrenching, passionate play. Such old pieces always seemed to me built like an ancient ship of the line, solid and locked from keel up oak and metal and knots. One of the finest characters was a great court lady, Aldebella, enacted by Mrs. Sharp. Oh, how it all entranced us, and knocked us about, as the scenes swept on like a cyclone. Saw Hackett at the old park many times, and remember him well. His renderings were first-rate in everything. He inaugurated the true Rip Van Winkle, and looked and acted and dialogued it to perfection. He was of Dutch breed, and brought up among Old Holland descendants in Kings and Queens counties, Long Island. The play and the acting of it have been adjusted to please popular audiences since, but there was in that original performance certainly something of a far higher order. More art, more reality, more resemblance, a bit of fine pathos, a lofty brogue, beyond anything afterward. One of my big treats was the rendering at the old park of Shakespeare's Tempest in musical version. There was a very fine instrumental band, not numerous, but with a capital leader. Mrs. Austen was the Ariel, and Peter Richings the Caliban, both excellent. The drunken song of the latter has probably been never equaled. The perfect actor Clark, old Clark, was Prospero. Yes, there were in New York and Brooklyn some fine non-technical singing performances, concerts, such as the Hutchinson Band, Three Brothers and the Sister, the red-cheeked New England Carnation, Sweet Abbey, sometimes plaintive and balladic, sometimes anti-slavery, anti-calomel, and comic. There were concerts by Templeton, Russell, Dempster, the Old Alleghanian Band, and many others. Then we had lots of Negro minstrels, with capital character songs and voices. I often saw Rice, the original Jim Crow, at the Old Park Theater, filling up the gap in some short billend. The wild chants and dances were admirable, probably ahead of anything since. Every theater had some superior voice, and it was common to give a favorite song between the acts. The Sea at the Bijou Olympic, Broadway near Grand, was always welcome from a little Englishman named Edwin, a good balladist. At the Bowery, the Loves of Sweet William. When on the Downs, the Fleet was moored. Always brought an encore, and sometimes a treble. I remember Jenny Lind and heard her, 1850 I think, several times. She had the most brilliant, captivating, popular musical style and expression of anyone known. The Canary and several other sweet birds are wondrous fine, but there is something in song that goes deeper, isn't there? The great Egyptian collection was well up in Broadway, and I got quite acquainted with Dr. Abbott. The proprietor paid many visits there, and had long talks with him, in connection with my readings of many books and reports on Egypt, its antiquities, history, and how things and the scenes really look, and what the old relics stand for, as near as we can now get. Dr. A was an Englishman of say 54, had been settled in Cairo as physician for 25 years, and all that time was collecting these relics, and sparing no time or money seeking and getting them. By advice and for a change of base for himself, he brought the collection to America. But the whole enterprise was a fearful disappointment in the pay and commercial part. As said, I went to the Egyptian Museum many times. Sometimes had it all to myself, delved at the formidable catalogue, and on several occasions had the invaluable personal talk, correction, illustration, and guidance of Dr. A himself. He was very kind and helpful to me in those studies and examinations. Once, by appointment, he appeared in full and exact Turkish, Cairo, costume, which long usage there had made habitual to him. One of the choice places of New York to me then was the phrenological cabinet of Fowler and Wells, Nassau Street near Beekman. Here were all the busts, examples, curios, and books of that study obtainable. I went there often, and once for myself had a very elaborate and leisurely examination and chart of bumps written out, I have it yet, by Nelson Fowler, or was it Sizer? There. And who remembers the renowned New York Tabernacle of those days, before the war? It was on the east side of Broadway. Near Pearl Street was a great turtle-shaped hall, and you had to walk back from the street entrance through. A long, wide corridor to get to it was very strong, had an immense gallery altogether, held 3,000 or 4,000 people. Here the huge annual conventions of the windy and cyclonic, reformatory societies of those times were held, especially the tumultuous anti-slavery ones. I remember hearing Wendell Phillips, Emerson, Cassius Clay, John P. Hale, Beecher, Fred Douglass, the Burleys, Garrison, and others. Sometimes the Hutchinsons would sing very fine. Sometimes there were angry rows. A chap named Isaiah Rinders, a fierce politician of those days, with a band of robust supporters, would attempt to contradict the speakers and break up the meetings. But the anti-slavery, and Quaker, and temperance, and missionary and other conventicles and speakers were tough, and always maintained their ground, and carried out their programs fully. I went frequently to these meetings. May after May learned much from them was sure to be on hand when J.P. Hale or Cash Clay made speeches. There were also the smaller and handsome halls of the historical and Athensum societies up on Broadway. I very well remember W.C. Bryant lecturing on homeopathy in one of them, and attending 2 or 3 addresses by R.W. Emerson in the other. There was a series of plays and dramatic genre characters by a gentleman billed as Ranger Very Fine, better than merely technical, full of exquisite shades, like the light touches of the violin in the hands of a master. There was the actor Anderson, who brought us Gerald Griffin's Gysippus, and played it to admiration. Among the actors of those times I recall Cooper, Wallach, Tom Hamblin, Adams, several, Old Gates, Scott, W.M. Sefton, John Sefton, Geo. Jones, Mitchell, Seguin, Old Clark, Richings, Fisher, H. Placide, T. Placide, Thorne, Ingersoll, Gail Mayspa, Edwin Horncastle. Some of the women hastily remembered were Mrs. Vernon, Mrs. Pritchard, Mrs. McClure, Mary Taylor, Clara Fisher, Mrs. Richardson, Mrs. Flynn. Then the singers, English, Italian, and other. Mrs. Wood, Mrs. Seguin, Mrs. Austin, Grissy, Lagrange, Stephanon, Bosio, Truffy, Parodi, Vestfali, Bertucca, Jenny Lind, Gazaniga, labored. And the opera men, Bettini, Badiali, Marini, Mario, Brignoli, Amodio, Beneventano, and many others whose names I do not at this moment recall. In another paper, I have described the elder Booth and the Bowery Theatre of those times. Afterward, there was the Chatham. The elder Thorne, Mrs. Thorne, William and John Sefton, Kirby, Brougham, and sometimes Edwin Forrest himself played there. I remember them all, and many more, and especially the fine theater on Broadway near Pearl in 1855 and 6. There were very good circus performances, or horsemanship, in New York and Brooklyn. Every winter in the first-named city, a regular place in the Bowery, nearly opposite the old theater, fine animals and fine riding which I often witnessed. Remember seeing near here a young, fierce, splendid lion presented by an African Barbary sultan to President Andrew Jackson. The gift comprised also a lot of jewels, a fine steel sword, and an Arab stallion, and the lion was made over to a showman. If it is worth while, I might add that there was a small but well-appointed amateur theater up Broadway, with the usual stage, orchestra, pit, boxes, and and that I was myself a member for some time, and acted parts in it several times, second parts as they were called. Perhaps it too was a lesson, or helped that way. At any rate, it was full of fun and enjoyment. And so let us turn off the gas. Out in the brilliancy of the footlights filling the attention of perhaps a crowded audience, and making many a breath and pulse swell and riso so much passion and imparted life. Over and over again, the season through walking, gesticulating, singing, reciting his or her part, but then sooner or later inevitably wending to the flies or exit door vanishing to sight, and ear and never materializing on this earth stage again. Some personal and old age jottings. Anything like unmitigated acceptance of my Leaves of Grass book and heartfelt response to it, in a popular however faint degree, bubbled forth as a fresh spring from the ground in England in 1876. The time was a critical and turning point in my personal and literary life. Let me revert to my memorandum book, Camden, New Jersey, that year, filled with addresses, receipts, purchases, and of the 2 volumes pubbed then by myself, the Leaves, and the 2 rivulets, some home customers for them, but mostly from the British Islands. I was seriously paralyzed from the Secession War, poor, in debt, was expecting death. The doctors put 4 chances out of 5 against me, and I had the books printed during the lingering interim to occupy the tediousness of glum days and nights. Curiously, the sale abroad proved prompt, and what one might call copious. The names came in lists and the money with them, by foreign mail. The price was $10 a set. Both the cash and the emotional cheer were deep medicines. Many paid double or treble price. Tennyson and Ruskin did, and many sent kind and eulogistic letters. Ladies, clergymen, social leaders, persons of rank, and high officials. Those blessed gales from the British Islands probably, certainly, saved me. Here are some of the names, for I.W.'d like to preserve them. W.M. M. and D.G. Rossetti, Lord Houghton, edud. Dowden, Mrs. Anne Gilchrist, Kenningale Cook, edud. Carpenter, Therese Simpson, Rob Buchanan, Alfred Tennyson, John Ruskin, C.G. Gates, E.T. Wilkinson, T.L. Warren, C. W. Raynell, W. B. Scott, A. G. Deuce Smith, E. W. Goss, T. W. Rowleston, Geo, Wallis, Rafe Lester, those. Dixon and Mackall, Mrs. Matthews, R. Hannah, Geo. Saintsbury, R. S. Watson, Godfrey and Vernon Lushington, G. H. Lewes, G. H. Boughton, Geo. Fraser, W. T. Arnold, A. Ireland, Mrs. M. Taylor, M. D. Conway, Benj. Eyre, E. Danreuther, Reverend T. E. Brown, C. W. Shepherd, E. J. A. Balfour, P. B. Marston, A. C. DeBourg, J. H. McCarthy, J. H. Ingram, Reverend R. P. Graves, Lady Mount Temple, F. S. Ellis, W. Brocky, Reverend A. B. Grossart, Lady Hardy, Hubert Herkimer, Francis Hufer, H. G. Dackins, R. L. Nettleship, W. J. Stillman, Miss Blind, Maddox Brown, H. R. Ricardo, Messrs. O'Grady and Tyrrell, and many, many more. Severely scanned, it was perhaps no very great or vehement success, but the tide had palpably shifted at any rate, and the sluices were turned into my own veins and pockets. That emotional, audacious, open-handed, friendly-mouthed, just opportune English action, I say, plucked me like a brand from the burning and gave me life again to finish my book since apt completed. I do not forget it, and shall not, and if I ever have a biographer, I charge him to put it in the narrative. I have had the noblest friends and backers in America, W. M. O'Connor, Dr. R. M. Buck, John Burroughs, G.O. W. Childs, good ones in Boston, and Carnegie and R.G. Ingersoll in New York, and yet perhaps the tenderest and gratefullest breath of my heart has gone, and ever goes, over the sea gales across the big pond. About myself at present, I will soon enter upon my 73d year, if I live have passed an active life, as country school teacher, gardener, printer, carpenter, author, and journalist, domiciled in nearly all the United States and principal cities. North and South went to the front, moving about and occupied as army nurse and missionary, during the Secession War, 1861–65, and in the Virginia hospitals and after the battles of that time. Tending the Northern and Southern wounded alike worked down South, and in Washington City arduously 3 years contracted the paralysis which I have suffered ever since and now live in a little cottage of my own, near the Delaware in New Jersey. My chief book, unrimmed and unmetrical, it has taken 30 years, peace and war. A borning has its aim, as once said, to utter the same old human critter but now in democratic American modern and scientific conditions. Then I have published 2 prose works, Specimen Days, and a late one, November BOUGHS. A little volume, Goodbye My Fancy, is soon to be out. W.H. will finish the matter. I do not propose here to enter the much-fought field of the literary criticism of any of those works, but for a few portraiture or descriptive bits. Today in the upper story of a little wooden house of 2 stories near the Delaware River, East Shore, 60 miles up from the sea, is a rather large 20 by 20 low ceilinged room, something like a big old ship's cabin. The floor, 3/4 of it with an ingrained carpet, is half covered by a deep litter of books, papers, magazines, thrown-down letters and circulars, rejected manuscripts, memoranda, bits of light or strong twine, a bundle to be expressed, and 2 or 3 venerable scrapbooks. In the room stand 2 large tables, one of ancient St. Domingo mahogany with immense leaves, covered by a jumble of more papers, a varied and copious array of writing materials, several glass and china vessels or jars, some with cologne water, others with real honey, granulated sugar, a large bunch of beautiful fresh yellow chrysanthemums, some letters and enveloped papers ready for the post office, many photographs, and 100 indescribable things besides. There are all around many books, some quite handsome editions, some half covered by dust, some within reach evidently used, good-sized print, no type less than long primer, some maps, the Bible, the strong cheap edition of the English Crown, Homer, Shakespeare, Walter Scott, Emerson, Ticknor's Spanish Literature, John Carlell's Dante, Felton's Greece, George Sand's Consuelo, Avery Choice Little Epictetus, some novels, the latest foreign and American monthlies, quarterlies, and so on. There being quite a strew of printers' proofs and slips, and the daily papers, the place with its quaint old-fashioned calmness has also a smack of something alert and of current work. There are several trunks and depositaries back, up at the walls. One well-bound and big box came by express lately from Washington City, after storage there for nearly 20 years. Indeed, the whole room is a sort of result and storage collection of my own past life. I have here various editions of my own writings and sell them upon request. One is a big volume of complete poems and prose, 1,000 pages, autograph, essays, speeches, portraits from life, and see another is A Little Leaves of Grass. Latest date, 6 portraits, Morocco bound in pocketbook form. Fortunately, the apartment is quite roomy. There are 3 windows in front. At one side is the stove, with a cheerful fire of oak wood, nearby a good supply of fresh sticks, whose faint aroma is plain. On another side is the bed with white coverlid and woolen blankets. Toward the windows is a huge armchair. A Christmas present from Thomas Donaldson's young daughter and son, Philadelphia, timbered as by some stout ship's spars, yellow polished, ample, with rattan-woven seat and back, and over the latter a great wide wolfskin of hairy black and silver, spread to guard against cold and draught. A time-worn look and scent of old oak attach both to the chair and the person occupying it. Probably even at the charge of parrot talk, I can give no more authentic brief sketch than from an old remembrance copy, where I have lately put myself on record as follows. Was born May 31, 1819 in my father's farmhouse at West Hills, LI, New York State. My parents' folks mostly farmers and sailors on my father's side, of English on my mother's, Van Velsers, from Hollandic immigration. There was first and last a large family of children. I was the second. We moved to Brooklyn while I was still a little one in Froxend there in B. I grew up out of frocks then as child, and boy went to the public schools then to work in a printing office. When only 16 or 17 years old, and for 3 years afterward, I went to teaching country schools down in Queens and Suffolk counties, Long Island, and boarded round. Then, returning to New York, worked as printer and writer, with an occasional shy at poetry. 1848-9 about this time after, 10 or 12 years of experiences and work and lots of fun in New York, and Brooklyn went off on a leisurely journey and working expedition, my brother Jeff with me, through all the Middle States, and down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. Lived a while in New Orleans and worked there. Have lived quite a good deal in the southern states. After a time, plodded back northward, up the Mississippi, the Missouri and Sea, and around to, and by way of the Great Lakes, Michigan, Huron, and Erie, to Niagara Falls and lower Canada, finally returning through central New York, and down the Hudson. 1852-54 occupied in house building in Brooklyn. For a little while of the first part of that time in printing a daily and weekly paper. 1855 lost my dear father this year by death. Commenced putting Leaves of Grass to press, for good after many MSS. Doings and undoings, I had great trouble in leaving out the stock, poetical touches, but succeeded at last. The book has since had some 8 hitches or stages of growth, with one annex, and another to come out in 1891, which will complete it. 1862, in December of this year, went down to the field of war in Virginia. My brother George reported badly wounded in the Fredericksburg fight. For 1863 and 64, see Specimen Days. 1865-71 had a place as clerk, till well on in 73 in the Attorney General's Office, Washington. New York and Brooklyn seem more like home, as I was born near and brought up in them and lived, man and boy, for 30 years. But I lived some years in Washington and have visited and partially lived in most of the western and eastern cities. 1873, this year lost, by death, my dear, dear mother, and, just before, my sister Martha, the 2 best and sweetest women I have ever seen or known or ever expect to see. Same year, February, a sudden climax and prostration from paralysis. Had been simmering inside for several years, broke out during those times temporarily, and then went over. But now a serious attack beyond cure. Dr. Drinkard, my Washington physician, and a first-rate one, said it was the result of 2 extreme bodily and emotional strain continued at Washington and down in front in 1863, 4, and 5. I doubt if a heartier, stronger, healthier physique, more balanced upon itself, or more unconscious, more sound, ever lived from 1835 to 72. My greatest call, Quaker, to go around and do what I could there in those war scenes where I had fallen among the sick and wounded, was that I seemed to be so strong and well. I considered myself invulnerable. But this last attack shattered me completely. Quit work at Washington and moved to Camden, New Jersey, where I have lived since, receiving many buffets and some precious caresses, and now write these lines. Since then, 1874-91, a long stretch of illness, or half-illness with occasional lulls. During these latter, have revised and printed over all my books brought out November BOUGHS, and at intervals leisurely and exploringly traveled to the prairie states, the Rocky Mountains, Canada, to New York, to my birthplace in Long Island, and to Boston. But physical disability and the war paralysis above alluded to have settled upon me more and more the last year or so. Am now 1891 domiciled, and have been for some years in this little old cottage and lot in Mickle Street, Camden, with a housekeeper and man nurse. Bodily I am completely disabled, but still write for publication. I keep generally buoyant spirits, write often as there comes any lull in physical sufferings, get in the sun and down to the river whenever I can, retain fair appetite, assimilation and digestion, sensibilities acute as ever, the strength and volition of my right arm good, eyesight dimming, but brain normal, and retain my heart's and soul's unmitigated faith not only in their own original literary plans, but in the essential bulk of American humanity east and west, north and south. City and country through thick and thin to the last. Nor must I forget, in conclusion, a special, prayerful, thankful God's blessing to my dear firm friends and personal helpers, men and women, home and foreign, old and young. Out in the open again. From the Camden Post, April 16, 91. Walt Whitman got out in the mid-April sun and warmth of yesterday, propelled in his wheelchair, the first time after 4 months of imprisonment in his sick room. He has had the worst winter yet, mainly from grip and gastric troubles and threatened blindness, but keeps good spirits and has a new little forthcoming book in the printer's hands. America's Bulk Average. If I were asked persona to specify the one point of America's people on which I mainly rely, I should say the final average or bulk quality of the whole. Happy indeed would I consider myself to give a fair reflection and representation of even a portion of shows, questions, humanity, events, unfoldings, thoughts, and see, my age in these states. The great social, political, historic function of my time has been of course the attempted secession war. And was there not something grand, and an inside proof of perennial grandeur in that war? We talk of our ages and the state's materialism, and it is too true. But how amid the whole sordidness the entire devotion of America, at any price, to pecuniary success, merchandise disregarding all but business and profit this war for a bare idea and abstraction a mere. At bottom, heroic dream and reminiscence burst forth, in its great devouring flame and conflagration quickly and fiercely spreading and raging, and enveloping all, defining in two conflicting ideas first the union cause second the other, a strange, deadly interrogation point. Hard to define can we not now safely confess it, with magnificent rays, streaks of noblest heroism, fortitude, perseverance, and even conscientiousness, through its pervadingly malignant darkness. What an area and rounded field, upon the whole the spirit, arrogance, grim tenacity of the South, the long stretches of murky gloom the general national will, below and behind and comprehending, all not once really wavering, not a day, not an hour what could be, or even can be, grander. As in that war, its 4 years as through the whole history and development of the New World these states through all trials, processes, eruptions, deepest dilemmas, often straining, tugging at society's heartstrings, as if some divine curiosity would find out how much this democracy could stand, have so far finally, and for more than a century best, justified themselves by the average impalpable quality and personality of the bulk, the people en masse. I am not sure but my main and chief however indefinite claim for any page of mine would be its derivation, or seeking to derive itself, from that average quality of the American bulk, the people, and getting back to it again. Last saved items. I'm a vast batch left to oblivion. In its highest aspect, and striking its grandest average, essential poetry, expresses and goes along with essential religion has been and is more the adjunct, and more serviceable to that true religion, for of course there is a false one and plenty of it, than all the priests and creeds and churches that now exist or have ever existed, even while the temporary prevalent theory and practice of poetry is merely one side and ornamental and dainty a love sigh, a bit of jewelry, a feudal conceit, an ingenious tale or intellectual finesse, adjusted to the low taste and caliber that will always sufficiently generally prevail, ranges of stairs necessary to ascend the higher. The sectarian, church and doctrinal, follies, crimes, fanaticisms, aggregate and individual, so rife all through history, are proofs of the radicalness and universality of the indestructible element of humanity's religion, just as much as any, and are the other side of it. Just as disease proves health and is the other side of it. The philosophy of Greece taught normality and the beauty of life. Christianity teaches how to endure illness and death. I have wondered whether a third philosophy fusing both, and doing full justice to both, might not be outlined. It will not be enough to say that no nation ever achieved materialistic, political, and money-making successes with general physical comfort as fully as the United States of America are today achieving them. I know very well that those are the indispensable foundations, the sine qua non of moral and heroic, poetic fruitions to come. For if those pre-successes were all, if they ended at that, if nothing more were yielded than so far appears a gross materialistic prosperity only America, tried by subtlest tests, where a failure has not advanced the standard of humanity a bit further than other nations. Or, in plain terms, has but inherited and enjoyed the results of ordinary claims and preceding ages. Nature seemed to use me a long while myself all well, able, strong, and happy to portray power, freedom, health. But after a while she seems to fancy, maybe I can see and understand it all better by being deprived of most of those. How difficult it is to add anything more to literature, and how unsatisfactory for any earnest spirit to serve merely the amusement of the multitude. It even seems to me, said H. Hine, more invigorating to accomplish something bad than something empty. The highest said, "Don't let us begin so low, isn't our range too coarse, too gross?" The soul answered, "No, not when we consider what it is all for the end involved in time and space." Essentially, my own printed records, all my volumes, are doubtless but offhand utterances f impersonality spontaneous, following implicitly the inscrutable command, dominated by that personality, vaguely even if decidedly, and with little or nothing of plan, art, erudition, and see if I have chosen to hold the reins, the mastery, it has mainly been to give the way, the power, the road, to the invisible steeds. I wanted to see how a person of America, the last half of the 19th century, W'd appear, but quite freely and fairly in honest type. Haven't I given specimen clues, if no more? At any rate, I have written enough to weary myself, and I will dispatch it to the printers and cease. But how many topics, of the greatest point and cogency, I am leaving untouched. Walt Whitman's last. Goodbye, my fancy concluding annex to Leaves of Grass. The highest said, "Don't let us begin so low, isn't our range too coarse, too gross?" The soul answered, "No, not when we consider what it is all for the end involved in time and space." An item from last page of Goodbye. H. Hine's first principle of criticizing a book was, what motive is the author trying to carry out, or express, or accomplish? And the second, has he achieved it? The theory of my Leaves of Grass as a composition of verses has been from first to last. If I am to give impromptu a hint of the spinal marrow of the business, and sign it with my name, to thoroughly possess the mind, memory, cognizance of the author himself, with everything beforehand, a full armory of concrete actualities, observations, humanity, past poems, ballads, facts, technique, war and peace, politics, north and south, east and west, nothing too large or too small. The sciences as far as possible, and above all America and the present after, and out of which the subject of the poem, long or short, has been invariably turned over to his emotionality, even personality, to be shaped thence, and emerges strictly therefrom, with all its merits and demerits on its head. Every page of my poetic or attempt at poetic utterance therefore smacks of the living physical identity, date, environment, individuality, probably beyond anything known, and in style often offensive to the conventions. This new last cluster, good, by my fancy follows suit, and yet with a difference. The clef is here changed to its lowest, and the little book is a lot of tremolos about old age, death, and faith. The physical just lingers, but almost vanishes. The book is garrulous, irascible like old Lear, and has various breaks and even tricks to avoid monotony. It will have to be ciphered and ciphered out long, and is probably in some respects the most curious part of its author's baffling works. Walt Whitman. Note. Published in Lippincott's Magazine, August, 1891, with the following note added by the editor of the magazine. With Goodbye, my fancy, Walt Whitman has rounded out his life work. This book is his last message, and of course a great deal will be said about it by critics all over the world, both in praise and dispraise, but probably nothing that the critics will say will be as interesting as this characteristic utterance upon the book by the poet himself. It is the subjective view as opposed to the objective views of the critics. Briefly, Whitman gives, as he puts it, a hint of the spinal marrow of the business, not only of Goodbye My Fancy, but also of the Leaves of Grass. It was only after considerable persuasion on the editor's part that Mr. Whitman consented to write the above. As a concise explanation of the poet's life work, it must have great value to his readers and admirers. After the critics have ciphered and ciphered out long, they will probably have nothing better to say. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook of complete prose works by Walt Whitman.